Great. Thank you so much for joining us for NFT Day. This has been an exciting week, and today is going to be no exception. So
It's
today
going to
we
be
have,
better than any other day this week because we're talking about
right?
NFTs.
Yeah, everyone this week has had NFTs on the mind. So today our host is going to be Sparrow. So I'm going to introduce Sparrow. You want to say a little bit about who you are and where we might know you from?
Yeah, well, I'm Sparrow. I think I'm pretty much everywhere. So people know me in various contexts. I'm an artist, so I tokenize on almost all of the platforms. So people might know me from there. Some people know me from MetaGame because I've been involved in MetaGame since season 1 began. People might know me from token engineering because I was on the first token engineering academy course of the value flows course. People might know me from Woka. I founded the Women of Crypto Art. People might know me from Data and the Invisible Economy. So I'm sort of everywhere, but I'm always me.
Yeah, thank you for being one of the other kind of key people that has like this very wide perspective and helps kind of ground a lot of these discussions. So thank you very much for being part of Metagame and always being active and having such an open and interesting mind.
I try.
Kind of counterbalance to that, we're also, I was going to open with us doing Top Shots with Leo. So I know that's not really your forte.
But go get your Top Shots thing. I want to live vicariously through you.
Yeah. So I'm just going to show people what a little bit of what happens. And Leo and I were talking about it last night. So I know that he wants to get in on these packs too. So I'll just stream it to make him jealous since he's not here to open them with me. So basically, this is the line. I waited at 9 a.m. We had the All-Star pack drop for Top Shots, which means that the All-Star game coming up with LeBron James and all the important basketball players are going to be playing a game. I'm not very big into basketball, as you might tell from that amazing introduction of the All-Star game. But nonetheless, I do love me some NFTs, and I was active in the ticketing industry at Pacquiao for a number of years. Or not a number of years, 1 year or so. But so when I saw Top Shots, I was actually selling collegiate sports tickets. So
right. So worlds have converged for you.
Yeah, so I used to do a lot of stuff with like healthcare and bioinformatics.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I moved, the industry changed. So I was forced to kind of change what I was doing. And that's another great part about just kind of our ecosystem now is that no matter where I am, I can work on NFTs and Web3 stuff. If I change houses, I'm not like excluded from my interests.
It's a real advantage of this space. And I think actually it's one of the things that has really led to the increase in pace of, innovation and development of things over the last year. Everybody moving online and living their lives differently because of lockdowns and whatnot. So not even just moving, but actually just a change in the normal pattern of getting up and going to work every day. I think has really been a big impetus behind what we've seen in NFTs culminating pretty much now. And something like NBA Top Shots, although I don't know a lot about it because it's not really my thing, but from what I do know, it's actually one of the things that is forefronting mass adoption, right? All of the NBA fans will just go and get these just the same way as they would go and collect baseball cards, physical baseball cards.
Yeah, I think Top Shots has also been like kind of instrumental in explaining it to people. People might not get the fact that NFTs can do some of the crazy things you'll hear today. And, you know, bonding curves are probably going to go way over some people's heads, even in this space. But, you know, the idea for someone to understand that this is a basketball card, this is a digital basketball card, is really easy. Especially if you're like, I can track the exact mint of this was, the order that it was minted, and it never degrades. You get full provenance of it.
Yep. And the ownership part, the actual ownership of digital goods is one of the, you know, key concepts that sometimes gets missed when we talk about NFTs, because people go, well, you know, I can just right click save that image and I own it now too. Well, yeah, you can, but you don't actually, you own a image, but you don't own the image that's associated with the token.
Exactly. And I think that's one of the key aspects that we'll probably hear from people today, is that NFTs is just a way to own data. And, you know, sharing data is not the same thing as owning data.
And it can be, you know, any data. It can be an image, it can be a document, it can be a movie, it can, you know, the potentials, it can be a ticket, right? I'm really keen to hear more about utility NFTs and things that you can do if you have an NFT in your wallet that give you access to other things or allow you to manipulate things, or, you know, really taking the technology side of it and utilizing that rather than just as a system of record.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't want to kind of step on any of our speakers' toes today or give too many leaks, but there's definitely going to be some interesting uses today. And I'm really excited for the real world assets talk. So we're going to hear about some real world items coming onto the blockchain, which also just kind of opens the door to a whole flood of other questions and rabbit holes that we haven't really dove too deeply into yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can see real world use cases, you know. So I said documents, right? Legal documents as NFTs that have been accepted and signed digitally on a distributed ledger, you know, are an immutable way of showing agreements, right? I mean, there's so many things that can be done with this technology that we've not even really scratched the surface. Although I'm sure some of our speakers later today will begin to scratch that surface and open up thoughts about new ways we can do things.
Yeah, definitely. So we're still waiting for Leo. So I guess we can talk a little bit longer, and then I will talk a little bit about Machi X, since I can speak to that as well.
Oh, I just want to say I can't believe that there were over 120,000 people in a queue ahead of you.
I know, right? I literally sat there and counted down, like and people can only get one pack of these.
Right.
So like with the early release betas, it was crazy. Like there were thousands of packs and just gone in a second. You know?
Yeah.
And no matter how big of the packs were or how many they put in there, they were just gone.
Yes, it just definitely shows that people. So I guess I think it's a generational thing also, right? We're now coming into an age where people who were born digital native, everything's always been digital for them. They just understand, and that's obviously not me, but they just naturally understand the concept of owning a digital asset, right? And it, you know, things like Audible, you know, or Spotify, or Kindle for books. The concept of having digital representations of physical things instead of your CD that you would have taking up space in your house, or the books that you would have on your shelf. The digital world should help us be greener and cleaner and produce less waste for the environment. So that's also something I'm really interested in seeing this move away from unsustainable physical items that get thrown away to digital content that is infinitely reproducible, right?
It actually gets more valuable the more it's reproduced. The more people share something and appreciate it, the more valuable it becomes.
Yes.
If someone locks away something and no one ever sees it, is it that valuable? Not unless it's like a Picasso. And then even then, you got a question like, where did this come from? Is this something that you've been painting or forged, and that's just not going to be an issue here.
Well, that's a whole nother can of worms, right? The treating of art as commodities to, trade, basically. And they get locked away in free ports. And, now that's a discussion that would take us hours, I think.
Well, we will definitely have a few points today where we can chat about some things. So, yeah, lots of things to discuss. And so maybe I'll start in on Machi X a little bit since we're halfway through. So I'll leave the top shots up, but I will not be talking about top shots.
Just keep an eye on the number. You don't want to miss your slot.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also, Sparrow, do you think that you could help check on our next guest, and I will start talking about I'll start talking about Machi X.
Okay. Yep, we'll do.
Great, thank you so much. Bye. I'll see you later. Okay, so yeah, as I said, I'm going to be talking about Machi X a little bit for Leo. And one of the key concepts for Machi X has been a white glove service for basically mainstream artists to onboard into Web3. And one of the big things that I talked about yesterday was figuring out like kind of your mentorship and your cohort. And we heard a lot about like squatting up. And when I came into the Web3 space, Leo was kind of one of my mentors that helped guide my decisions. And one of the things that happened very early was I asked about crypto voxels. I hopped in there and I saw the potential in the platform because I saw that it was pretty much a way to make a virtual website, in a 3D space with pretty much the click of a button. So it felt almost like the evolution that MySpace had by giving people the space to reclaim their space in MySpace. And what I mean by that is it made it really easy for people to jump in and learn HTML and customize things so that they could really make it their own. And Crypto Voxels does that as well by making it super easy. It's pretty much just Minecraft with, click to point, add NFTs, YouTube links, and it's really good for a storefront or an art gallery. So when I saw that, I knew I wanted to try it out, but the parcels at that time were a couple $100, and it wasn't a purchase I was able to make. So I was asking around in Crypto Voxels a whole bunch of questions, and Leo reached out and said, "Hey, you're asking some of the right questions. Do you want to just hop on a parcel and test it out so you can answer some of the questions for other people?" And so I hopped on, and he gave me a parcel, like not knowing me at all. They added me as a contributor, and then I built an art gallery that same night and was just kind of like hooked. And I think that really speaks a lot to our enabling people to into that squad and kind of that trustless but basically based on proven track record. So like if I had just if he added me to that parcel and nothing ever happened, then there would have been no kind of growth or effort on my part. So it would have been easy to kind of write me off. But because I jumped in and did a whole bunch of stuff, we kept working on other things. Said, well, how about this? You want to do this? And yeah, I'm not one to turn down interesting things to do or people to work with. So I got to then move on to the next thing where I built a real art gallery instead of just like the one that I made in a night. And at this time, I was using Firefox to build CryptoVoxels galleries. And I didn't know that in Chrome, you could place more than one block at a time, because in Firefox, you could not. In Firefox, you could only place one block at a time. You could only erase one block at a time. So I built the MachiX gallery one block at a time. Very, very stonemason masonry style. So it was definitely an interesting experience. And then towards the end of that build, I found out that you could use Chrome, and it made building just so much easier. But there's all these little nuances for different tools that we use that are really important to help navigate the space correctly, and making those connections like I did with MachiX and Leo really helped guide a lot of my discussions and a lot of my ideas for what NFTs can do, and help get me in some of a frame of mind that I might not have considered if I didn't have the tools to experiment with. And I think that experimentation is really key to the whole situation that we have with Web3 and the opportunity that we have, because we can pretty much decide what it is that we work on and what we want to do. So by focusing on things that improve our ability to understand things by using NFTs in interesting ways, like basketball cards are one of them. There's a whole bunch of other things that we'll hear today. But MachiX is focused on being like a white glove service for artists. And what I mean by that is that we've taken artists from the past year that were curious about NFTs before NFTs blew up, and we helped mint their pieces. We helped sell some of their early pieces and kind of draw them into the rabbit hole. We paired up with basically music makers as well as other artists to make the experience of NFTs and Web3 friendly to them in a way that not only gives them art, but it also lets them do it in the right way, where they're building an experience around their NFTs rather than just doing quick art for money. They're being very considerate, just like we would, because we are actually guiding them. And there's a struggle between kind of mainstream artists and the nifty gateway type platforms. And I think over this next year, that's just definitely going to be something that I work on, is like how to onboard mainstream artists in a way that is aligned with the Web3 values, rather than repeating a lot of the things that they've had to experience before. And what I mean by that is by empowering the artists to capture their own value and empower them to understand how contracts work so that they can use their own correct contracts, rather than be forced to use custodial platforms or any other solution that might be kind of more cookie cutter. And I want to partner with some other communities as well as contract writers. So specifically, I'm going to be trying to talk to Nate Alex. I tried to get him on today, but he's very busy. But he's the father of NFT contract. Also, the MachiX contract was a sister contract to that. So he wrote both of them in parallel. And they were both some of the first Arweave projects. So what Arweave is another storage. It's a decentralized storage system similar to IPFS, and the Arweave, in my opinion, has a lot of advantages because of the way that it's stored and the one-time fee kind of mechanics to it. And one of the other key things is that Nate is making a new contract platform called Infinity Token, which he will help people have a fork type thing of the Joy Toy contracts. So it's an extension of the Infinity contract idea in the kind of vending machine style. And so I want to partner with him to help deliver that in a friendly, more customizable way towards a lot of different applications and markets so that we can make experiences and contracts that are personalized to mainstream artists and for fans. So it's a little bit of a deviation from just like the standard art for art's sake, but I think it's really critical to help artists create their paintbrush so that they have new tools that they can express themselves with rather than stand in the way of their value creation. And what I mean by that is that we should be providing these tools to everyone, including our mainstream artists. And if we have people that help kind of facilitate that transition and that paintbrush, then it means that we get more amazing art and a more network effect with people that have the traction to also communicate our values to a wider audience. And I think as we have this bull run and we have money coming into the system, it's important that we focus that attention in a way that builds our system how we want it to. Right now, the technologists have the power and they're kind of at our mercy. If they want their NFTs, it's not exactly a plug and play solution. And not that we should stand in their way of value or try to extract value from them, but we have the ability to make sure that they don't infringe upon the value creation of others, so that we provide tools, not cages, for creativity. And so that's one of the big things that MachiX and I will be working on this year on that side of things. So I think it's really important to have a place where larger artists or even their agents feel comfortable and are not having to constantly deal with a lot of the social aspects of things, but also know exactly like that they can trust this information. It's someone that has their best interest at heart and is not going to be looking to make money off of them. It's more of trying to help guide them in the right direction. So, and when I see things like Top Shots and the pack drops, to a lot of the concerns, this is kind of the complete opposite. This is collector hype and incentivizing FOMO, which I love me a good FOMO, and I'm definitely in line waiting. I've got 100,000 people? Yeah, 111,000 people ahead of me. So, I mean, it's important to participate in these as well. And I love Top Shots. It's an amazing product. And at the same time, this is kind of like the mainstream audience that I'm talking about. It's engaging people that have no idea about NFTs, and making them think about it in a way that is now commonplace.
So I have a question for you, Penguin.
Yeah, please.
Do you think that people need to know about it? We've got
Yes.
4 minutes before the next speaker, and I've got a burning question for you. So there's this dichotomy about hiding the blockchain to make it user-friendly and doing custodial wallets like Nifty Gateway do, or educating people to understand that if they lose their keys, that's, it's on them, right? It's their responsibility. So I guess there's this tension between hiding the blockchain to make it user-friendly and make it feel like Web 2.0. And then there's the other side of the argument that we need to educate people to take responsibility to actually, really drive Web 3.0. What's your opinion?
Yeah, so I'm very strongly opinionated on that. And I think if it's not your keys, it's not your coin. So that means that also to the effect of the data. If the data is not on chain, it's pretty much unreliable. I'm very strongly opinionated that everything needs to be on chain, immutable, and that education is part of what needs to happen. We can't hide it behind fluffy barriers and hope that people get it, and then also have the paradigm shift of them understanding what they're buying and what they're owning.
Yeah.
So obviously UIs need to come in front of these things, but that education of what the data is exactly why, I think it's important that we onboard these people in the correct way. So that education is 100% the reason that I think and what I'm doing for MachEX is onboarding, people that traditionally we would probably be like, you'll figure it out. But
So not the way NBA Top Shots is doing it then.
Right. NBA Top Shots is literally being like, hey, you guys can make a lot of money if you open these packs, come do it. And it's very marketable.
Yeah.
But it's pretty much like I use like a PayPal transaction to buy it. There's no crypto involved. As you say, it's and even Nifty Gateway, I don't buy anything on there with crypto either. It's a good way for me to burn fiat and invest in amazing art. But at the same time, when I see $10 million in a weekend, it makes me scratch my head a little bit too. What was the stats that you told me the other day about how many sales they had in those 3 days?
Oh, yeah, no, it was over 10,000 in 3 days.
And each one of those was like $1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's pretty crazy. Not that that's not where we're going, but I mean, if we're trying to onboard millions of people, this is going to be the reality.
It's going to be a lot more of the same. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And that's something we really need to think through and be prepared for.
Yeah, and that's exactly why even myself, I could throw together a fast answer for these people, but that's not the right answer, which is why, I'm going to reach out to Nate and make sure that we do it right, because, making these custom solutions for experiences is part of that education. It's not fast. It's not easy. It's not uploading something to Rary and,
Yes. But I mean, so the on-chain thing, Ethereum wasn't meant to be a storage solution. So, I'm a bit hesitant to say everything needs to be on chain. It depends on the chain, right?
Yeah,
everything
and that's why something
cannot be on chain on Ethereum.
Definitely. And that's why something like Arweave or something like that is perfect for off-chain permanent storage.
I love Arweave. I think it's a brilliant idea. Right. I think we have Max. If you can turn your camera on, Max. Yay. Hello. Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Sorry to keep you up so late at night.
No worries. It's my pleasure to be here.
Excellent. So you're going to talk about ARC?
Precisely. I'll be talking about ARC. Is Mihai here? Mihai, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you turn on video too?
Yep. Hello.
Great. Okay.
Amazing.
Hey, okay.
Welcome
Wonderful.
to both of you guys. I'm really excited to hear what you've got to share with us.
Thank you.
I'll turn the floor over to you and just let you take it away. And then I'll come back on towards the end with Q&As from the Discord and anything else that comes up during your talk. Okay?
Perfect. So thank you so much, and really big shout out to everyone watching at MetaGame. Thank you for the invitation. It's a big pleasure to be here. I've been a big fan of MetaGame since I discovered it, and I think it has boundless potential and really a chance to introduce, the sort of metaverse and connect it to the physical verse. And in some ways, that's actually also at the heart of where we are coming from at ARC. So Project ARC started about 7 to 8 months ago. I started actually with a TED Talk. I was hosting the TEDx countdown sessions here in Hong Kong, and one of our speakers was coming from the WWF, and she actually has been instrumental in creating the ivory ban in Hong Kong that prevents ivory from being transported through and really cutting down the sort of illegal animal trade. And she told this heart-wrenching story over 15 minutes about literally encountering the last animals of species, not only once, but multiple times. And around this time, I've been in Bitcoin for a while. I bought some Bitcoin 14 and then, sort of got involved in the Ethereum stuff around 17. So I sort of seen the evolution of the space evolve. But I was really struck by the fact that actually, as the world moves forward, we are actually creating, there's a lot of background noise, apologize if you guys can hear it. We're creating physical scarcity with our actions. We're literally decreasing the amount of biodiversity that exists in the world. And so what I wanted to do is really address that and recognize it through the idea of NFTs. And so that became the genesis of ARC. And ARC is really named after Noah's Ark, right? It's actually the idea that we should take stewardship over the animals on our planet. The human beings, we have the agency to sort of address this, and we need to recognize it. And so that's really where the name comes from. And over the last 7-8 months, what we've managed to accomplish, and we're very proud of, is actually to build our own functioning, sort of vertically integrated stack. So we have Ethereum contracts on the back end, a web domain on the front end, and this allowed us to win the confidence and collaboration of the World Wildlife Fund, which is the largest NGO dedicated to endangered animal protection in the world. And so they have a division called Panda Labs, which is the division responsible for innovation projects. Previous to ourselves, Panda Labs has had 2 other collaborators. One of them was Consensus, and the other one was Boston Consulting Group. And so we are basically the 3rd collaboration that Panda Labs has done, and we are very excited to sort of pioneer the use of NFTs to actually protect and conserve our animals. So with that, I'm going to let Mihai introduce himself a little bit, then share a little bit of personal story, and then, share a little bit of where we are currently with ARC and what the vision of that looks like. We prepared a little presentation for you guys as well. So Mihai, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Max, and hello, everyone. It's very nice to be here. And I'm originally from Romania, and I've always been passionate about how we can actually have an impact and, actually doing good. So my background, it's basically sort of mix of business professional skills and NGO sector work. I've been involved for almost 6.5 years in various NGO institutions and youth organizations, where I led a couple of organizations, one of them being a sort of mini Aspen of forming worldwide readers with excellent teachers from the States. And after some experience, after moving around a bit, I got myself in a canyon project where I was part of a reduction mission, and basically, I was involved in this project, which distributed solar lamps and cook stoves, and got me thinking more about climate change, sustainability, and what can we do about it, right? And since last year, I got involved with Carbon Base and sort of built gradually this relationship with WWF, where we can actually build and bring on board a new model of funding, because a lot of the alternatives that are out there in terms of just giving money, it feels enough. And yeah, I mean, we started from very small, testing and designing various solutions, and now it feels like the project has a really strong shape and it's ready to tackle on and bring a bigger vision that Max will show in a second. So yeah, Max, if you want to take this,
can
I'll
we
share
share
the
the screen?
screen.
Mihai, can you share screen and
Yep.
I'll keep talking?
Yep. Sure.
So really ARC is two parts, right? The first part is the recognition that NFTs are a powerful way to create meaning in the world. And so what we want to do is create a marketplace where social good and environmental conservation are actually placed at the forefront of the NFT value creation. And literally today, Bebo actually announced with Cristina Figueres, something very similar along the lines. So we're literally in the thick of it. So just going to go through these slides a little bit with you guys. Next slide. The first slide is that the team from ARC really has a strong background from international development and organization. So these are pictures of all of the organizations that the founding team of ARC have previously already worked with, right, as a very small team. Next slide. And the advisors we've managed to curate for ARC also, sorry, Mihai, you're sharing. Oh, okay. Yeah, so the advisors we're working with are really top-notch people. So the left-hand side is Joe Colombano. He is the former economic advisor to Ban Ki-moon for 6 years. He actually made the 17 SDGs that we use right now, and as a business reference for every company in the world. And he's also assuming a new huge role in the UN, in the coming future. Lewis is the managing director of carbon markets at Barclays and one of the senior advisors to the UK government on carbon and environmental markets. Alex is the managing director and chairman of the board of A.T. Kearney, a global consulting company. And finally, Yiheng actually is this amazing gentleman who, after a long career at BASF as a sustainability lead, he actually became the first Asian executive committee member of the Club of Rome. The Club of Rome, as some of you guys know in the audience, is basically the world's largest gathering of ex-heads of state. So next slide. And we're very proud of this reputational persuasion we're able to do with the WWF, right? So this is actually the first time that a global NGO has actually thought about issuing NFTs with a very clear mandate and mission of what that NFT is going to do. So you'll hear a bit more about that in the next few slides. So the long-term vision is that really we'll look at the major problems facing our world today. Climate change is number one on our mind because it really impacts every other problem. But beyond climate change, we also have key problems in food, in healthcare, in quality education, in reduced inequalities, and also protecting animals, on and off land. So what we want to do, next slide, is really look at the world's largest organizations that are involved in each of these verticals and actually then collaborate with them to create social cause NFTs. So to place this WWF collaboration in context, this is basically the first pilot program, underneath the, goal number 15. And if we succeed with this, we are going to go after all of the other ones. And so really this is a 10-year, journey that we're embarking on here at ARC. And to even broaden a little bit more and think about how conservation and sort of, donations are structured today and where they should be. Right now there is, a lot of efforts and NGOs trying to collect money in terms of, cash donations, but the cash donations they raise essentially go into pure operating cost, meaning that at the end of the year they consume all that money and they have to go back next year hat in hand to basically beg for more money. I don't mean beg pejoratively, but I mean that the power dynamic is not really in their favor. However, something really interesting happened recently. So the township of Toledo, Ohio, actually voted to give Lake Erie legal personhood. And then the reason for that is to creates a dynamic where this Lake Erie actually is able to protect itself from the problems of pollution and dumping. And this is usually referred to as a tragedy of the commons. But with this personhood, you can actually start having an important capacity to actually help the people with this cause. So what I think we should do is we should really think about, okay, once it is a person, how do we actually make it into not only a person, but also a rich person, right? And so this is actually the idea of creating a natural endowment. So you go to the next slide. What we hope to do is actually to raise a series of funds, kind of like a DAO form, that can then be conserved for helping these natural resources be able to manage their own finances using DeFi. And so here's a lady called Eleanor Ostrom, who actually is one of the first, actually she is the first female person to win the Nobel Prize in Economics for the contribution of solving the common resource pool problem, which is basically tragedy of the commons. And our key insight of actually, in being inspired to do ARC is actually to take her theory and research and codify it on chain into DAOs that can then manage, right, the sort of collective ownership and actually modulate the behavior of individuals so they actually get to, collaborate effectively. And I just want to give a quick shout out to Johnny, who's also joined us from ARC today. And I'll also let him share a little bit, in a second. So we keep going on the slide deck. So what we're trying to do is really vet projects, monitor and evaluate their impact, and finally communicate their impact, using the relationship of a local audience with the global community. So the world is watching as climate change happens right now, and there's not many ways for individuals to participate. But if we see from GameStop, people are willing to vote with their feet and their dollars. And so we actually want to create a way for people to support meaningful projects that they believe in, purchase NFTs that support these causes, and then the NFTs themselves, because they're limited edition and have special, sort of authenticity minted by the global NGOs, would also have collector value and not be purely a donation. They would actually potentially have collector value in the future. So just to go to the next slide, Johnny actually has worked very closely with other, prominent UN-endorsed conservation efforts. I'll let him briefly share about this one and a few other slides, and I'll sort of come back to wrap it up. And Johnny, this is the MetaGame community. We've been invited by their leadership to have a chance to share Project ARC to a wonderful group of Discord as well as online audience. So that's our context. Yeah.
So basically, this is one of the next projects that we hope to support with Project ARC. It's the National Eye Conservancy. It's Africa's first indigenous owned and operated nature conservancy right next to the Masai Mara, which was, one of the 8 wonders of the world that was voted a few years back. But they actually won the UN Equator Prize for Biodiversity in 2020. And essentially what it is it's a project that is leasing land off of indigenous Maasai families, preventing, selling off and partitioning off of the land to, whether it be, foreign cattle ranches or new, massive tourist camps, because obviously that has quite the effect on migration and, patterns for the animals. But it's not just simply an animal conservation effort. I mean, this project is funding 3 primary schools, the Masai Mara's first library, the Masai Mara's first vocational institute, anti-female genital mutilation campaigns, women's economic empowerment, preventing erosion on the different waterways. There's just a multitude of projects that this, this conservancy has brought tens of thousands of Maasai families to, to come around. And one of the things that we're currently building is the Netipa Cafe, which means the Stories Cafe. And essentially, we're building a community center of sorts to actually codify all of the indigenous knowledge, share that with the world, and do so in a very, respectful and cooperative manner with the local community. Now, if we're going to, look at how to do NFTs on this project, there's just a multitude of amazingly immersive, artistic, creative things we could do. We could have some of our sound engineers that we have on the project, which are, phenomenal musicians, could go and work with local Maasai to, actually create songs using their traditional, chants and hymns and all that good stuff. And then, there's the big 5, the lion, the leopard, the rhino, the elephant, and the buffalo. It's just.
Can we go to the next slide?
Yeah, so it's exciting. So yeah, this was some of the ideas that we did have. Oh, you want me to go to the next one?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we have yet to put pen to paper, but we have spoke now to, I think, 3 different individuals, all in separate conversations that reach out to us with National Geographic. They have, obviously an incredible online presence, and they are extremely passionate about conservation efforts. So what we're looking to do is tap in with the most recent one that we had a conversation with is an Emmy Award-winning filmmaker for National Geographic. And we're actually looking to do a project that protects the old growth, what they call mother trees in Western Canada and the US, 4,000-year-old trees that simply can't be replaced. And, they actually communicate with one another through the mycelial network in the soil. And he has an amazing bunch of ideas on how to make this into a tangible NFT project. And at the end of the day, we just simply want to, connect passionate artists with, really, communicative and emotionally evocative storylines with purpose-driven buyers that can collect something that's unique and rare and will hopefully continue to have value. And at the same time, put money into the pockets of the people that are doing incredibly impactful work on the ground.
So just going through this really quickly, we actually have done a lot of work in terms of architectural development and backend. So we have today is essentially a website that works. You can actually buy our first ever NFTs, which are these endangered Amur leopards. And they basically are a pilot project. And then after that, we will officially launch the first collection with WWF basically at the very beginning few days of April. And we're in the process of actually designing the DAO governance and the voting mechanisms, as well as the auction, so you can actually have a efficient and gas efficient auction actually for the NFTs themselves. So just show you 2 screenshots. This is kind of an architecture flow, and then this, so we can keep going. And then we have a pilot. So these are beautiful, beautiful leopards. These are the most endangered big cats left on the planet. There's only 84 of them in the world. And so we made 84 NFTs that symbolize their existence. And we sort of did an MVP going all the way through the backend, and being able to show that the NFTs you purchase through Arc actually are OpenSea compatible as well. And in terms of team, right? So we have 2 of the most important members of Arc here today, Mihai and Johnny. And we also have a corresponding technology team and a sort of broad vision after that. So myself, I have been an investor in blockchain through the Hong Kong Family Office. I formerly was a teaching fellow at Singularity University. I was a data scientist at a Stanford-backed machine learning company, and also briefly spent some time at NASA Ames doing synthetic biology research for space applications. Johnny comes from a very deep history in international development and globalization, has 2 actually diplomas in social innovation and management, and also has worked extensively in Sri Lanka and Canada and also Kenya. Mihai, as you introduced earlier, is a very prominent leader, has led NGOs in Eastern Europe, and also has been our key project manager for ARC as a whole. Beyond ourselves, we also have people very experienced in blockchain and UI UX, full stack, and marketing. So this is a really incredible and passionate team, really motivated by beyond just cash, but really trying to make an impact with our limited time and efforts on the planet. And just to conclude and leave space for questions, I would love to have Mihai share with you guys a brief video with both sound and also images of one of the ARC eggs that we are planning for the auction. Do we have sound, Mihai?
Sorry,
It doesn't actually play the sound for clips, I've noticed.
Okay, so unfortunately there's no sound, but
give me a second. Give me a second.
I think it's the video platform, Mihai. It's not you. So the thing is that we also found, so this is the first NFT we're making. It's actually for WWF Romania, and Mihai's from Romania. And the key symbolism is that Romania actually is known for having really strong decorative eggs. So the audio engineers who are working on the project actually then purchased Romanian musical instruments from the internet, brought into the studio, and recorded songs that actually accompany the eggs, right? And so you have to think about it. Hopefully we'll have a link for people to follow, and it'll be stuff in the news. But unfortunately, it might not come fully across through this format. But I just want to share with you how authentic and motivated the artists are to actually make something that actually is really related to the cause here.
They actually, I just spoke with them. They're actually working right now with the NFT egg artists to slow down the frame rate and make it a full 3 minutes long, and an individual song with different instruments for each of the 4 eggs. So they're going full bore. Very, very, very intricate.
Amazing. So I think we're running out of time here, but I just want to let Johnny sort of maybe finish us off, and just kind of share with the audience and everyone watching, like where we're coming from, where we hope art can be. And finally, an invitation to everyone for collaboration and follow up with us.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, guys, here's the fact of the matter. This could revolutionize fundraising for incredibly impactful conservation efforts. This can give agency and resources that are desperately needed in a world that we are vastly mistreating, right? And much like art itself, nature is kind of one of those things that transcends borders, race, color, creed, and ideology. And it's something that we found within 2 weeks of trying to recruit. We have almost 100 artists that are all willing to give their time, their effort, their resources, and just contribute. So this is something that I think will also be able to bridge the gap very well into the world of people who don't know what an NFT is yet, because everybody, for the most part, knows what WWF is. And I think for the most part, most people want to live in a happy, healthy environment and world, right? Nobody wishes ill upon the animals of the world. So you know what I mean? It's just something that we can all come together through. And I think we can do a hell of a lot of good. We're really excited about it.
I'm definitely really excited about it. It's amazing to see projects like this, because it seems to me like NFTs in particular, beyond anything else in the crypto space that I've encountered, bring people together from across so many different disciplines. I mean, you three, just yourselves, are perfect examples of that. And then add in the artists and the musicians and everyone else all coming together for a common purpose. That just really, really amazes me. So I was just kind of wondering how you guys came across each other, how you met and actually formed your team, because you sound like a great model for other people looking to do some purpose-driven work. Any of you can answer.
Yeah. So I was very lucky actually to meet Johnny in Kenya 6 years ago now, right? So he was there, Amani Fellowship, working with the conservation project, and I was invited by one of his friends to come and give a talk about a data science book I had just published. And so we crossed paths, and we literally just spent 4 days together, but it was like really intense getting to know each other. And I was always struck by how incredible of a communicator and visionary Johnny was. And so when we started this project back in March, April, I reached out to Johnny. He was in Canada at the time. I haven't spoken in 5-6 years, and I shared with him, what we're thinking about, and he was immediately very keen to help. Right? And at the time, he had many other things going on, but he sort of generously took time out of his life to be a part of this and really have spearheaded a lot of our engagement. And Mihai and actually Johnny share the fellowship, the Amani Fellowship, in common. And so I've never met Mihai in real life, but we've worked together over tens of thousands of hours since we first started. So we see each other every day on video, and look forward to seeing him one day in person. But again, I think COVID is both a great tragedy and also a great enabler. It's really allowed us to expand our sense of how it means to collaborate. And here at this conference is a perfect example, right? We're literally reaching all kinds of people around the world, without having to really burn too much fossil fuel for airplanes. And yeah, just is there anything else you guys want to say, Johnny, Mihai?
No, I was just gonna say, when I first met Max, I knew, I was like, I gotta stay in touch with that guy. I knew he was gonna be a good friend to have down the road, and he came to me at the right time in my life, and I said, absolutely, I'm in.
Yeah, from my side, I suppose it's this kind of mission or purpose that you're looking for, and you kind of feel it, and you express that idea into the universe, into the world, whatever you want to call it, the secret. You just launched that, and because when you least expect, good things happen. This was the sort of moment that happened when me and Johnny connected, and then me and Johnny connected with Max, and how all this incredible story got to unfold itself, right? And yeah, I feel incredible lucky to work with these guys. Every day I'm grateful for it, and I feel that is just sort of little snowball that we're kind of building, and hoping that it will unfold and bring other people to it, so that we can create a big avalanche, so to speak.
That's really beautiful. I mean, you guys are very inspiring. So appreciate your time today, and best of luck. I'm going to go potentially buy an NFT of a leopard.
So our Twitter for everyone watching is We Are Project Arc. So if you search that, you'll find us on Twitter, and we're very excited to stay in touch with every one of you guys. Thank you so much to the MetaGame community for bringing us on, and hopefully we'll work together with you guys in the future.
It was our pleasure. Thank you so much. Thanks. So from one inspiring NFT project that is just being born to an NFT project that has been around for, well, actually a series of NFT projects, an umbrella of NFT projects that has been around for quite a while. TokenSmart was the conglomerate of NFT projects. I remember when the server first started, and there were like channels everywhere for every imaginable project under the sun. And with me now is Rizzle, who has helped make the TokenSmart server like the place to be, because wherever Rizzle is the place to be. Welcome, my friend. You're mute.
Yeah, I can't hear him.
You're mute.
How about now?
Now.
Okay. Am I echoing?
Nope.
All right, right on. Sorry about that. I'm trying to switch it up. I wanted to do some screen sharing, so I'm trying to switch up devices at the last minute, and you guys know how this stuff goes. But yo, Sparrow, thank you so much. It's like an honor to be here. We go way back. We've done some podcasts together. We were on like the OG Scent crew together and everything. So it's just so cool to be a part of like everything that's been going on in this space. And appreciate the kind words about TokenSmart. I mean, TokenSmart really got started in its current format with the whip. And for people who aren't familiar with the whip, it's basically been a weekly meetup that's been going on for over a year now in multiple virtual settings. And we sort of have like a rapid fire program each week of different speakers from different projects that are NFT related or crypto related. And 5-6 minutes talking about their project. We do some light Q&A, and this was a concept that really took off. And before long, we were layering on like musical pre-parties from musicians who were doing audio-based NFTs. We started gamifying a lot of these things, doing scavenger hunts in all these virtual worlds, and giving out NFTs as prizes and social tokens. And a lot of people who were starting their own social tokens or were starting up creating NFTs wanted to use these events as vehicles to, spread the word of their own stuff that they were working on. And so, like I was saying, this grew very rapidly to the point where there just wasn't enough time in the day to cram, people onto the whip. It started to become very bloated, and the spillover started falling into TokenSmart, which sort of became like a event hub of sorts in the metaverse. And so a lot of these projects that had started to become featured on the WIP as just like one-offs, 5 minutes here and there, now have weekly events in TokenSmart. And then we've done a lot of different launch parties for different projects. And sort of the purpose of TokenSmart, like Sparrow was saying, I work for NFT 42. It's a parent organization of Avastars, TokenSmart, Infinity Tokens, amongst several other projects. And TokenSmart has always been sort of meant to be like the community outreach arm, where it does give us a platform to present our own projects, but we also wanted to be, position ourselves sort of as like a hub in the space where people can learn about interesting projects that have also been like vetted in some way by people in the community who have been around for a while. The nucleus of the TokenSmart community is very knowledgeable in the crypto and NFT space and has been in it for a very long time. So there have certainly been people and projects who have come across our plate that may not have made it, or may not have been like the greatest thing, but that gets quickly vetted by our community, and the discussion goes on long after people come and pitch or launch their projects, whether or not people think this is viable or makes sense, or is just a quick money grab. And so it's fun. So as the space has grown significantly, we've leaned more towards the entertainment side of the NFT space rather than like the deep educational content. And that's sort of become the niche that we've evolved into. I wanted to do a little screen sharing before I go any further. I got, just to give people an idea of what we're talking about when we're saying virtual meetups. I never do this, so you gotta like bear with me here. Let's see. Please cooperate. Okay, I think I'm doing it. Now you're in a vortex, right?
Yep.
Now you should be seeing a Twitter feed, if I did this correctly. Okay, so, all right, I did it. All right, so this is just a snapshot from one of the WIP meetups. So you get an idea of what these virtual events are. So we host these things, these virtual events, many per week. There's actually one going on right now. I'll try and give you guys like a peek of what a live one looks like in a few minutes. But so we've hosted many of these virtual events per week. We stream them through our Discord so that even if people aren't next to a computer and can't hop in world, you can at least like hop in and listen through our Discord channel and see the chat that's going on concurrently. And in that way, a lot of people can lurk basically and feel like they're a part of it, even if they don't have a computer right in front of them. And Crypto Voxels, which this is a picture of, is actually fairly user-friendly for most people's PCs and laptops and everything. But as we do things in Decentraland and some of these other virtual worlds that are a little bit more intense for the computer hardware, it becomes a little bit more difficult for people to get in. So a lot of people like to lurk. So we broadcast the audio through our Discord into these virtual worlds, and all of these things that you see in this picture are essentially NFTs. The outfits that people are wearing are all NFTs that have been purchased in one way or another, either on the open marketplace in OpenSea or directly from the artist. You can see pictures on the walls. We've done a lot of these events in virtual art galleries or just places that are hanging virtual art on the walls. So we've done showcases for a lot of different virtual auctions and art shows, that kind of thing. And if it looks wacky, it's because it is. It's a great time to for people to sort of flex their weirdness. When we started these things, hang on, I'm going to try and get out of this screen share so I can eventually get to the next one. All right, I'm back. So when we started these things, the wearables, as you would call them, were exceptionally affordable to create and purchase. I mean, if you had the time and dedication, you could make a really cool shirt and run off 100 copies of it and give them away to all your friends for like $10 or something like that. You know, all it would take is like the love and time to design these things. And so when we originally started these meetups, the wearables were flying around, and it was a really fun period of time where there was a lot of crazy experimentation going on and people just creating like the wildest stuff. And we've had like virtual fashion shows and, you know, wearable sales where people make, you know, custom lines of clothing and everything. Unfortunately, you know, in recent times, gas prices, you know, the transaction fees have gone up to the extent that you got to really love what you're making and buying in order to make it, you know, worthwhile. It's not quite the Wild West of wearable experimentation, although I know we're working on solutions to get back to that point. So anyway, these became these professional meetups of, you know, crypto savvy NFT OGs, very legitimate projects in the space, quickly dovetailed into really wacky, self-expressive events that got music layered onto them. Like I was saying, fashion shows, people would show up every week, you know, changing their outfits, you know, bringing new stuff just to see what was going on. And it sort of just became this, you know, interesting, you know, NFT community, cultural phenomenon that evolved that spilled over into TokenSmart, which is essentially what TokenSmart is to this day, a like, you know, 100x version of the whip going on what feels like 24/7. And it's fun. So as the NFT space has exploded, we've got a lot of different content going on there on any given week. We have multiple what we call podcast listening parties on there, which my co-host Matt, who I've been hosting podcasts with for a long time, has claimed us to be the original like podcast listening party creators. I have no idea if that's true or not, but if someone wants to contest, if someone doesn't want to contest that, I'll take credit for it, but I'm not convinced that it's 100% our thing. But you know, we've been releasing podcasts talking about NFTs for, you know, almost 2 years now, probably. And you know, found out that people wanted a gathering point to just sort of hang out and listen to them together. And so we started having, you know, what we called podcast listening parties in our Discord. And we basically, when we dropped the podcast, we started playing that live for people, and a bunch of people hang out, listen to it at the same time, and then they can chat about it in the chat box and drop goofy GIFs and make fun of us, you know, if we say something dumb. And that also became an interesting community event that we started layering things on top of. And now our podcast listening parties have like music intros and live music sometimes, and a giveaway ahead of time, and all these like interesting experiments we started having other things layered on to them. And so now we just have a giveaway event once per week. Sometimes we give away some of our own stuff. Sometimes we get a sponsor who just has a project. They want to get it in front of a bunch of eyeballs. So they're like, Wax did it with us the other week. They're like, we're doing a Street Fighter drop. You guys want to give away some Street Fighter packs? And like, you know, who doesn't want to be the person who just like gives away stuff? So like, yeah, man. And then, you know, tell the community, hey, we got free stuff. Y'all want free stuff? You know, here's free stuff. And so we make that like fun and wacky too. And so we do like Twitter competitions. Avistar is under our brand name. And so they all look weird. They're like profile pictures. They don't all look weird, but a lot of them look weird.
They do all look weird.
They all look, yeah, right. Weird enough that you can come up with like a creative narrative about them, right? And so all of them have like unique looks to them. And so we put out a contest each week that's been going on, you know, in a tweet. make a poem or a story about them or something, and then we've been giving away an Avastar each week or some other stuff. And then we read all the entries live in our Discord, and that's become like a fun thing. And now people try to like, submit entries that make us sound stupid when we read them off, or like, throw in like a tongue twister, or like incorporate myself. Sandy Meows is our community lead, who I work very closely with, and she rocks and is a very, very good sport about getting rolled into many of these stories that are doing so. So I don't know, Sparrow. I mean, I've become, sort of the de facto leader or co-leader of this like really wacky community that has really spun out of one of these things that you were a part of, in the very ground floor, and have been building up a lot of very similar things in your own right. I mean, you attend the WIP, very often. You might be the record holder. I was just on DeFi Dad's program, and if it's not him, it's you, and and you might be tied. Either way, you're in like Hall of Fame territory when it comes to the WIP. Dude, I would love to like hear your perspective, like the bird's eye view from the outside, in terms of like how you've seen the WIP progress over time, and Token Smart, and sometimes I'm so buried in it, and as the space has evolved so rapidly, it's very difficult to see the forest through the trees at times. So we haven't caught up in a while. I don't know if this is like 100% appropriate, but I would love to like pick your brain while we're doing this and just like hear your thoughts on, the evolution of all of this from your side.
So, this is why you have the job that you have. You just have this natural ability. So you're moderating the moderator, and turn it right around and ask the questions, and, but no, just, I'm really happy that you're here, and really happy to get a chance to catch up, because, I saw this opportunity. I wanted you to be here because I wanted to actually talk to you. So thank you.
I also wanted to stop in and say thank you very much, Rizzle. I love Token Smart. It's like one of my favorite experiences. And when I talk about experiences in NFTs, like that's really what Token Smart is all about, is the experiences.
Dude, thank you, man. I really, really appreciate hearing that. We've worked very hard, and oftentimes get, I think, sort of diminished as goofballs, which we are. But our heart is in the right place, and we do work very hard to, do right by the community and by the space.
So the one thing that you didn't mention, that I found actually really an interesting sort of side offshoot out of the WIP was the Meta Olympics.
Yes.
Do you want to mention?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I'd love to. Yeah. So again, the experimentation of the WIP was never really created with a particular purpose in mind. It was just sort of like a rolling experiment of like, okay, this worked this week. Let's see if we can build upon that next week. Let's try this. Let's see if this happens. We got a good response to this. And so the after party portion of the WIP became very fun when we started layering on these like scavenger hunts or like gamifications. There's a lot of like people in the NFT gaming community who were doing things, who wanted to showcase their stuff. And so we were like, okay, instead of just talking about it, let's like get a community competition going on, right afterwards. And so that like took off real quick. I mean, who doesn't want to like, compete with your buddies, talk some smack, and like, with the potential of winning some stuff at the end. And so the idea hatched of, in the spirit of like metaverse and interoperability, the idea hatched of like doing these competitions on a larger scale, and doing this sort of like cross-platform or like platform agnostic or largely platform agnostic as best as we could, and really showcase lots of different cool projects and people who want to get their stuff out there. in a way that's like fun and gamified for the community. And so we built it's like 10 or 12 massive campus in CryptoVoxels. We hired out to Voxel Architects. They did an incredible job, made this huge Olympic campus that has like Mount Metalympics in there. There's a racetrack all the way around the outside. There's a giant whale maze. And for 10 weeks, we sourced 10 different sponsors throughout the NFT community. And big sponsors. Like once people got the concept, a lot of people got really excited about jumping on board. So CryptoKitties sponsored an event. we littered the entire campus. People can check it out. If you go to cryptovoxels.metalympics. It's either .net or .com. It'll drop you in the campus, and the entire campus is still full of CryptoKitties. And there's, I think, 4 of them that have one small differentiating feature than the rest. And so when the event came up, we had 80 or 100 people running around the campus, looking at all these CryptoKitties that were scattered around the place, trying to find the 4 that were different. And they had to take a selfie next to the CryptoKitty that was different and post a screenshot of it on Twitter, tag CryptoKitties and Metalympics to, compete for the prize. And that was one of our most successful ones because CryptoKitties really did it to themselves, to be honest with you. They offered a free CryptoKitty airdrop to anyone who completed the selfie challenge. And we just got totally bombarded with, selfie posts and everything. And so it's mimicked real life in a lot of ways. We have these events, they're wacky competitions, go into different virtual worlds. We take selfies with each other. It probably sounds really bizarre to people who aren't doing it. We take selfies, we post them online. That gets you rolled into raffles. We get people up on the podiums afterwards. Prizes were sponsored. There's several different virtual worlds, including Decentraland and Sandbox, who sponsored events and had the opportunity to show off, what they bring to the table with their virtual worlds. We were able to get people there by teleporters within the Metalympic campus. So it was a truly metaverse style experience, or we tried to, and so a lot of this occurred after the whip. Metalympics season 2 is or Metalympics 2 will in theory be a standalone event that will almost be a whip within itself. So say Sandbox wants to sponsor that week's event, that entire event would be built around them. So they would stock the lineup with their giveaway promo event, speaker lineup, the whole thing, rather than piggybacking off of the whip. Again, because the whip, it started with good intentions and like a very concise, 35-minute bam, bam, bam event. And then by the time we had, started with the musical pre-party, the whip, the Q&A, the after party, we've got a guy named Sho who does like an after party who, and it's awesome. But he came to us essentially identifying this, void where all these people were hanging out afterwards with nothing to do and they wanted to talk about what was going on. So we were like, all right, after party now. Like the people are still there. Let's do that too, right? Why not? And that became very popular. So it's become a challenge in a very good way to keep the momentum going and give all these events and the sponsors, sponsor these events. We want to do right by them. We want to showcase their stuff properly. This isn't, no one's getting rich off the Metalympics right now. This is more an exercise in building this concept because what I would love to see is, this sort of OG community stick together, the same people who were involved the first time around, Sandbox, CryptoKitties, Decentraland, so that, a few years out, the Metalympics isn't like, well, it is like wacky and weird, but it's also like, you know, some high stakes. You know, we got the VR stuff on, you know, the competition is ramped up. And, you know, we really kick this thing into high gear because, you know, I feel like if the metaverse is going to be a thing, why wouldn't the Metalympics be a thing that, you know, is running, not necessarily running concurrently with the real life Olympics, but you know, with esports being as big as it is, right? Why couldn't this be a cross-platform, platform agnostic, like all-inclusive type of thing going on?
So that's one thing that always sticks out in my mind, especially in the early days of CryptoVoxels, was the WIP events that were always pushing the edges of the technology and how much it could cope. And, you know, Ben introduced sharding into CV because there were just so many people turning up for these events, right?
Yeah.
It really is community-driven, community-based initiatives, I think, that drive this technology. It's fascinating to watch, really.
More than that, it's fun to engage with. That's the best part of it. And like as you're describing the crypto kitty hunt, like which one's different, like it just sounds like the best Where's Waldo I've ever heard of.
Right. Dude, you know, and that's we realized very quickly that it doesn't have to be super complicated to be fun. Very, very early on, Marble Cards did a extremely rudimentary like platform hopping thing in CryptoVoxels, where, you know, there must have been 24 blocks. You just have to hop from one to the other.
I was there for that.
Yeah, right. And it, you know, it wasn't rocket science, but bringing the community together to do that event at the same time, and CryptoVoxels was like much jankier than it was now. So like the difficulty to hop from one platform to another was significant. Some people's computers arguably worked better than the others. So it was like, although it appeared to be a very simple task, like, you know, you just go boink, 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 and then you're there. It was like a hilarious comedy of errors, and like, you know, Brian Brinkman's head would get like stuck in the platform for a while, and, you know, everybody would laugh at him. And so, you know, that was sort of like a light bulb moment, honestly, where we were like, we don't have to like go crazy in terms of like, you know, creating, you know, I remember No Shot, Sparrow, I'm sure you remember No Shot's quest. And, you know, that was incredible, right? I mean, and that was like on par with some like, you know, real life like indie video game releases, you know, platform players or whatever. And you know,
months of work, months of work for
it
one event.
I mean, he could probably re-roll that out now with like a whole fresh crowd that has never seen it before, and you know, capture the same magic all over again. I mean, he was so far ahead of his time with that you know, the people would go nuts over it at this point if he were to like, you know, even change up some stuff minimally. So many people haven't seen it.
No, I want the same one so that I know the answers.
Right?
Yeah.
I still am not like totally confident after this much time has gone by that, you know, I would place very high, even, you know, having been through it once. But, you know, he set the bar so high so early on that, you know, for a while it was like, who's going to top this? And so the you can't, right? To this day, I don't know that anyone's like really come that close to it. But the Marble Cards thing was sort of a light bulb moment where it was like, you know, it doesn't have to be that complicated. People also aren't that good at these things. So let's just make it fun and wacky and, you know, put some prizes up and, you know, let people know that it's not cutthroat serious and anything can go wrong at any point. And knowing that is part of what you're signing up for. Yeah, it's been fun, and we continue that sort of mantra to this day in terms of just like trying wacky stuff. I mean, if you guys know of things, we're always interested in things, so hit us up.
Well, it is MetaGame, so perhaps we have some games that we can work on together. Just to answer the question that you asked me before this all got turned around, my take on the WIP really was, it was the one event each week that I could go to, and in half an hour, 40 minutes, right, I could feel caught up with what was going on in this space, right? It just was the one thing that made me feel like I was keeping up to date because of your compressed format. It's brilliant. And it probably still is that. Unfortunately, I have a meeting at the same time every week now. So until that ends, I can't make any of the evening whips on Thursdays.
Unfortunately, that's my pain as well. I was a big Asia whip on Monday midnight. Me.
It's been extremely difficult to have that be the takeaway from the whip each week, if I'm being completely honest with you, with the way that the space has grown. I feel like that was sort of everybody's catch-up point for a long time, but now it's almost impossible, as I'm sure you guys know. And so now it's sort of become an exercise in featuring the cool projects that come across our lap that we think our audience would be most interested in. The WIP does have sponsors in terms of like event sponsors and people who have given us stuff to promote. But in terms of the actual speaker lineup, all of that is free. We're not getting paid for people to come on and show their stuff. We genuinely do our best to hand select projects that we think our community would be most interested in. And Sparrow, I didn't try to like totally ram like bulldoze here. I talked to Penguin, and Penguin was like, 30 minutes, token smart. You ready to roll? And I was like, yeah, man, let's roll.
Let's do it. It's the only way to do it, right? You just flow.
Yeah, just came in and started rolling.
I figure it's better for us to have a discussion that we want to have and interesting, because with that compressed format, I think it's really nice to do the decompression. And I try and do that with as many people that I think are on the same level, because it's like 30 minutes of us chatting is worth like a couple of days of trying to dig through channels.
Yeah.
And so we'll drop a link to the Discord, to the Token Smart Discord server, and to the WIP Twitter, just so everybody has everything. Actually, there were loads of people that came from the Token Smart server to the MetaGame server after we talked last week. So
good.
And they've been tipping everybody with the tip bot like nonstop since. So it's great.
The wild crowd.
Yeah, I definitely recommend that if you haven't checked out a Token Smart, or if you have, that you attend one of their events, because as far as community engagement, you're not going to find any other group like that. And definitely hop in and participate, because we'll get an amazing crowd and some friends from that too.
It's been so great to have you.
Thank you, Sparrow.
And it's good to catch up. We can't let it go this long before we speak again.
Right on.
All right.
I agree. Yes. Agree 100%. Really appreciate the opportunity to come on, Sparrow. It's always great to catch up with you. Thank you for letting me give me the opportunity to come on and talk about Token Smart.
Our pleasure, for sure.
Thank you.
Care.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Thanks, Rizzle. See you later.
And next up, we have Tanner. I saw him just a second ago. Where does video go? There you go.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me all right? I don't have a mic
today, unfortunately.
It's a little bit echoey, but it's clear. So
Okay.
I think we're good.
Okay, cool.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, thanks.
I actually came across Tanner through the token engineering course when he was first developing Pictosis. I think it was right at the very beginning of you putting that idea together, yeah?
Yes, and we've since renamed as of like last week, and lots of changes happening. Yep.
All right, so you're going to tell us all about that.
Yes.
Fabulous. I will just cede the floor to you, and you can take it away.
Okay, thank you. All right, so formerly Pictosis, now I am. We will find out what that acronym stands for at some point, but basically we're seeing a certain problem in the digital goods, digital economy space, and we think that the solution would be something that could be described as a protocol for building open virtual economies and basically virtual production systems and virtual goods. Let's clarify the problem a little bit before we go into the solution. So why are we doing this? The first thing to understand is that we tend to classify we have many different classification schemes, and one of the most common and original is we have non-fungible tokens to represent virtual goods, fungible tokens to represent virtual currencies. It's an imperfect taxonomy because, well, all the taxonomies we have so far are imperfect, and there's no sort of industry-wide consensus quite yet. But, the problem is that, and this has become somewhat of a meme, right, is standard proliferation, especially with virtual goods. The types of properties and capabilities that we want to represent vary so widely that we end up having a standard per type of good. And this is pretty ineffective. And so what do we do here to enable sort of interoperability between various types of goods? What's one solution? And it's pretty much this. We have a couple different standards that are extremely simple, right? A small, simple base, which is a good design pattern in general. And then we have all the sophisticated, rich logic that that token represents. We place that in a quote unquote DApp, decentralized application. And with various applications interfacing with these few standards to represent digital goods, we are able to maintain the interoperability that that comes with the benefit of adopting a particular set of standards. However, we end up with this kind of other problem where the real utility of the virtual good exists in the application. It doesn't offer the same guarantees as the token, and the tokens are become mostly inert, inflexible data structures, and innovation on token designs is really just what's a more complicated static predefined structure that I can create, barring things like upgradability of contracts from the Ethereum world and the rug pulling opportunities that presents, right? That's not to say that NFTs are good for nothing, obviously. They're still good for sprinkling that sort of decentralized trust into a platform or application. The parts that represent the more static, persistent items in a game or things you want to secure in that fashion. And because of that, they can still be used as a common knowledge base for interoperability. If you want to say transmit say a character clothing for an MMORPG between games, utilize NFT interoperability to do that, right? But what NFTs are missing is that while we can express a certain set of common knowledge to enable interoperability,
the question becomes, what sorts of knowledge can we express at that level? What's the extent and sophistication of the language that our NFT designs give us? And basically, the answer depends on the schema of the particular NFT standard that you're using. And so what do you do if you want to innovate and enable new types of common knowledge? Well, the answer is really that you have to create a new standard in a new platform. So we think about what digital goods are today versus what they could be. And one thing that really makes sense, especially if we think about analogies to the physical world, is that there needs to be more dynamic aspects of them, right? Even items I purchase at a store, I could burn them if I wanted to. So burnable tokens, okay, so we have that. I could also modify them if I wanted to in ways that the creator and inventor had no way of conceiving, right? So there needs to be a way not only to enable people who hold the token or digital good to operate within the bounds of the predefined schema, but a way for them to change the schema itself. They need to get outside of the token and be able to modify the boundaries as they see fit, while also preserving a certain set of fundamental invariants. True digital goods, they don't require some sort of separation between the ways they can be used and the underlying data structure, right? Instead of sophisticated applications operating on dumb data, why not just programmable and economic data structures that carry around their rules and enforce them regardless of the context? Something like this would allow for a lot more adaptability and flexibility when designing various types of protocols that operate on and are powered by virtual goods and virtual economies. To do this, we would need something that is also internally expansive. To refer back to what I said about changing the boundaries, well, we should be able to basically get inside of the digital good and change it as we see fit, because digital goods exist at multiple levels of abstraction. An art piece is a digital good, but so is a collection of art pieces. And how do you personally want to organize your particular crypto art collection? It might be different from someone else. That may require changing the internal structure and adding new substructures. So it needs to be internally expansive. And with all of that, it still needs to be externally composable so that we can take advantage of the meme that has been circulating today of DeFi Legos to more abstract and general virtual good Legos or something, right? But they're more dynamic. We need to be able to put them together in different ways while also evolving them and changing them independently. And all of this is difficult, not only because of, we have to build based on what already exists and technological constraints, but also economic constraints. And the information economy doesn't make it easy to innovate. Information goods, specifically goods valuable purely for the information they contain, are public goods. More accurately, they're eventually public goods, because if you write something personally, it's a private good, right? Until you share it, and then it eventually becomes more and more public. And this is, for example, why piracy is so easy and so popular. They're also durable goods. It's hard for an information good to depreciate because the substrate or the object on which it is realized doesn't impose any sort of limitations on its reproduction. It's zero cost to reproduce an information good and duplicate it. And they're also experience goods, which means that we don't necessarily know ahead of time how to value them. Information goods are hard to value without consuming them. I'm not going to, for example, buy a book, or I'm less likely to buy a book if I know nothing about its contents, how it's written. Of course, there are solutions, but the solutions don't necessarily make it easy either for a robust digital economy. To solve the public goods problem, we've come up with many different solutions. Most of them introduce some form of anti-competitive dynamics. We have, for example, the increasingly restrictive and somewhat toxic intellectual property. We also have digital rights management, DRM software, which does help to some extent, except for the fact that the producers have to continuously succeed every single time at preventing any sort of copy or piracy, whereas someone on the other side needs to only succeed once in breaking the DRM, however it's implemented. And that also introduces a sort of misaligned dynamics in relationship between producers and consumers. Experience goods are, the problem of experience goods are better solved than the other two because we can get, say, previews of information. You like think of Amazon and the fact that you can look inside the book, and we can get reviews. Think about Amazon again, who provide a verified purchase flag on certain reviews to indicate that they're more trustworthy. But in general, the fundamental properties of information goods lead to a nice phenomenon called market failure. Right? These are not healthy properties for a robust market. But we believe that there is a way around this, utilizing and building off of and rethinking what we've discovered within the NFT space, where digital goods, to be truly portable, need to be outside of networks, outside of platforms, and be basically introduced as first-class citizens of the web. And I have here the meta market example of a meta token, which is which demonstrates certain aspects of our design, which is primarily based on this decentralized digital good implementation. And basically, we can see that the meta token is represented by this boundary here, and we can implement microeconomies within digital tokens that can exist across the web, outside of one particular network, or distributed in parts across various networks. And we can basically have these tokens or meta tokens carry around their own markets and their own dynamics. And this is kind of the core, one of the core parts of our design. The meta token is one part, and then the universal reserve is the other part, which is MKT. And so we can see here that there's a sustainability loop implicit in every meta token, where the reserve that's built up from the meta market economic processes can be infused into any quote unquote NFT, which we're calling meta tokens, can be infused into any meta token to produce a supply based on your particular minting logic, basically your token economic policy. This can be then traded in secondary markets and interoperate with any other microeconomic token. And we also see that as one's token is circulated back into the community for interactions, MKT revenue is produced as well. So we have this loop here that is compatible with any other external market that can interact with simple fungible tokens, right? And this is how we combine. This is basically our design for something that can carry around all those dynamic properties, well-defined boundaries, but configurable at the policy level. The use cases for this include social tokens, for example. Those are becoming popular. Markets that exist across various games, even if those games are developed by different organizations. It can be used to infuse governance capabilities at the content level. So one example I use a lot is a magazine, which may have editors. It may have may allow people to submit personal opinion pieces, and the governance could be used here. This token could be distributed to governance for, say, a select group of people to have decision-making rights on which articles get in, right? It can also be used for community rewards, depending on what type of behaviors you want to see in your community, or even create promotional deals where promoters submit proofs in return for this MyCoin supply. They can later be exchanged for MKT or any other token through secondary markets that we also facilitate the creation of as well. So that was the dynamics of the meta token, and so how does this work, and how does it exist across networks, right? Well, this diagram here shows a bit about the token architecture, and we see that there are really two boundaries or spaces within a meta token, inspired by operating system design, this sort of separation. And we call it meta mode for the meta kernel, and then hodler space, right, which is what you would think of as user mode in an operating system. The schema uses a semantically rich data definition language that is also versioned for updates, and it's automatically verifiable and enforceable. So you could think of it as an executable semantics that's easy to write. It defines the data structure, the internal data structure, and the constraints. Within the kernel is also a role, what I call here a role operation map, which allows you to create sophisticated permission schemes based on various role types. So you could have, say, for example, a public role type where anyone can interact with your token to perform certain types of operations, but not others. The render and control engines exist across these spaces conceptually because they can be used to interact with both with the token at all levels. But these render and control engines are also defined with the data definition language, so that any client, any sort of consuming device can automatically read and understand how to render the token in various environments. So you might have a rendering engine for the browser, and you might have one for, say, some sort of VR device. And the control engine is similar, but enables you to interact with the token based on where it's sourced and where is its verified or verification engine, so to speak, or blockchain, or across blockchains, right? So I actually already talked about these things. So, oh yeah, the final thing to mention about meta tokens is that these various rules, it's so abstract, right? These various rules that are possible can actually be installed into the meta token. So if I wanted to implement, say, the custom currency on the previous slide, that could be a simple few-minute installation of a policy of a certain type of economics that someone else has already published on the meta market. And because we use meta a lot, right? And there's a reason for that, because policies themselves that can be installed in tokens are also digital goods. And so similar to how you can infuse your digital creations with microeconomies and markets that can exist across the web, you can also publish your policies in the same way and implement various types of revenue generating streams, which enables new ways for, say, open source developers to generate income. The other two elements of this protocol are a hierarchical curation with a generalized token curated registry design. And basically at the top level, we may have top level topics, but these are namespaces that change all the time based on the preferences of the people who are doing the curation. And this allows us to kind of enable a better way to quality control as well as discover new goods based on your interests and topics and subtopics, etc. There's also, I guess it's best described as horizontal curation, which is through what we're calling the impact-weighted attribution protocol. And basically what that does is it creates relationships between digital goods, right? And this is very important because we often get inspired by one creation or by many creations. And then we want to create something new that's a synthesis that's greater than the sum of its parts, right? However, everyone who created the things that inspired you added value to your creative process. And by virtue of that, it's very transitive. Whatever value your creation delivers to others, in part is due to the many people who created the things that inspired you, right? So we need a way to capture that. And that's with this automatic attribution based on relevance and basically archiving processes that curate these types of basically giving credit where it's due. Okay, and then so that's what IAM stands for, the Information Attribution Meta Market. And this is just a quick roadmap. So this month we are releasing our new website because we rebranded and renamed, and open sourcing selected code repositories that have been in development for the past six or so months, including the reserve currency, and testing one of the initial apps on it. And next month we'll open access selectively for people to acquire the MKT, which will be used later as the universal reserve. It also comes with certain rights attached to it, but you can read more on the website for that. And in June, we release an alpha version of the application itself. In May, the protocol, the MetaToken protocol, solidified. In July, we integrate the impact attribution protocol into the marketplace. We release the hierarchical curation in August, and then in September we're live. And then, if you want to reach out, we have a new Twitter account we just created a few days ago. It's got like 11 followers on it, so you're more than welcome to follow if you're interested. We also have a Discord server, and our website will be announcing on Twitter when it's live and finished. And then if you want to talk to me directly, this is my Twitter handle and this is my Discord handle.
Wow. That's a lot to take in. You have been very, very busy, Tanner. So I'm really fascinated by the fact that, you know, not only have you envisioned a platform, but you've also really described an entire protocol that platform sits on. And that's quite an amazing effort. The question that came to my mind while you were talking really was about these, you know, sort of primitives that the policies, or what I forget the term you used exactly, but you know, these templates that people might be able to just pick up and use to create their social currency and know that the token economics would work. Mm-hmm. Do you see those as being sort of contributed by the open source community? And if so, would they then also follow this attribution system? And secondly, are there going to be any of those that you've developed yourself there at the very beginning?
Yeah, all good questions. So yes, first, yes, these economic policies are, I think, a better way than basically static primitives. They're executable design patterns, basically. And I do see it's a big opportunity for open source developers and especially the token engineering community to contribute. And then to answer the other question, yes, those are released as digital goods, the same as the digital goods that they're installed within, and therefore the economic policy for people who use the policy would also need to be chosen. And finally, yes, I will be building and collaborating, of course, with others in that particular specialty, with an initial set of policies, not only for the economics, but for, say, certain ownership and permission schemes to implement the common and popular things like delegated ownership and renting and fractional ownership and those types of things.
That's so much work. You have, I mean, I'm just stunned at the amount of progress you've made in such a short time. So well done to you. And I mean, I can think off the top of my head, like 4 or 5 different use cases that this would be perfect for. So really happy to have you present all of this and let us know what's coming. It's very, very appreciative.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me stop the sharing. Yes, hopefully more updates coming soon with roadmap and whatnot.
So how big is your team now? It's not just you, right?
Right. Yeah, we have many people who we collaborate with, and we also have a web developer on the team and as well as another blockchain engineer, and also design and marketing as well. So we are growing. I say that there's opportunity to get another engineer on board. So if people are interested in this, then that's certainly something to reach out to me about as well.
Nice plug. It's definitely looks like a worthwhile project to work on, though, because it has a lot of potential for solving so many of the problems that we currently see, especially around interoperability and attribution. That's really what got me excited when I first heard about it. It's a great project, and I'm just really thankful that you were here to present it to us.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
So I'll say goodbye to Tanner and say hello to Vinay as we say.
Hello. How's it going?
Hello. Good to see you.
How was your panel?
So far, very good. We were just talking about digital goods and interoperability and defining a program where digital goods can be first-class citizens on the internet, which is kind of a really nice contrast to your talk about physical, real-life goods being first-class citizens on the internet. Yes?
Mm-hmm. Particularly telling when it comes to things like the violins, where the whole governance structure around the violin is an integral part of what you're selling. Like violin with no governance structure, like who wants to own 15% of a violin, where the other 85% is played by somebody that wants to play it in the rainforest.
Yeah. I mean, so we hit so many sort of, they feel like conundrums when you first think about them, like how do we prevent that? But I know that you have thought a lot about all of this and that you have ways to show us how to prevent those disasters waiting to happen, maybe, from happening. So I'm going to give you the floor and you can take it from here. And I'll come back with questions towards the bottom of the hour.
Fabulous. That was really fun. Yeah, in a nutshell, it's all Ellen Rostrom in the end. That's just where it all goes. Now, somewhere here, I'm expecting Penguin.
Hello. Yes, I'm here.
How's it going, man?
It's going great. How are you?
I am in the middle of launching a thing, and my beard is becoming mighty.
Yeah, I need to pull on mine a little bit more. Keep cutting it.
Yeah, I've been enjoying this process of developing these white stripes over the course of the lockdown. You know, it's like from the pandemic. You know, I've just walked out with this Bride of Frankenstein beard. Now I know kung fu.
Well, if we had to pick a Confucius, you are definitely a great person to lead us.
Can very confuse us. Very confuse us. Cool.
So thanks for joining us today. So I'll kind of lead you in. So we're talking about Mattereum today. As you kind of hinted with the violin structure, it's pretty hard to convert real-world items to things that we can trade on the blockchain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Physical stuff is a very, very distinct domain from digital stuff. They're very, very tricky to unite.
Do you think you could tell us a little bit about your experience with gold and Ethereum and kind of where Mattereum came from?
So, as one of the older folks in the crypto game, my first experience being paid in anonymous digital cash was in the 1999 across into 2000. And I spent about a year being paid 100% in a digital currency called eGold. And eGold had a gold reserve of, I think at peak, about $120 million worth of gold. And remember, in those days, gold was worth about a sixth of what it is now. So we're talking about, today's value, that would have been pushing $1 billion worth of gold. And they managed it using a digital currency system. So there was the kind of main eGold reserve, and you could have account-based centralized stuff in that. And then on top of that, there was a layer of anonymous digital cash operated by, of course, the famous Ian Grigg, the inventor of the Ricardian contract. And Ian had a legal structure that bound his anonymous digital currency directly to ownership of gold in a vault. And I never forgot that. Like, okay, how did he do that? And there was litigation between Ian and some other folks a little further down the line. All of the court documents were there. And it was a complete explanation of the model of that system, how it worked, how it was meant to work, all the rest of this stuff. So, from this, we got a really deep understanding of how this works. And when Mattereum came around, Ian is our chief scientist, right? Largely a notional title now because he helped us figure it out at the beginning and is now off doing other things, but we can pull him back in anytime we need him. And so the same kind of fundamental logic that Ian called the Ricardian contract is what Mattereum started with. Mattereum's initial concept was we were going to offer the Ricardian contract engineering to all of the other companies in the blockchain world that were going to want to do real-world physical asset stuff. And we spent 2 years trying to sell it to them and then realized that nobody else was coming. Like, oh, it's just us. So then we retooled to be like, okay, we'll do the physical asset thing. And here we are.
Great. Yeah, that's definitely one of the entry stories that a lot of people have heard with eGold and kind of creating value and bringing it onto the blockchain. So yeah, thank you very much for helping to carry that through. And as you say, like one of the main ways that we progress is by making sure that we're kind of the feet on the ground and pushing things forward, without kind of the doers or people that are thinking about these things and putting our experiments into practice, we wouldn't make the progress. So I think it's really critical that you are making all this progress. So thank you.
Well, it's certainly a new horizon, isn't it? I mean, if we could get decent fine-grained control of physical things over the blockchain, it puts tens of trillions of dollars of assets within easy reach of smart contracts. And, that really begins to open up some interesting use cases. Like, imagine what happens to DeFi when you could get hold of things like houses and cars inside of lending contracts. The decentralization of things like Airbnb, you just need the ability to get a good, solid handle on an apartment. Then it can become smart contractable.
Yeah, even like the ability to kind of disrupt like an eBay type market is just so powerful because, as I've heard you talk about before with like the consumer economy, is that we're kind of like buying these things that have a life cycle that exceeds our own like intent for them. And there's no real way to kind of capture the life cycle of these, long-term semi-permanent goods that, originally we bought as investments that, now you can't pass off. There's no idea of warranty or even kind of what you have.
It's the knowledge that erodes. Have you ever owned an IBM ThinkPad or a Lenovo ThinkPad?
Yeah, I've had one of those.
So, they kind of run forever, right? They run and they run and they run and they run. They've got all kinds of clever things like liquid handling channels. So if you spill a beer on them, it flows around the electronics rather than through them. It's a nice touch. And, if you're trying to explain to somebody who's about to buy a laptop, you should not buy this brand new Dell, Asus, whatever it happens to be. You ought to buy a second-hand ThinkPad for exactly the same amount of money. They always look at you like, what? How do I know I'm going to get a good one? And you're just kind of like, they're all good ones, right? That's the point. But unless you've been working with computers for a good long time, you don't have any easy way of pointing to the statistical evidence for your gut feeling that they're going to get a longer lasting, more durable, higher spec computer with a secondhand ThinkPad than with a brand new something else, right? And it's the ability to get that statistical evidence where you can say X secondhand is better than Y new that allows you to start doing this comprehensive displacement of demand from new production to old production, right? And that's critical, right? Like, we live in a world where we have relatively flexible needs, right? And if we can retarget those needs onto things that have already been manufactured and pull them out of the waste stream, pull them out of, whatever throwaway place they were going to wind up, what we're doing is we're displacing primary manufacturing. And that either frees up the primary manufacturing to do something more important, or it causes that primary manufacturing to stop existing, which reduces our footprint. It's a way of really thinking systemically about how we get way more fulfillment of need for every unit of matter available. And that to me is the fundamental thing that we're shooting for with Mattereum. Yes, there'll be a phase where we build out the gateway between DeFi and the physical world, and it'll be amazing, right? But the thing that we do after that is we build the road between, the blockchain and the carbon economy, and we start figuring out how to do like really substantial carbon reductions by optimizing the connection between what already exists and what people need.
Yeah, the other key thing that you just brought up that it really stuck out to me, some of the other things that I've heard you say, is like previous goods being better than what's produced now. Like the jeans example is just something that stuck with me so strongly.
I'm wearing them right now. You're looking at them, right? I don't know how old those jeans are, but if you look on eBay, you look for vintage Levi's, they have warehouses that have every color, every size, every leg length. These things must be the size of the place in Indiana Jones and the Temple and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, And it's just because denim from the 70s, 80s, 90s lasts essentially forever. We hadn't invented designed obsolescence at that point. They're better than new. Like, they're substantially better than new. Who wants to wear new jeans? Similarly, this thing that I'm wearing, I've started wearing this stuff basically exclusively. It's like these really heavy cotton canvases or ducks. They just last forever, right? I mean, I think this thing is maybe 10 years old, and you just wear it and wear it and wear it and wear it. And it's not like a sweatshirt, where the sweatshirt, every time you put it through the laundry, it comes out just a little less of itself. With these things, they start having the texture of cardboard, and after they've been through the laundry like maybe 50 times, they begin to feel like clothes. And that as an approach, like, is it any less functional? No, it's exactly as functional. Why don't we do this all the time? Because if we do, we sell a lot less clothes.
Exactly.
And, in the age that we're in, would it hurt us if we began to take an approach where we started considering lifespan? And, if you change style, you sell it, you get pretty much full value for it because it's only just about broken in. Somebody else buys it, they don't have to break it in. Looks as good on you as it did to them. And you begin to have clothing that operates like fleet property. Bicycles like fleet property. Cameras like fleet property. You want a DSLR, you buy it, it costs you $6,000, you sell it again, you sell it for, $5,900. You had a DSLR for 3 months, it cost you $100. Right? It's the efficiency. If the data is perfect and the guarantees are extremely strong, the gap between buy price and sell price narrows and narrows and narrows for the goods which are truly durable. And that changes the manufacturer incentive to produce goods which are truly durable, because when you sell those things, right, and this, by the way, is where OpenSea is such a nice thing. When you sell those things, if you can arrange to take a residual every time the thing is sold, we've now got the correct alignment of incentives for the manufacturing of goods which will last forever and have many owners. And that's what you want for environmentalism. You want a world in which if you made it right the first time and you get paid every time it's transferred, your incentives are to make things which are permanent, beautiful, and will be used forever. And that's what we need. We need an economy of permanence, and it's that residual payment when the thing is sold which gives you the incentives for the economy of permanence.
That's perfect. Yeah, and I have the exact antithesis, like opposite of that example, with my refrigerator. My refrigerator, the last two that I've bought, so they have a 1-year warranty, and of course, 1 year and 3 months later, they break. So you're pretty much like forced to buy the extended warranty because they figure we covered you enough that we needed to, and your critical device that is responsible for making sure that your food is right is now a worthless piece of junk a year later unless you spent that money.
We engineered it very carefully to fall over, right? To fall over exactly 1 month after the warranty was dead. Right? And there's somebody whose job it is to make sure that it falls over then and not any earlier. Yeah, you know that. Right? Imagine being that guy. What's your job? My job is to make sure that the refrigerators don't fail inside of 12 months. Okay? But do fail instead of 13. Who is that guy? How does he live with himself? What's your job? I'm the refrigerator fragility engineer. I have to shape exactly the decay curve for a refrigerator so they don't die too soon and they don't last too long, and that's our point of peak profitability. And it's like,
yeah, how much do we have to do of a class action suit? It's all like an expected payout. Like, how much is it going to cost us rather than making goods that are environmentally responsible and consumer friendly?
We apply the formula like in Fight Club. Right? And this is just, it's terrible, right? This is not, I understand how we got here, but we can't stay here. This is a bad place, right? I talk about, physical things as being either malevolent or benign, right? And almost everything in your environment is malevolent, right? Clothes with polyester, you wash them, they're poisoning the ocean, right? The detergent itself, well, that's kind of killing the rivers. The water that comes out the tap, okay, it's very drinkable, but it's packed with chlorine, and if you're in a crappy area, there's lead in the pipes. It's hard to find an object in your immediate physical environment that is truly benign, right? Organic food, if it wasn't, harvested by people that were pathologically underpaid, like illegal immigrants, often are in America, organic food qualifies, right? Clothing which will last a really long time and is made out of things like wool, arguably okay. Cotton, if it lasts for decades, okay-ish, right? Getting things which are genuinely not bad for anybody and still fill human need is hard. And the result of that is that we're constantly surrounded by objects which are simply externalizing costs from us onto somebody else. And what the hell is the good in that? Right? I don't want to own things which are externalizing costs by making somebody else miserable just so that I can have a thing. So how do we make a world that works?
Especially when you think about all the technology that we use and like where all the semiconductors and chips are coming from for all this stuff. It's not coming from responsibly sourced places.
No, I mean, I've had this off and on campaign to get people to stick pictures of Chinese factory workers on the back of their phones like a sticker, right? Just to remember where this stuff comes from and who really makes it. Needless to say, that was not a very popular campaign. People found that hard to relate to as a proposal. I can't think why.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the things that we're talking about are not really popular thoughts or opinions, but it's something that, as you know, global warming and our the world is changing, you know, we have to consider. And a lot of these places that even say that they're responsibly recycling, there have been like journalists that are tracking it, and it still just gets shipped overseas and dumped.
That's right. That's right. Because people are lying. They're just fit. And to me, like, you know, everybody's got their story about how blockchain is going to change the world, right? You know, kill the Federal Reserve. That was a popular story for quite a long time. Now we've got a lot of stuff like radical markets. There are lots of models of how it's going to work. The DAO, oh, we're going to build all these community DAOs, you know, government. Blah, blah, blah. Everybody's got the model. For me, the blockchain is just the thing that is the computing architecture which is close enough to what we need to solve the governance problems which are wrecking the world. Right? It's an exquisitely finely tuned technology for doing governance because you can see who's making the decisions, you can see what data they're making the decisions on. You could get them to pre-commit to decisions because they lock the decision into a smart contract, and then when the conditions are met, the money automatically flows. That's what you want, right? You know, we promise that if inner city crime rises to this level, we'll release $28 million a year for school funding from that point onward. Right? Amazing. Well, okay, you could pass a law, but then people will change the law, right? What you want is unbreakable commitments from government, right? A law that can't be taken back. Represent it as software. Build it directly into the budgeting system. You don't even see the money. It just goes. And that sounds a little absurd, but the more I learn about how law is made, the more I think, like, you know, it's like trying to run a business on paper. The lawmakers have no real, you know, they're not sitting there with laptops in Parliament or the Senate, you know, passing backwards and forwards the model of what the world will look like when the law is passed with all the data attached to it. That might happen when the law was being drafted. But for the most part, they're a bunch of retired lawyers or professional actors who happen to be called politicians staring at pieces of paper that they barely understand the underlying data structures of, and then signing off on that's going to be the way the world runs. It's appalling. I mean, it's just the worst thing ever. And to me, this is the target, right? You know, really durable automation of the creation of law so that you can actually build the numerical models of things like the economy or the climate or the healthcare system. You build the numerical models right into the systems of government, and you say, you know, when this model explains these characteristics, you're going to have to change the budget in these ways. And then all the arguments are about, well, how accurate is the model? Anyway, I'm ranting, but you get the notion, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's perfect. Like Sparrow originally asked me at the start of today, like what I thought about basically the on-chain and how things, if we should try and hide how the blockchain works, or if it's important to have that education. And I think you're demonstrating further the importance of like understanding how things work and being able to see how your politician is voting. That's like a critical part that right now we have pretty much no visibility unless you want to watch C-SPAN or something all day. And even then, you know, the chances of them actually talking about something or making a decision is probably going to be in lawyer speak.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, lawyer speak, you know, I mean, I've spent a lot of time learning to understand kind of what lawyers are saying. The problem is not so much lawyer speak. Lawyer speak is a symptom, right? The problem is that the material world is really complicated, you know, and it's too complicated for the tools that we had available other than being vague and complicated in English to manage. Like almost all of a legal contract, it's just exception handling code on a process. You know, like take a package delivery, right? That, you know, 300-page boilerplate that FedEx makes you sign when you ship a package with FedEx. It's just a list of exceptions, like you would get at the bottom of an if-then statement. You know, like a try-catch block in Python.
Mm-hmm.
You know, try is like 15 lines. I will deliver the package to your house. If you're not in, I'll come back the next day. If you're not in the day after that, I'll try one more time. Then I'll call you and it'll be in the depot. And then you have to come and pick it up because we won't bring it again, right? Try. Catch, 300 pages of legal text.
Finally, destroy box.
Right? Auction to highest bidder. Boom, there you go. So that as a notion, right? What Mattereum are doing, or we're starting with the simplest assets. This is a silver bar rather than a gold one. If this was a gold bar, it would be worth a lot of money. But it's a silver bar, right? And you can see on it, there's a bunch of metadata about the bar right here. Here's your metadata. And, manufacturer, signature, content of silver and weight. So bars like this, but made of gold, in vaults in Singapore from a friend of ours. And this is basically the bringing of the e-gold mindset right up, bang up to date for the blockchain. And the critical thing about that model is the gold bars are numbered and what they call allocated. So were one to have an NFT that was tied to one of these bars, the NFT isn't a generic promise that somebody will give you a gold bar if they have one left when you come to the shop. It's a direct promise that we are storing your gold bar with the following number, and it will damn well be there when you ask for it. Right? And that is really the key, right? It's your property in their vault, and the NFT records the fact that your property is in their vault. The NFT doesn't record the fact that they owe you a bar, right? And that totally changes the precedence of operations in something like bankruptcy proceedings, because if it's your bar, it cannot be used to pay somebody else's debts. The only place that bar can go is back to you.
I think that's critical. And like one of the things we talked about with like MetaFactory is like NFTs have the ability to capture the status of an item. So like, for something like one of the Star Wars toys, if you open it and it's no longer in the box, it instantly loses a lot of that value because the value is how it's stored and the way that it's preserved. So being able to, like, with the blockchain, you can essentially put it back in its box. If you had a certificate of authenticity with, the doll or whatever it is, that pairing of the data with the physical item is key to its ownership and certification of what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the vaults are integral to that. So for the Shatner drop, which by the way is Monday, right? William Shatner's 90th birthday, so we are beavering away Monday, right? Now, watch us make a balls of it, and it's actually Wednesday, but I'm telling you, it's going to be Monday.
Well, I'll be there Monday for sure.
Monday.
There's also another crazy project.
They're going to tell me it's still Monday. Pray God. So yeah, we're in the pre-fight nervousness period. Like, oh my God, we're going to miss his birthday. Crap. But Monday, right? The objects are in a vault, right? The NFT goes up. The NFT has within it a legal document that says, hey, by the way, right? If you are the owner of this NFT, you've got the right to get the thing out of the vault, right? And then these things trade on OpenSea, buy, sell, trade, auction, swap for a spare poodle, whatever you happen to want to do. And the authenticity is that they've never left the custody of the people that originally told you they were authentic, right? I vouch that this is authentic. Now I put it into the vault. The vault guarantees not to touch it other than to keep it safe. And I guarantee that it went into the vault and I didn't take it back out again. Really solid locking where there's a good tight tie between the NFT and the thing in the vault. And a little further down the line, we're going to put a whole new class of legal structures between the NFT and the thing in the vault, which will continue to provide it protection when it leaves the vault, which is the really clever part.
Yeah, definitely. And that's kind of one of the things that I've been helping work on with a project on the sidelines through this for you. NTFA, never touch fiat again.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah. So especially when we're talking about gold bars and we're talking about how to verify where they are in a vault and ownership, I think that's really critical. And especially with NFT days, I wanted to make sure that we incorporated them into some NFTs. So I have a quick demo of a site that me and my team worked on for the NTFA site, if you want to see the demo.
Yeah, show me things.
So obviously this is still a work in progress, but my team, the NTFA team, has been hard at working.
Is that a Lambo with is that a gold Lambo with a rocket launcher on it?
It's actually better than Lambo. This is a Vector V12. It's kind of like one of my dream cars from when I was a kid. They hand make these cars, and they usually make like 20 to 40 of them a year.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And I remember as a kid, just one of my friends had a poster of these with the machine guns as the headlights. So,
but now we live in a new world, which is why it has to be a rocket launcher.
Yeah. And, you know, I mean, so as we see in the app, as I scroll down, I basically draw the question of like, you know, what is the value of currency and the currency specifically that we're using, where it's been depreciated and people are able to print pretty much as much as they want. So we got the Vector, you know, helping people win.
Yeah. Because, you know, I grew up playing video games that looked exactly like that. That looks like a fun game to me. So, you know, this concept, right? You're talking about going directly from Bitcoin to gold rather than going through dollars, right? That's the core of the crux of the idea.
Yeah, the crux of the idea is to make sure that the value NFTs that we're creating have real world value as well as the intrinsic aesthetic value of amazing art. So we're making sure that the value proposition is baked into a hard asset like gold. And so specifically, we secured 100 gram bars, 50 gram bars, and 1 ounce bars that we're going to sell from NTFA.
Very nice. I like that a lot. And I mean, this, right? This is how you really get the world to move, right? A nice strong link between Bitcoin and gold. You know, it's kind of like Bitcoin here, Ethereum in the middle to handle all the NFT business, and then on the other side, you know, the NFT, the gold world, right? That framework, it doesn't matter like how much gold you've got or, you know, how much Bitcoin you have. Like, you can just adjust your risk slider between Bitcoin and gold. The hardest thing, which is commonly traded on one side, and, you know, this hyper risky techno-futurist stuff on the other. And you just decide, you know, okay, you're going to be 95% long Bitcoin, 5% gold, or you're going to be 30% Bitcoin, 70% gold. Like, wherever you want to be, whatever your risk tolerance is on any given day, you just adjust your Bitcoin to gold ratio and you're golden. You're literally right where you want to be.
Yeah, I think one of the other amazing parts about it is that it's one of the first true values lock that I've seen aside from like a bonding curve. Like, so a bonding curve basically locks in part of your price into what you're buying. But this is locking real world gold that someone can go pick up in Singapore through Mattereum's contract that assures you that, you know, legally the gold is tied to the NFT. So
and, you know, once you've got the gold in those NFTs, you can feed them right into the DeFi ecosystem right there. Lock them and borrow against them, whatever you want to do.
So we had a question come in on the Discord, and that is also a question that has been in the back of my mind since I joined the blockchain space, because I came basically to try and tie physical artworks to blockchain records.
There you go.
So what is your preferred mapping? What is your preferred method of tying the physical? I know that you said with the gold bars, it's the serial number, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if we're talking about other kinds of assets, what would be your preferred method of tying that physical asset to the blockchain record?
So there are two questions here. There's where is the asset, and then there's what is the asset. And those are two subtly different questions. So the way that I like to think about this is that you get a condition report for the object. So you know exactly the condition it's in and what it is. Then you push it into a vault. And once it's in the vault, its condition should no longer change. The vault essentially stops time for the asset. And a vault that doesn't do that is a bad vault, right? Time stops. The asset continues to sit. So when the asset comes back out again, you need to be able to take the records from T1 at the beginning and compare it to the thing that came out of the vault T2, and you need to verify that these are the same thing, right? Mm-hmm. And it's that verification that these assets are the same asset that is the hard part. So initially, one of the technologies we're using is a chipset by a company called ARCS. And that does a digital signature of an NFC, right? So you hold your phone against it, it has a key pair on the chip, it does a digital signature on the chip, and then it reports back to your phone what it is.
Yeah.
And if you stick that onto an object which is sufficiently fragile, it's not coming off without damaging the original goods. And that gives you a pretty strong guarantee that if the chip is on there, it's on there. But how long is the safety window of that technology? Because probably, if every year there's 1 or 2 or 5% chance it gets hacked, at some point, gradually the security goes down to zero, particularly if somebody, for example, breaks one of the big crypto algorithms. So you have to think of this as being sliding windows of different kinds of security. For the Stradivarius violins, we ID them by CAT scan. So you literally just take the thing down to a medical clinic and you have them take a 3-day x-ray of it. And then an expert compares the CAT scan to a previous CAT scan and says, okay, these match, these are the same violin. But that as an approach, it's $1,000 or $1,500 for the CAT scan, and then you've got to pay the expert to make the judgment call. So it has to be kind of horses for courses. And there's a window of safety with the CAT scan between when we started CAT scanning violins and getting these records for them, to the point where we can do some kind of weird molecular reconstruction to make something that looks identical on a CAT scan, and the forgers have molecular printers.
I mean, I remember reading about some projects where, diamonds were digitally laser imprinted, and those
numbers on.
And those records were stored on the blockchain so that diamond could then be authenticated, which brings me to another question, because I believe that was a project that was done on a private blockchain.
The ledger, probably.
Yeah, it was. So the difference between private blockchains and public blockchains in the last 2 minutes that we have before the next speaker?
So, I mean, the bottom line is that a private blockchain is going to get altered by anybody inside of the group that created it, right? If they have a big legal problem, we are all hosed, whoa, right? Then they're going to go back and they're going to change state on the private blockchain because there's nothing to stop them doing that, right? The only way that it makes sense to use private blockchains for anything is if you're constantly synchronizing the state vector to a public blockchain. So if they do go back and edit history, it's obvious. And I think that
so accountability rather than always keeping, just leaving a trail.
Leaving a trail. But that said, why would you not use a public blockchain for something that was important, right? I really, really think that, if you're going to do this kind of smart property stuff, yes, it is expensive to use the public chain, but that will change. The public chains are going to get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, right? If not Ethereum 2, then something else will come along, or you'll wind up with hybrid systems all glued together by Polkadot, or it'll all wind up on Avalanche. There are a whole bunch of different potential futures here. We're hedging our bets. We're going to be doing some stuff with Avalanche very soon. All of those systems together, I've no doubt at all that 5 years from now, the price of a blockchain transaction will be like a rounding error on a nickel. And at that point, I think you're just going to see an enormous flight of physical goods onto the chain, because you need it for environmental and you need it for anti-counterfeiting. And those are, two gigantic problems. Amazon keeps getting hauled into court for selling counterfeit goods on their platform. And to me, this is how we break into the mainstream, right? I mean, it's really about, you go shopping, you come back Apple gives you an NFT wallet on your new iPhone, and you go shopping, and the stuff that you buy from big brands shows up in your phone as NFTs, and you can drag the NFT onto the eBay button, and it automatically lists it with all the condition reporting stuff there. You drop it off at this store, they'll do the condition report, they'll take the goods, they'll put them in a box, and when it sells, they'll ship it for you, and it's just a single integrated process. It's greener than hell.
I want to live in your world.
Well, we're gonna. That's the point, right? But that's all. I mean, to me, this is just the thing the blockchain is going to go mainstream for doing.
Yeah. It's the thing that it is going to do.
Because it fills two really huge, obvious, visible social needs that very ordinary people can immediately understand, right? You know, you don't want to throw it away when you're done with it. You want to sell it, and you don't want it to fall apart before you sell it, because then you're losing money. Like, we don't need to think about Hayek. We don't need to think about monetary policy. We don't need to think about the gold standard. You know, we don't need to think about Bretton Woods in 1971 and the deflation of the dollar. We don't have to think about central banking, right? We don't have to think about encryption. You just have this experience of when you're done using something, somebody else buys it at a really good price, and nothing is wasted. And it's all the same technology. The payments might even be in Bitcoin, but you know, at the end of the day, it's just a single integrated system that handles the goods.
And being able to account for all of the external costs is key, because without something like blockchain technology managing that automatically, it's just never going to happen, I don't think.
That's right. And I mean, it's not even that it becomes automatic, but it provides places for the people who are solving those problems to work together to solve them. Because right now there's no venue, right? If you take the people that are unionizing in, say, Indonesia to try and get fair pay for the shoes that they're making, and you take the people over here who are complaining that the shoes are always falling apart because they aren't made properly, you know, these people could cut a deal. Like, you pay us so that we're working 40 hours rather than 65 hours, and we will make shoes that don't fall apart because we're exhausted and we make mistakes. How would that be? Right? You know,
that's true globalization, not market capitalism globalization, right?
the big corporations work very hard to hide the people that manufacture your goods from you. But once you've got something like a blockchain in the mix, imagine an Apple union that was made half of consumers and half of Apple workers discussing the behavior of the Apple Corporation, right? Consumer unionization, right? Here's 10 million people, they pay $10 a month, right, into a fund which tests all Apple new products for security, privacy, ergonomics, longevity, litigates when Apple breaks consumer protection laws, pushes them on privacy, pushes them on things like kicking good apps out of the App Store, kicks them on unfair business practices, right? You know, that would be $100 million a month budget from Apple users to improve Apple's behavior and treatment of users. Well, if you're going to build that consumer union, why would you not also have Apple manufacturing people working in, you know, tandem with that union to talk about labor practices, to talk about software licensing, to talk about how whatever is being done which is exploiting Apple workers?
All of the governance decisions.
All of the governance. It's the natural counterparty to corporate power is you have to add buyers to the unionization of workers to get this kind of encircling of the companies, where the workers on one side, the buyers on one side and the workers on the other have the companies sandwiched in the middle, and they're both arguing for their interests relative to the corporate overlords. This is how we get the corporations back under control, because the state is not going to do it with antitrust law.
No, I agree.
Anyway,
we've overrun. I'm sorry. I could talk to you for about an hour more, though. This is really good stuff.
Only an hour? I'm pretty sure we could talk for a week and only touch the surface.
All right. Well, thank you very much. It was fun hanging out, and I look forward to buying some of your gold, Penguin, if I can afford it.
Thank you so much, Vinny, and it was a pleasure speaking with you. Bye.
Right. So from the real world and Mattereum, we're going to go to the virtual world and the metaverse with Jin. I know that we're running behind. Unfortunately, that's my fault entirely. So I'm just going to hand it straight over to Jin so that I don't delay anything else anymore.
I'm going to take 10 seconds. I just want to say that
you are.
I've been waiting for almost 3 hours. There's 87,000 people in front of me and only about 1,000 packs left. So that's just the update from Top Shots. Sorry, Jen. I'll let you take it away.
Wow. Yeah, thanks. Can you all hear me all right?
I hear you great.
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I just wanted to give an overview of Webaverse, what we're doing there, why it matters, and I'll I'll go ahead and start. Well, a little background about me. Been doing virtual worlds for 7 years now. A lot of open source VR development. And when it comes to like making virtual worlds, it's very fun, time consuming, but it's hard to make a living out of it. And I think that NFTs and Web3 really help solve the missing value loops for people to make it more than just a hobby. And so the thing is, there's a lot of friction and onboarding into Web3. And so we kind of started out with a Discord bot, and you can interact with it just by typing commands into Discord. So like in terms of like the metaverse, we kind of think of it as something that it goes beyond just one platform. It is multi-platform, and we're not trying to build, just another virtual world with Webaverse. It's kind of more of the connective tissue between all the other worlds. And all the other worlds like Decentraland and Crypto Voxels and Janus and all these other great projects, they all have a Discord community. So why not just start there, meet users where they're at? So on Discord, what we have is a bot, and this bot allows you to mint NFTs with drag and drop. So I'll just drag and drop an image. You can do different NFT types. So I'll mint this image here by typing .mint, and then boom, it mints it onto a sidechain. And so there's no cost, it's instant. And if you want to move it to the main chain and soon the layer 2, we're working on Matic integration, then it's accessible on the global marketplace and there can be value flowing through there. When you mint something using the bot, it kind of takes you down a rabbit hole. You get this link to the asset, you click this link, and then we have different representations of these NFTs. One of them is, in your inventory. So if I type .inventory into Discord, page 2, you'll see, in the command line version, there's your NFT with IPFS hash and everything. And then when you click it, it shows you this trading card preview. Trading cards are kind of like this kind of native collectible format. A lot of people think of collectibles like digital pets or trading cards. So here's one of them. And then you could trade it. You could transfer to mainnet. You could set it as your avatar, add it to your loadout. That's like a future thing. You could burn it, try in Webaverse. So this takes you into kind of like this 3D area in which you could view what your NFT looks like in the virtual world. I probably have too many tabs open. We'll see. And there it is. And so then with the Discord bot, you could also hit that play. It's going to DM you a link, or it DMs you, and that takes you into the virtual world. If you want to go into multiplayer world, we have multiplayer realms. If you want to transfer the NFT to somebody, I'll transfer it right now to, so that was NFT number 39. I'll transfer it to my friend.
Search up our name. Always send it to me, Jin.
I'll send you an NFT also. In fact, just to show, like, it doesn't have to be just images. You could mint 3D models as well. So here I minted a 3D model. It's a bowl of cereal. I'm not sure if the image preview is working great, but there it is. And I'm going to transfer that NFT to Penguin.
I love Cyril. Thank you so much.
And so it's interesting because it does all this kind of like real time. You can even do like RuneScape style trading as well. So you can do .trade and a username, and you know, instead of just like typing addresses and whatnot, you have very easy kind of like, you know, Discord handles, which we're kind of used to already. And so I can add like to this trade like 30 silk to it. I can add let me see. Add 31. Let it go. For trade. I'll look at that later. But yeah, we can trade fungible and non-fungible tokens at the same time directly in Discord, which opens up this like, oh, add FT. Oh, I see. Add FT 130. Oh, there it is. So I added 30 silk, and I could also add, I'll just do number 12. Add NFT 12 or 112. So I am now trading 30 fungible tokens and 1 non-fungible token to my friend. I'll hit check mark. Cool. So yeah, we created this kind of like easy drag and drop interface to Web3 and Discord so that we could essentially everybody in the server now can interact with the blockchain, you know, without having any prerequisite software they had to install. And so that was like step one. And step two is, you know, the things that you're minting and trading in Discord can now be accessible in the virtual world. So now it's trading. Okay, I'll show you the virtual world. So if you type .play on Discord, or if you hit play on the website, it will take you into the virtual world. Let me see if I can make the screen bigger. So we're building this in the browser. It's all made with open source ingredients. If you need to change your avatar, you could mint something, or you could drag and drop something. I will drag and drop another avatar here real quick. Just something generic. Let me see. I'll add this cool orange. Cool potato. Okay. So you can drag and drop directly into the browser window, and when you hit tab, your inventory shows you the NFTs, the stuff that you minted in Discord or from the website. And so it's kind of like designing around the user instead of like designing around virtual land, which is something that we want to explore, because all the other virtual worlds, Decentraland, Somnium Space, CryptoVoxels, they kind of go with the land first approach where they sell empty land and then people make stuff on it. What we want to do is make a really cool virtual world in which we have custom avatars, we have VoIP, it integrates into Discord, and then like the land can be more so like a portal into other worlds. So it's all connected by this street. in this street is season 1. And we're thinking every 10 weeks or so, kind of like same as Fortnite, this street will expand with new features, new content, new collaborations. And that allows us like some flexibility as to like what things are working, what things aren't working. And so we can kind of fine tune and adjust along the way. And we really just want to make like a really fun experience first, even if you like there was no crypto aspect to it. So kind of stuck below the world. And so with Webaverse, we also are tying into different editors like Blender and Spoke, and then that export into NFT. So we're trying to be composable, not reinvent stuff, but rather just glue things together. And we're exploring NFT pets, NFT vehicles and mounts. I can show you a video here where, let me see. So in this video, you see there's like this pet. It's user-generated content in terms of pets. And that's very different from like Pokemon or even Axes and stuff, things that are just made from like a studio and then distributed. We want to explore how crypto artists can collaborate on new canvases such as operable NFTs. And the reason also why we're on a sidechain is, as you can see in this video, Avier opens up a chest and then starts walking over these objects. That is Silk and NFTs. If we were operating on the Ethereum mainnet, it would have costed a fortune to just pick up that loot. But because it's all on a sidechain, it's instant and fast and free. And we want to explore interactions between NFTs. Virtual worlds are like the ultimate compositor for such. So one thing that he just did was throw like NFT pet food, in which like your pet can then chase around and follow. And eventually we want pets to become smarter. So we're exploring multi-format NFTs in a way of like, it's kind of like a tokenized GitHub project in a way. The original creator can update it. There can be version control. So version 1.1 of the pet can come out with smarter attributes or higher graphics. And here's like an example where, you know, going into a place where there's aggro NPCs. So it's just building on top of these building blocks, like first pets and now like NPCs with detection. And it's a virtual world where we're exploring like, okay, what if like we have these building blocks to make fun gameplay out of it? And how do these NFTs interact with each other? And that's the kind of stuff that we really want to explore. There's just blue skies in terms of types of interactions that you can have when you open up the virtual world where everything becomes tokenized, and then creators can earn royalties from it. And it's really fun because, you know, there's a lot of collaborations happening in the crypto art scene between visual artists and audio and visual artists. But now imagine if like you can have the game being totally tokenized from the aspect of pets, wearables, avatars, land, NPCs, animations, background music, scores, you know, everything. It's the ultimate collaboration. And so that's what we're exploring, and we want to connect it between all of these different communities. And because we're really interested in building a web, not so much of, you know, another virtual world, which it's like people already have land and multiple platforms and attention's kind of split between them. We want to meet users where they are. And one of the reasons why we called it Silk was like an analogy to the Silk Road, because we've always been interested in interoperability, and we have the tech, but we don't have the incentives. And the ancient Silk Road connected the world back then, thousands of years ago, through value loops, through trade. And that trade route also brought with it culture and other things. So it's kind of an analogy of connecting these disparate virtual worlds and communities through value loops so that there's more incentives to be interoperable. And we see that happening with crypto art, because crypto artists want to have their art galleries being on display in these different places. But it's going to evolve from just 2D art into operable NFTs, where you can meet up somebody and have a battle with your axes, or play a game of Gods Unchained, or, drop a hoverboard and skate around. And all these things are made by users, and could be, we're working on a provenance inspector in which you could essentially kind of view the world in matrix vision and see who made what, who owns it, last sale price, all that kind of information that you get from OpenSea and whatnot. So that's basically the premise of Webaverse. We're still in season 0 right now. And what we're interested in is working with people to help us build and maintain this project. It's got a lot of moving parts. We have bots, we have the 3D world aspect, code's open source, and so if anybody's interested in learning more, come chat with us in Discord. There's a lot of exciting stuff happening in the pipeline, such as an animation system. So people can collaborate on making short films, cutscenes together, and things that can loop and kind of market the NFTs. Because when it comes to NFTs, it's like we're not trying to sell the product; we're trying to sell the story, and we want to put the power in the artist's hands to create their own stories from it. And I think this could be the future of work for VR, where people show up in virtual reality in the future to essentially create these virtual productions. And that is a collaboration that I think is very fitting for AR and VR technology, because you've got, avatar and world creators become set designers and costume artists and directors and animation experts and lighting. All these parts come to play, and it's the ultimate playground for composability in many different aspects. So, yeah.
I mean, to me, it sounds like the only limit here is someone's imagination. Yeah?
In a sense, yeah. I mean, we could pretty much build anything. We're not limited to one aesthetic, and we're not limited to kind of mid space, because the parcels are kind of more like landmarks that can teleport you into other worlds. So if you made something in Decentraland or Crypto Voxels and you want to link it to the street, you could do that, and then it could traverse you into that world.
I love the nod to Snow Crash with the naming of the street.
Yeah, definitely a heavy inspiration. Reread that book last year, and we truly do want to build the metaverse as inspired when reading that book.
But not with a virus, I hope. Not another virus.
Yeah, we'll try and avoid some of the pitfalls of it, but we want to do stuff like, when Hyro was able to walk past the force field to the Black Sun, we have a command in the Discord. It's called .redeem, and it allows you to unlock channels in Discord based on an NFT that you have in your wallet. And that NFT as well in a virtual world will allow you to walk through a place on the street. So you could access places in the virtual world.
So you have that you know, I mean, they really were describing smart contracts, right? When they were talking about all the scripts that ran underneath that made everything work. They were really talking about smart contracts that got executed at certain, you know, on certain conditions.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. The association that kind of maintains the street protocols and whatnot. I think when it comes to like Web3 as well, like we're trying to build all that. Like NFTs are kind of like the here to think about them in terms of like media players. The browser is like the ultimate universal media player for NFTs. And so we're trying to build it all like using web technology and WebGL. It's pretty young compared to other ecosystems like Native Land, like Unity and Unreal. 10 years old now, but it's getting way more advanced. And with WebAssembly and WebGPU, the gap in performance is going to very quickly close. And so like really rich experiences will be deliverable to, you know, everybody, because the web is like got the most reach out of any platform.
Definitely. And I mean, it certainly speaks to me because I run Linux on my ThinkPad, as a nod to Vinay's earlier discussion. My ThinkPad
yeah.
just keeps going and going and going.
I have a ThinkPad right next to me running Linux.
And so I feel sort of locked out of some of these other virtual worlds because I don't run Windows, right? But this looks really appealing to me.
Yeah, it runs pretty smooth. A lot is WebAssembly underneath the hood. And if you ever get VR in the future, all this stuff runs VR as well.
Cool. I mean, most of that's tied to Windows also, so I'm waiting for that to not be.
Yeah. One of the things we want to explore is animating your character just using VTuber software. Rather than being in VR to, you know, move your hands and whatnot. It's kind of like you can animate your character just using a webcam.
Cool. Lots of potential. That's great. Thank you for sharing all of the new developments, Jin.
Yeah, Jin,
no problem.
People that's just like the VR masters. Like we're all still on like the Web3 stuff, and Jin is like, guys, Web4 is really where you should be. We should be combining this with everything in virtual reality too.
The Discord integration is like, wow.
Yeah, Jin and the team over there are some of the few people that are further ahead in bots than me, and I've loved going in there and bug testing and testing it out with them. So yeah, thank you so much, Jin, for progressing the bot space as well as matrix bridges. I think you were one of the people that was kind of introducing matrix bridges to the rest of us as well.
Yeah, that's a really cool thing, how we're connecting our Discords, like servers together, having like a walkie-talkie network between them, and between virtual worlds. It's truly kind of getting more web-like, you know?
They're like hyperlinks back and forth, yeah.
Yeah, especially as we talked about like Moloch interrupting our ability to effectively work with each other. You know, Jin is like actively breaking down crazy walls that allow us to work better together.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll hopefully be in that Discord later on today once all of the talks today finish, because I want to explore.
Yeah, ping me and I'll send you some silk and show you how to make cool stuff.
Cool.
Thank you so much, Jane.
No problem.
Yes, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks for putting this all together. I'll catch y'all later.
Yeah. So I'm going to step into the next slot. We had a bit of a shakeup with the schedule, and it's pretty late for Alex, so he's not going to be able to make it today.
Okay.
So that's unfortunate, but you know we understand that it's difficult to be global and also still kind of be in these time slots.
And you are never a disappointment, Penguin. So it's not like, it's a second-rate fill-in. We know that you always have interesting things to talk about.
And I did, so I was supposed to speak later about something. Chievmint is what I'm going to talk about now. But I bumped myself later and figured out I would try and figure out where I could talk about Chievmint because I think it's critical as well. And I gave my slot to Nate Alex. After I gave him the shout out, he reached out to me, and so he's going to make it on later as well. So I'm really excited.
That's a win. Cool.
Yeah. So
okay. Talk about, just sliding in under the radar, just slotting in everything. The universe just works sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like our energies know what we need, and that's part of how we spiritually connect to each other. It's not a verbal communication; it's just the energy knows.
It's kind of how I know I'm going in the right direction when things just work, and you don't get that resistance. You kind of know you're doing the right thing. So, good job. I'll leave you to talk about Chievmint.
Okay, thank you very much, Farrell. I will see you soon.
Yep.
So Chievmint spun off kind of as a meta DAO, and Deacon, as we met yesterday from Uberhouse, is one of the key players that helped start Chievmint, and also a lot of the other key players from our group. So Lucas, he's huge. Simano for helping us out. And pretty much all of the representatives from the collective DAOs have really come together to form Chievmint. And what Chievmint is a community-sourced set of awards. So think of these like the Academy Awards, but instead of them being presented by people from Hollywood, they are put forth by the people of our community. Let me bring up Chievmint, and I can show you the site. So also, Chievmint is a huge effort from the people of MetaGame. So specifically, I want to throw a big shout out to Luxembourg for getting the video player working, and for also helping to make sure that the UI is fresh and popping. And so let me share my screen. So, Chievmint community. Let's go back. Turn on my video. Okay, now we've got me, and we've got a loading Chievmint. So, Chievmint is kind of in between NFTs and social connections. Everything that is done with an NFT first kind of ethos, and that's everything from the way that we mint. So we mint on XDAI, and I built a bot very similar to. Let's get the right screen on my slides. So it's very similar to Jin's Webaverse bot, and the fact that we are able to mint and send things through Discord interactions. And that was largely in part from me. So I've got a Discord framework that I use for my bots that is able to distribute and mint NFTs. And to put into perspective how cheap it is to mint with XDAI versus traditional Ethereum, for us to mint 358 NFTs and send them to people, it costs 1 penny, where you couldn't get anywhere near 1 NFTs with a single penny. So each one of the communities that is part of Chievmint has had a chance to make NFTs that we distribute both on the website, the app, Chievmint, as well as through Discord. So if you give someone a mushroom emoji, it will mint them a 1-up instantly. So you can try that in the MetaGame Discord, as well as the Chieve Discord and Defiant Pixel Society Discord. All the Discords that have begun to start using the Chieve bot, you're able to send the mushroom for 1-ups. And 1-ups started from Jonathan Dunlap and basically a need for recognizing social contributions and being able to quickly pat each other on the back with something that was recognizable by people in the space. So we started 1-upping each other last year, and eventually that team became Collabland. So that took a little bit of a back burner. 1-up took a little bit of a back burner, but the need to recognize each other socially and also mint NFTs never went away. So when XDAI was becoming popular, Raid Guild made a bunch of raids to start making interesting things on XDAI. So a lot of the tools that started on XDAI came from the Steakhouse and a lot of people getting involved in the space to further the Ethereum ecosystem. So a lot of the things that we hear are like Ethereum killers, but I think Matic, Polygon, and XDAI are critical solutions to us being able to use Ethereum. And the fact that they are EVM compatible means that we are still using all of the tools from Ethereum, just not the same contracts. So we're able to replicate a lot of the efforts that we've put in over the years, or projects that have done things the right way, and we're able to repeat them and do them again on XDAI in a way that we're able to actually interact with them. This is one of the NFTs that I made with Chievmint Tree. So for Christmas, a bunch of the different groups got together and made Christmas cards for each other. So you can see MetaGame has several of them. We have the MetaFam tree lights. We've got MetaCartel. So for the second birthday of Moloch, basically everyone that had been involved in a Moloch DAO got airdropped tokens. So we can check the details and we can see just how many went out there. So we got the top 10 leaderboard. One of the other cool things about Chievmint Tree is it, as I said, it's NFT first. So I can come in here and I can look at the Chieve stream and I can see, look, the new minter in the house. So if I give this a thumbs up, this will actually mint an NFT. Oh, look, here's the Chieve token I bought last night. So this is the Chieve token number 1. So I made sure to get one of these because Chieve is only gonna grow, and you'll learn more about Chieve if you are participating in some of the NFT giveaways as part of MetaFEST. So a lot of the NFTs that we're going to be giving out are going to be on XDAI and minted with Chievmint. And so stick around for this week and for the party day when we hand out our rank awards. So you'll be able to see some of the amazing work that the Defiant Pixel Society has done for preparing the awards, as well as a chance to win a lot of really amazing, cool art through the raffles. We're also making pieces for the art auction. So yeah, Chievmint is really a recognition of different people in the space. And we just finished our first community awards. So the first community awards, we set up snapshot voting to recognize 3 different categories. We recognized Slayers of Moloch, who were leaders in our community. We recognized builders and people that were also doing our community operations. So all 3 of those are critical roles that allow our communities to function properly, as well as there are leaders and the people that are building the tools that we all use. So, there's going to be an award ceremony for Chieve later as well. And anyone that was nominated are people that are the top of our ecosystem, and our ability to recognize that value and to give back, even with token NFTs, is motivation to keep doing what we're doing. It builds a collaborative environment, and it suggests that, we are seeing what people do, and even just like the recognition of effort and the ability to say, thank you to the people that are building these tools, I think is critical to ensuring that they feel supported and to help fulfill their inclusive needs. Like, a lot of the stuff that we do is very selfless, and we do kind of because we want to be working with cool people and doing these fun things. And I think having that builder, doer, geek mindset is critical. And I wouldn't be enjoying what I do if there wasn't kind of that paired recognition, and even from people that you respect. There's not an ego that's associated with this. It's much more akin to wanting to share everything that we do. And we've heard that throughout the week, both with DAOs and with tokenomics. And, we really see that with NFTs as well. Like, there's not one section of Web3 that is very selfish. Every single aspect of it is about making sure that we recognize each other and that we connect in meaningful and positive ways. And I think that awards like the Way and the Shannon and these premier awards that Chievmint does are not only like ways that we support each other, but they're things that we can kind of look back on as like rites of passage. And as we establish these skill sets and skill trees, and we look towards what will happen after, after mass adoption, like what's going to happen in the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. And I want to make sure that the people that are building the tools today know that we want them to build the tools of tomorrow, and that they will have the support that they need to get it done. Too often, the utility that we depend on every single day is left to people that are unsupported and have no means of recognition, let alone financial gains from the critical work that they do. And if we look at things like the JavaScript open source frameworks, we can see that many of these tools that we use are supported by 1 or 2 people. And the human capital that we extract is people, So we need to make sure that we're not extracting value from people. We're putting people in a position that they can support themselves through their value creation, that no one is standing in between their creative means and their reward. And we do that through basically allowing people to enhance their networks and by also recognition. So let me go through some of the Chieves right now. So this is the one up that I'm talking about. So if you give someone the thumbs up or the mushroom in Discord, it will send them that. Also, if you were to come in here and click like, when it does the like, what it does is it will actually mint a like for this NFT and put it in the Chieve stream. So you can see Penguin is leading the leaderboard for 1-ups. I admit I probably cheated a little bit by making the bot, but I didn't take any 1-ups myself early. I think I got 1 testing, and that's it. Everything else has been me bugging people to feed me mushrooms, I think. But I think having that ability to interact with NFTs in a way that is friendly and does continue that education purpose of what the blockchain is possible. And the fact that we're doing it with NFTs is a really powerful way to connect with people and share our experience.
The connecting with people, I think, is really key to growing this space, right? Because it's only going to matter more. The relationships, the connections that we form now need to be able to expand to all of the new people who are coming in. So my question really is, I know that at the moment, Chievmint is quite DAO focused. A lot of the new people coming into the space may not be familiar with DAOs, but they'll join a Discord, right? So although they're not familiar with DAO software, like a Moloch DAO or, you know, a Colony DAO or something like that, being a part of a Discord like Metagame's Discord is really being a part of a distributed autonomous organization, even if you have no membership or idea about voting in a DAO. So the fact that this, you know, you've taken the time to make this integration with Discord actually seems to extend the reach of the software DAOs that we have.
Thank you. And yeah, I think that is one of the key things that we tried to do, is we tried to make it easy enough for people to use, but not too easy that it's not, you know, you're not in control. And XDAI is one of the tools that allows us to do that, because it's not painful to use, and we can cover a lot of the small gas costs, so that the power is more in the decisions. And, you know, also one of the upgrades that I'm working on will allow a server to have its own wallet. So by buying a gas token, your community can fuel your minting or whatever it is that you want to do. And so if you see some of the pieces have significant prices, so this Birth of Moloch is 25 XDAI. So if you buy this, part of that XDAI goes to the artist, and part of it goes to Chievmint. And so the royalties are all set up in a way that, you know, it's easy to flow credit or change the royalties, or even make it so that there's no cost for it. But it allows communities, not just DAOs, to really kind of own how they reward people through NFTs.
Yeah, so I mean, just from a personal perspective, right? I have a Discord server with 500 artists in it who would probably love to be minting some of these things to be able to communicate value on our server, right? Mm-hmm. So what are the plans for Chievmint itself in phasing in other communities?
Yeah, so one of the things that's also really critical about Chievmint and how Deacon is kind of structured it is it's very decentralized in the fact that we allow people to mint if they have a minter NFT. So by, you know, not gating it or locking it to a specific address or saying, you know, Deacon is the owner, we've made it so that if you have the NFT that says that you can own it, this is again the NFT first approach, then, you know, we can send you one of those. It just takes us logging in and doing a transaction that's pretty much free. So, you know, it really allows a community to take control over their minting and how they want to interact with the platform and the tools, without needing to ask for, you know, too much permission. They have to kind of get approved and whitelisted at the start, but after that, you know, they could technically trade off their minting privileges or send it back to us, or we could share minting privileges. So there's a lot of power for the community itself.
That's all really, you know, so close to living the dream of, decentralized operations. Not only, in service to decentralized communities. So it's a really heartening to see that there are projects working in this direction that are marrying the utility of NFTs with the power of communities to support each other.
Well, Top Shots just let me know that I didn't get it back.
Oh no!
How long did I wait for? Since 9, so 3.5 hours, and I ended up 87,000 in line, behind packs going out. So
there were 87,000 disappointed people.
yeah, that sounds about right. So you can see why I like the NFT first approach rather than the FOMO approach. And nothing against Top Shots. I did say at the start of this, I love Top Shots, but I wanted to demonstrate just like what it's like right now. So when we turned over at the start of the day, I was there and clicked enter line as the timer went down to 0, and a lot of unhappy people.
And so there seem to be more and more events like that, right? The NFT boxes and, all of these things that, I don't know, it does generate tons of FOMO. And I guess that's good. But I always think about the people who actually do miss out. And you've got to think, well, how many of the actual people who genuinely wanted these things got them versus how many speculators or bots got them to just resell to the people who actually wanted them? And surely the value capture should be back to the original project, not to the bots and speculators that just happen to pay higher gas or, have a faster computer or whatever. And I think that's probably a problem that this space is going to need to reckon with fairly soon. Do you have
that I hate and that I feel like even in the real world, like the PlayStation 5 drop or something like that? Like it's exactly the same thing. You've got millions of people that want the same thing, and there's a limited supply, but the service is set up in a way that automation and bad actors have got an advantage over people like us that are going to sit there and wait, and we're trying to buy within our means. We're not speculative. And I think that is something that we'll have to overcome, and building kind of civil resistance and fair practices into drops and also the real world is going to be an important aspect that I hope that we get to.
Yeah, I mean, the incentive is there, right? Because the speculators know that the demand is there. 87,000 people didn't get what they wanted, right? That's a heck of a lot of demand. So the incentive is there for them to always come up with a more clever scheme. So I'm really wondering, is it even possible to make it fair, that kind of system? Or is it designed to inherently be unfair? Which raises other kinds of questions.
Which is why I'm sure that you haven't done Top Shots too much.
I have not done Top Shots at all. No. Yeah, but I mean, so we had a similar thing with Dada, as I was telling you, where people got in, and I was looking through the contract records, and you could see that one address was getting like loads and loads and loads and loads. And it's just all inherently unfair.
Yeah, in a trustless network, the person that is able to slurp up the milkshake the fastest gets the milkshake.
Yep, exactly, because that's the way the system is designed.
So yeah, I'll definitely be looking for communities to try and make things more fair. But yeah, it's definitely, it plays on a lot of our basic needs and kind of fears, so to speak, of like missing out, you know. And yeah, there's a lot of marketing, and you know, I think we will see more marketing and influence on us in the coming year too.
Oh yes, definitely. It's only going to get more and more from here on out. Once that genie's out of the bottle, it doesn't go back in.
Yeah, especially with like just the number of people that are now talking about NFTs. You know, like last year I was like trying to tell people about it, and people look at you like, so you're trying to replace money? Like, you know what I mean? Are you like, what's the scam here? Like, and now it's like on the news, and I'll have like my father on like, hey, that stuff that you were talking about, I finally get it now.
Yeah.
And to have like that view that is now just like permeating normal people, and you know, they get the stuff that we're talking about, it just shows you that like the dangers and mass adoption are right around the corner too.
Oh yes, they are. It's going to be an interesting year, I'm sure.
Anyone that's been in crypto Discord knows you're probably going to get like 10 different scam messages a day. Never trust any links from someone unless like you know who it is.
Always check your DM history, right? If somebody DMs you and they've never DM'd you before, it's not going to be good, most likely.
Yeah, go to the community that you know them from and click on them from there, and or go to some of their previous messages and do that, because there are a lot of really, really tricky scams out there where people can even copy someone's exact name and hashtag, and it's really hard. So as we become like more popular and more people come into this space, more people are going to figure out how to try and take advantage of us. So
do your own research always, and be very aware, because you are your own custodian, right? There's no fallback if something goes wrong.
Yeah, and you know, information security as well as operational security is critical for protecting your machine. You know, anything that you might have learned about not talking to strangers is 10 times what do we go for in crypto.
Absolutely, and it's a, you know, people might often need to learn the hard way, but it is a difficult lesson to learn, that you know, you do need to take these things seriously, because it's not going to come out, you know, there's no undo. There's no one that you can call to get your stuff back if it's gone. And the scammers are getting more and more sophisticated about how they do things. So yes, just be aware and be cautious, and don't give out personal information, and you know, always double check things, and never send Peth any F.
Please don't need your ETH.
ETH, Peth F.
Yeah. I think it's a clever play on words that I'm sure was intentional. It's like Ethereum versus like F, you know. There's no canonical way to say it, and which way you use it in a sentence depends on kind of which vowels have the emphasis. So
there's a regional difference. I've noticed that most of my friends that are in the US say ETH, because they are used to calling it Ether. They would always say Ether. Whereas the people that I know in the UK say F for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the blending of our cultures. And the other day we had the bottom of the hour, and I was like, 30 minutes?
What is that?
But, you know, kind of having this shared vocabulary that we all have really helps. And I think the technology is one of the kind of universal languages. And
I mean, it's amazing, right? To actually know, like, every week I have meetings with people from, 3 different continents, if not 4 sometimes, right? And that's just a regular occurrence. It took the business world to get into that point, what, a decade before they had video conferencing and all of that stuff in offices to be able to have meetings that weren't on-site meetings. The speed and rate of change in being comfortable with video conferencing and metaverse, like Jin was talking about, meetups in VR and things like that. All of that stuff got really compressed into 2020, and all of a sudden, everybody's just living so much of their life online.
yeah, it's funny like how different it was, because literally 2018, I was like begging my boss, like, come on, I've got a plumber coming over. I can work from home. I've got 3 monitors at home. I'm like, I can have a webcam on me. You'll see me working all day. And they're like, nah. You know what I mean? It's like you won't work as effective. And it's like, I work more effective because I'm gonna wake up early. I'm gonna be working later. I don't have to go and stop for lunch.
Yep.
Like it's all kind of control a little bit. And
it's all about control, really. And there was certainly a culture of, if I don't see you working, you're not working. Fortunately, some companies actually measure what you produce rather than just hours on seats. So, I was fortunate that if I needed to work remotely, I just had to, make my team aware that I wasn't going to be there so that nobody was expecting me. And we've almost seamlessly transitioned into fully remote work. I only live 5 miles from the site where I would work, but I have no desire to start going back into an office again. It's just, why would I do that? Why would I burn fossil fuel to go back and forth to an office when I can be just as effective and get as much, if not more, as you pointed out, done by staying at home and working from here? I don't know.
yeah. And luckily, we are in a fortunate position that our jobs allow us to do that.
Yes.
I understand a lot of people don't have that freedom.
Yes.
And we're definitely bringing more and more towards the self-employed digital nomad life cycle, and giving a place for the people that are not developers to find at-home work. And these are like mail stuffing or a scam like that. This is community generation.
Yes, and all of the soft skills that actually make communities work, right? There's so many support roles that are essential to making everything run smoothly and coordinating activity. And I mean, corporations knew this ages ago, right? You didn't just let developers do all of the stuff that they wanted to do. Somebody had to coordinate what they were working on, right? Or somebody needed to help facilitate. So that's the other sort of dichotomy. People tend to think of managers as people who tell you what to do. And certainly, I view my manager, because I have a day job still, but I view my managers there basically to make sure that everything that I need to be able to do my job can be done, right? So he's there to remove blockages for me to do the job that I need to do. He's not there telling me what to do. He's there facilitating the work getting done. And I think that's a mindset flip that needs to occur, because there's a lot of resistance to people coordinating or managing or being, people think, well, that means you'll tell me what to do. And it's not really that. It's more tell me what you need to do what you want to do.
Yeah, developers are not often the best people to figure out the business requirements. If you've been doing it for a long time, you might be good at dissecting people's requirements, but even then, there's a reason that the TDD has moved to BDD and having business development and driven development, and that means that the people that are the project managers are part of the ticket process, and they're part of this process that helps the entire business know what we're working on. And
serving end users, right? Actually knowing what the people that are going to use this stuff actually want, rather than just going off and developing something and saying, here, have it, without asking whether that's what, somebody actually wanted developed.
It's too expensive.
So many paradigm shifts, I think.
It's too expensive to leave developers to their own devices. We will build, a Trojan cat or something.
Now, see, that sounds cool, right?
Exactly.
I mean, I work in software engineering. I build products, but it definitely needs coordination and communication skills, which, although developers can do, it's a waste of their time almost, right? Their time is much more valuable writing lines of code than trying to, negotiate user requirements with the user, right? It just is. It's a specialized skill and it's valuable. And we need to recognize that and allow them to do more of that, in my view.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that 100%.
Although that's not much to do with NFTs. How can we tie this back to NFTs now?
Well, we were talking about how to reward communities through NFTs. So, the people that do those awards, if we award them quite literally with awards, then it's a symbol of their efforts. And with what you're saying about developers' time and their skill set being a little wasted on some of the soft skills, 100%. The reason that people are often picked on, it's not because we're any less than other people. Social skills are a very hard thing to learn. And some people that are very introverted, it's not one of the things that's comfortable. It's not something that they're willing to invest time in because it's painful.
Yes. And, this is another advantage of this space that we're in. And it was supremely evident in the first presentation today, right? And subsequently, all of the teams that people have been talking about, the diversity of skills that are being brought together, and the fact that, a social scientist has a place, a marketer has a place, a community manager, just somebody who's just a people person, has a place, an events organizer has a place, right? And they can carve out that role and that niche for themselves, because instead of asking for permission to do things, you just do things. And I think that's ultimately where something like Chievmint becomes really critical, because with people just doing things, you want a way of recognizing the things that they do, so that they may not get the recognition by being assigned a role, because in traditional, companies, you're assigned a role, and that's a formal recognition of you doing this job. We don't have formal assignment of roles so much, and I think we shouldn't, right? Anybody should be able to do anything that they want to do and are able and willing to learn how to do. So being able to recognize that without a title with an NFT is really a good incentive structure.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited about Chievmint and everything that's kind of going on there, and I think it'll be key to the Uber House kind of movement going forward, and just kind of get the DAOs building the tools that they need to recognize the value of the inner communities.
So I guess the other question that I have really is internal to DAOs. There's reputation systems, and there's token assignments and things like that, which I would imagine were designed to be this kind of recognition and reward system in some way. I understand that there's more uses, the voting and whatnot, to those mechanisms. But I would have thought that certainly something like earning reputation within a DAO would be a form of recognition. But it seems like it doesn't play out that way. It seems like the NFTs are actually more meaningful recognition than earning reputation. Do you feel that way, or is that just how I feel?
No, I mean 100%. Like what we did with like the NFT Pictionary and Nifty Inc. Honestly, those experiences and those NFTs they're like widely valuable and like to like my heart, not just to like my eye, but it's like we all shared that time, and the NFTs aren't just about what it looks like. It's about like how it helps you think about things and remember things and appreciate the connections that we have. And that's a way that NFTs can really share that experience.
And POAPs feed right into that too, right? It's that token. It's a literal token to remember a particular experience. Again, I think that that's a really underexplored area of NFTs. Maybe you can count the tokenization of tweets as something similar, right? It was a very specific time and place. But I think that there's probably so much more that can be done to capture those experiences. Particularly shared ones. Yeah.
Bruce was going to be talking about Penvala's NFTs. So I assume Penvala's got some pretty big involvement with their NFT set.
So I don't know a lot about that. I know a bit because Woka just joined Panvala League last month. So I'm like really new to it all. But we joined just in time when they were forming their community guilds. So they're actually getting to a point now where there's a wide variety of communities in Panvala League. And so in order to try and connect community to community and create some synergies, they decided to do guilds. So groups of member organizations could propose an aligned guild, and one of them is the Panvala NFT Guild. It gets its own stream of funding from the Panvala Treasury in order to do events and things. And Bruce is going to be coordinating that for the NFT organizations within Panvala through NFT Hub, because, you know, as an umbrella, that's, I think, his vision for what NFT Hub is going to be long term, right? Is the place where all of the different NFT projects can connect, and then people can get their resources, you know, in a single place, in a single stream, instead of going to, you know, 20 different places to get updates.
Yeah, that's great. And we saw a little bit of that with ETH stream yesterday when Austin Griffith showed up, and he showed us like just how he's like tracking all these projects and streaming money to them. Not like because they're asking for money, but because he's recognizing that they're building important things. And I think having that hub is going to be critical too.
I mean, it was the problem that I think Rizzle articulated earlier, which was about being able to surface the right projects that are actually making a difference. And I know that that's what they try to do with the whip, but you know, this space has exploded so much. A year ago, you know, you could probably know all of the different projects that were being worked on and who was doing what in the space. But now, you know, every time I turn around 5 times, 10 times a day, something new is come out of what seems like left field. They've obviously been working on it for a long time, but, you know, you just can't keep up with all of the information. So I think solutions that help surface those good projects are going to become more and more key, because everyone only has a limited amount of attention.
Yeah, and as you say, like, we'll have amazing projects, but unless people know about them, they're not going to get the recognition that they deserve.
Yes. So that's a use for NFTs, right? Some sort of token curated list where you send your NFT or one vote, for example, rather than coins that are fungible that you can just buy votes, which is never really a good idea, is it? But if you have, you know, a non-fungible token that you can then use to signal which projects are of value to you, then I think that could be an interesting solution too.
Great. Yeah, I hope. At the table. So speaking of popes, I just want to remind everyone that we have popes available. I think you got a moderator one. Did you get it, Sparrow?
I didn't. I saw it when I was on my phone, and I don't have any wallets on my phone, so I have to do it when I'm on my computer.
Okay. I think I don't know if you need to sign the transaction. I think you can just put in the wallet and hit claim. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I'd have to like know my whole ID, and I don't keep any of that on my wallet. I'm like super paranoid about security. So
was that Bruce that stopped in?
Oh, hello.
Yeah, it was my fault. Sorry about
that. You got 5 minutes left before our next
yeah,
speaker.
I didn't realize there was a link that I was supposed to join.
Well, if you'd like to give us the quick 5-minute version of Hubs, the floor is definitely yours.
The quick 5-minute version is there's a lot of there's all sorts of stuff going on in the NFT space, and there's like a million different Discords and Telegrams, and Twitter is full of noise, and there's no unified based aggregation really. That's what I started it months ago, and then the past couple months have been just insane in the NFT space. And it's like, well, if I don't finish building it and get it out, somebody's going to pay somebody else to build it, and they're going to charge a bunch of money for it. And I just want people to have it. There's a community calendar. There's a product directory, kind of like Product Hunt. There's open forums. You can set up individual public or private social feeds that are like little mini Twitters. It's a whole bunch of stuff.
And you have all of the links in the MetaFEST channel, yeah?
I can put them in there right now.
Also, one of the things we kind of hinted at in our kind of back and forth was that you're going to be leading the effort for Panbala NFTs. Is that right?
This is you guys talk about it as first I've heard of it necessarily, but I know we've talked about doing NFTs, and we set up the Crypto Art Guild or Crypto Art Coalition, and there's a couple other guilds they're putting together.
So yeah, we need to decide what the output of that guild or coalition, whatever they call it, is going to be, right? And because it's NFTs, it should probably be some NFTs.
Right. I think there's it's like a video conferencing platform. It's called Topia, where like it's basically like you get your own little customizable world. And I've been talking to them. One of the founders over there, like they're super into NFTs and like are trying to figure out how to get in front of that crowd. And I was like, yo, you just tokenize Topia worlds. And people go nuts for it.
There we go. A whole world in an NFT.
Yeah.
It was bound
to get them to work that out and set up some gallery stuff in there.
That's one of the things that threw me down the rabbit hole originally. So I actually run a game myself. And the idea of trying to tokenize the assets in that game is one of the things that threw me down the hole. So Ronan Wigwa, he came into the Mud groups, which is text-based gaming. That's what I'm from. And he asked basically for alpha testers for Eternal. And so when Eternal was still just like starting out, I hopped in and we were talking about NFTs, and they were trying to tell me originally back in the day, like, people are going to pay for these transactions, and I was coming from like a freemium kind of model where like, I'm not gonna pay to take my next turn. I'm not gonna pay to do this. Like, what do you mean I gotta do gas? And then I went down and read the NFT Bible and started falling down the hole, and came back to them like a month or two later and was like, okay, I get it now. You know what I mean? And so by then it was kind of like a playable game that was outside of just like the alpha stage. And so I set up to help them kind of distribute NFTs as well. So I think that what you're doing and describing and like onboarding these games is going to be not only valuable to yourself, but to also bring in more interesting people into our space.
For sure.
Yeah, I think the NFT space saved my life. Like, I don't think I would have made it through 2020 otherwise. So like, I'm just trying to pay it forward.
How much? Like, I wonder. I mean, I completely agree. I think this community has been the saving grace for a lot of people. This past year, it's been really tough, and having the events and having that interaction and the connection with others has been really crucial. I'm wondering if you're seeing on your server a bigger influx of new people?
Oh, yeah. A ton of people. Like, I'm not real active in Discord because I'm doing a million things all the time. But like, just the past couple weeks, like, people have just been flooding into it. It's like, I don't even have these links posted like anywhere. Like, where are you coming from?
They find a way.
That's the best part about things, is that if things are interesting, the people that care about them will find them.
Yeah, I think the NFT space is going to be crazy this year. Like, it's already crazy, but like, it's going to be a wild year.
And kind of tying it back to Metagame was the same way. Like, right now, we're kind of reaching out to people, but when I originally saw Metagame, it was one of those things that just connected with me so much that, those tentacles got sticky, and that was one of the reasons that I just like went so far down the hole that I had my ethos kind of set the right way to begin with.
Yeah, I remember I stumbled onto Metagame when I was like exploring the rabbit hole, and I like read through it. I'm like, when did I write this?
It was in your sleep.
Right? And I met Pete and like, so dude, this is awesome, dude. Like, this is a great idea.
Thank you so much, Bruce, for making it on. I know times are a little bit crazy, and I'm sorry we couldn't have had you for longer. But,
Oh yeah, no problem.
And we're a
So,
little bit
yeah.
out of time, so I'm going to step off the floor as well and let Sparrow introduce our next speaker.
Yes. Hello. Welcome.
Hello, hello.
So we've been, exploring so many different ways of using NFTs and thinking about how NFTs will evolve and what they actually mean. I'm really looking forward to hearing this because it provides just one more really unique lens on the whole NFT question, about what can we do with these and what really do they mean to us. So really looking forward to hearing about $100 bees.
Thanks so much. Just checking, you can hear me, right? My audio is working?
It's all working. I see your presentation.
Great. So I am Dandelion. I'm a general purpose crypto enthusiast. I'm a MetaGame patron. I founded SourceCred. I've been doing various other crypto things for quite a while. And I would just like to share my journey through NFTs through the lens of $100 bees. And I think this will be a pretty relevant talk for a lot of people because I know there's a lot of skepticism about NFTs right now. And I've encountered a lot of people saying things along the lines of NFTs are obviously a bubble. These things are meaningless. This is like a fad. It's going nowhere. Don't expect to hear about these 6 months from now. And I actually started really agreeing with this because my first experience, it's like Beanie Babies without the physical Beanie Baby. You're just like paying for an internet JPEG. It's a completely meaningless token. I'll share where that quote came from later. And for me, my first experience with NFTs really corroborated this because back in 2017, I bought some crypto kitties. And while these may not have been the first NFTs, they're definitely the first NFTs that went big. I was like, this is an experiment. I'll buy some collectibles. So I got 2 really ugly Generation 7 crypto kitties because those were the crypto kitties I could afford with my little bit of speculative capital in 2017. And sure enough, today, those crypto kitties are pretty much entirely worthless because in the intervening years, they've gone ahead and made much better crypto kitties. And so it's like now you can get these super beautiful bespoke art crypto kitties. And it's like, why would anyone care about a Generation 7 crypto kitty that just looks thoroughly derpy? And I think that this actually does show kind of some of the issue with collectibles, right? If I'm buying a Beanie Baby for $1,000, the Beanie Baby company is just going to want to keep on making more and more Beanie Babies to take as much money from this trend until we get to the point where the market is saturated and the Beanie Babies are worthless. And so if NFTs really were just about sort of Beanie Baby-esque collectibles, I would agree this is maybe a little bit dumb. Now, back a couple months ago, my dear friend Hamad, who's also a metagame player extraordinaire, and a great source of alpha, reached out to me and was like, hey, you should check out these CryptoPunks. I really think CryptoPunks are going to be a big deal. And CryptoPunks are these little 24 by 24 pixel images of faces, and you can get different accessories like a cigarette or goggles. On rare occasions, there are these zombie punks. And I was like, oh, great. I have already gone down this path, my friend, because I bought crypto kitties and it was really dumb and they were worthless. So no, I'm not going to buy CryptoPunks. Why would I do this? And Hamad kept on explaining these to me and pointing out, well, these are objectively the first NFTs, and there also is objectively a hard cap of 10,000 CryptoPunks. You're not going to have this problem where you're going to see more and more punks getting issued that are cooler and cooler and inflating away the significance of owning a punk because there are only 10,000. There was a single mint and it's never happening again. And that kind of got me thinking because it started to remind me a lot more of Bitcoin, where a lot of people thought that Bitcoin, obviously this digital coin on the internet, is going to be meaningless. But the sort of economics of scarcity and of having the hard and credible cap of 21 billion Bitcoin has obviously done a lot for the underlying value proposition of Bitcoin. And the other thing I realized is that if there really are only 10,000 and they're objectively the first NFTs, if nothing else, these are going to be some solid bragging rights, because they're going to be at most 10,000 people who can be like, hey, I own that CryptoPunk. Like, kind of looks like me. So this was my first foray back into the world of NFTs since CryptoPunks was buying this particular, since CryptoKitties was buying this CryptoPunk for about 27 ETH because I was like, well, there's never going to be any more, and it does kind of look like me. I used to have purple hair. And it's just got me thinking, like, what is it that we're buying when we buy a collectible, right? We're kind of used to living in a world in which buying a holographic first edition Charizard is like a cool status symbol. And I think a lot of people focus on the materiality, the physicality of the card. You know, you're getting this physical thing you can like show your friends, you can put up on a wall. But if you think about it, first off, like, why is it that this Charizard on the left, which is an old first edition Charizard, is worth like 10 or 20 times more than this Charizard on the right? You know, it's also a physical card with a Charizard on it. And actually, if you care about the Charizard trading card game, the one on the right is actually a much better card, right? It's got more HP, it's got stronger attacks. Why is the one on the left so much more valuable? And I think the answer is that really when you buy a collectible, you are not buying the physical object. The physical object is kind of immaterial. What you're buying is the shelling point, the like shared consensus, the interobjective knowledge that you have something that is scarce and valuable and that other people care about. And the other people caring about it-ness doesn't need to be anchored to the physical card. And in fact, in some ways, it's better that it not be anchored to the card. You know, with this card, it can get water damage, it can get counterfeited, it can get forged, it can get very easily lost. Whereas like owning this CryptoPunk, you know, so long as I do a good job of securing my private keys, I'm going to like provably, unambiguously, unforgeably own that punk forever. So it's actually just looking at it as a collectible, it's a much better collectible than a card. And also, as we can see here, the Pokemon company did the same thing as Beanie Babies, and they just went and like, they're like, oh, people want Charizards, let's just make a lot more Charizards. And it really dilutes it. So it's great to not have a monopolist who's like constantly issuing more CryptoPunks to dilute my punk. So I think to start with, like, what are you actually buying when you're buying an NFT? You're not buying a JPEG, you're not buying an image. What you're buying is a shelling point. And if you're not familiar with the term of a shelling points are basically natural points of coordination. They are these emergent things that don't really exist in the real world, in the physical world, but they do exist in terms of lots of people coordinating action. And as an example, the value of the US dollar is sort of a shelling point, right? Objectively speaking, there's not much value in like a physical piece of paper that has "In God We Trust" written on it. Like maybe you could burn it for fuel, maybe you could use it as toilet paper, but it's just not a very useful object. But because everyone coordinates around the idea that these pieces of paper are valuable, they become valuable. What NFTs are doing is they're creating shelling points that are connected to memes. So they take a kind of subjective conclusion of like, this meme is cool, you know, Charizard is cool, CryptoKitties are cool. But then they add this objective layer where you can actually say, oh, I specifically own this Charizard, or, you know, this song, or this blog post. Now, I think that one cool way of framing this is that NFTs sort of create a stock market for memes. We already live in a world where memes are kind of running the world, you know, whether it's political memes, whether it's economic memes. You know, the meme about GameStop being a great buy can like turn the financial markets upside down. You know, the memes about like making America great again, like that turned out to be a very powerful meme, whether you like its impact or not. Like these things have got real effects on the world. They haven't been tied into the economic system at all, but NFTs are starting to create that linkage. And one thing that I really like about this, and I'll get to $100 after this, I really like how NFTs are creating all of this economic value that actually very directly goes to creators, you know, to artists, to memers, to people with good ideas. We're so used to a financial and economic system in which all of the rewards seem to go to like rich insiders. And most of crypto has been very much kind of following this pattern, right? The people who are insider technologists who get to like get involved in cryptocurrencies super early and like maybe like, you know, are developing the cryptocurrencies, have access to VC capital, they're making the best returns. And in contrast with NFTs, you can have this guy Beeple, who's just for 5,000 days been making a weird sketch or piece of art every single day. And then because his art is so mimetically powerful, he's out there selling $69 million works of art at Christie's. And all of that money is actually going to people who usually are not the big winners and big beneficiaries of the way that the financial system works. And so I'm really excited about the ability of us to use NFTs to kind of project value and create like interpersonal, intersubjective, and economic value around memes that we care about, which brings me to $100 bees. So the origin of the $100 bees meme is that I was on a cabin trip doing a bunch of acid with some friends, and we were playing a lot of Beat Saber. And in Beat Saber, there's this song called $100 Bills. So the song goes like $100 bills, $100 bills, $100 bills, over and over. That's the whole song. You get the song. Except one person in our group was mishearing and just thought that the song was $100 bees. And there had been made this whole song that was just over and over, $100 bees, $100 bees. And that meme has just over the course of the past 2 years within our friend group just keeps getting stronger. The $100 bees, like, are they making $100 honeys? What's going on with their beehives? Do they work by moonlight? Are they invading reality? The bees are just like proliferating in our minds. And with the NFT craze coming around, it was like, okay, let's just make this real. Like, if NFTs put money to art, let's make the $100 bees. And so I'm very pleased to say this was the first ever $100 bee. There actually is a great shortage of bee-themed art. If you go to OpenSea and search for bees, it's been pretty scarce pickings. But we should kind of have this idea of let's do an experiment with $100 bees, where the rule is half of the money is going to go to artists who come up with cool bees, and half of the money is going to go to actual bee conservation, because bees are actually wildly important, to our collective survival and our agriculture and so forth. So we've riffed off of that to this really sweet set of hexel designs, which is all on OpenSea. You can also track it on Twitter. It's just $100 bees. And we have a very, very sincere bee enthusiast named Emily, who is coming up with each of these designs for bees, along with each of these bees is representing like a specific species of bees, along with like information about where in the ecosystem is that bee and what is it doing in the world. And we're going to take at least half of all the revenues that come from selling bees and donate it to charities that are supporting bees, which you can read about on the OpenSea. I need to get a better link for this. But so that's $100 bees. And I know that already, I think a bunch of my friends have been snapping up these bees, but there are still some to get. This queen bee, I have my eye on, and I'll probably buy it if no one else does in like a day or two. But the bees are really just the beginning as far as exploring this theme of like, we've had creators. These creators are doing so much artistic output in the world. They're writing blog posts, they're producing interesting works of art, they're making videos. And so far, in the course of this creator economy of the past 10 years, they generally have not been making money. Platforms have been making money. A small number of like elite influencers are making money, but mostly it's Facebook, it's Instagram, it's Google, it's Reddit, it's Twitter are making money. And all the creators are just getting like a pat on the back and some attention. And I see NFTs as really an opportunity to invert that, to decide that maybe as a society, we do value creative output. And maybe we value it through this funny mechanism of like outbidding each other on memes. But things that are real are to some extent the things we decide are real. So there's nothing wrong with that. In a sense, there's nothing new with that. So let's start buying works from creators. And so I've just been kind of experimenting with this theme. And I thought to myself, I think no one's really been getting any blog posts. And I was driving out to on my weekly snowboarding trip. And I was listening to a podcast with Amin Soleimani talking about Rai. And he was talking about how the Slate Star Codex post, Meditations on Moloch, was a big inspiration to him in coming up with Rai and coming up with Moloch DAO. And for me, this has been, for those of you who are not familiar with Slate Star Codex, it's just an incredibly insightful, deeply nerdy, very compassionate blog. And one of the most like iconic posts on Slate Star Codex is called Meditations on Moloch. And it's basically this like long poetical exploration of coordination failures and of how, like, as a society, it's difficult for us to work together to accomplish the outcomes that we want, because when everyone follows their own individual incentives, we often just get things that no one wants, but everyone keeps arriving at. And it's kind of been a point of inspiration for the whole crypto space, because I think part of the ethos of crypto is let's create new mechanisms which are trustworthy, and mechanisms which allow us to coordinate in new ways. And so listening to Amin Soleimani talk about how much of an inspiration Meditations on Moloch has been to him, I was like, oh snap, Meditations on Moloch NFT. Like, this would be the perfect NFT. It's like the piece itself is about like weird results that come from people trying to coordinate. So I'm very pleased to say this is a screenshot of Meditations of Moloch as officially hosted on Slate Star Codex. And you can see up here, it says this post is represented by an NFT. The NFT is on Zora. And I actually own this because I reached out to Scott Alexander, the author of Slate Star Codex. And I was like, hey, I would like to buy an NFT of Meditations on Moloch. I'm offering 20 ETH. Would you be willing to sell? And it proved to be a very interesting conversation, because Scott Alexander was very much on the skeptical, like, why are you offering me a meaningful amount of money for, and I quote, a completely meaningless token? And I actually kind of had to persuade him both that NFTs were not completely meaningless tokens, and also that I could afford to throw 20 ETH on something that most people would consider really dumb, and that he was not like taking advantage of me by taking my money for, you know, basically adding a link to his post. But, you know, will this actually be a good financial investment? I have no idea. I think Meditations on Moloch is a really cool essay. And I think I'm, at the very least, really enjoying the bragging rights of being able to go to other nerds and be like, hey, guess what? I own the Meditations on Moloch NFT. But I really rest easy with this one, because I've made, you know, over the course of cryptocurrency speculations, you know, I've bought crypto kitties. I went into tons of like weird projects that never went anywhere back in 2017. I've made lots of bad investments. Most of those bad investments have resulted in like paying some other weird group of like techie insiders. And so it's like, okay, now my bad investments can just actually get creators paid. Like, if my bad investment now is making Scott Alexander, my favorite blogger, get some money for all this work he's been doing for free for a decade, like, I don't know, that just works. It feels like a new shift. And so where I want to go with this is really like, I kind of want to just explore doing this in more cases for more people. I'm really excited about the idea that there are all of these like tens and tens and thousands of creators who have been doing cool work, who have not been getting paid for it. And now we have a system that can cause them to get paid. So what I'm working on next, and this is going to be like probably my main focus for a few weeks or months to get this off the ground, is a project called Rare Birds that I'm starting with some friends. And the idea is, let's just make it really easy to make NFTs for tweets. Let's do it in a way that is really focused on creators. So you need creator consent. Like, there have been a couple models where people have been trying to make NFTs for tweets, and they don't even talk to the author of the tweet to see if they are okay with NFTs getting made. And I just think that's really inappropriate. And second, that the economics should really be focused on rewarding creators. So like, let's have enough of this, oh, you know, we're going to set up a platform for other people to be creative, and then make sure that all the money goes not to the creators, but, you know, to Twitter or to Facebook. Let's make a system that actually is like, oh, you made a great tweet, like, you should get paid from those proceeds. So Rare Birds, we're kind of in the early stages of setting up the protocol, but the idea is that creators opt in to allow their tweets to get turned into NFTs, and then get 90% of the revenue from selling the NFT and 15% of all future resale. And so I think that this really, for like for crypto as a whole, this is actually kind of a pivotal moment, because so far crypto has really only had a narrative for like libertarians and people who are kind of obsessive about like monetary policy, which, you know, I love my monetary policy nerds. I am one as well, but we are realistically a very small portion of the population. B, for like techie idealists, like also a small portion of the population. And so we've had this like really cool movement where we've been building tools for ourselves, we've been building tools for each other, We're coming up with incredible systems like Uniswap, which I just can't stop raving about how like brilliant it is. But we haven't been building systems that really move the needle for regular non-techie people in the world. And just in the couple weeks since I've become obsessed with NFTs, I've really been seeing a whole new group of friends getting excited about crypto, where it's like artists who are used to just putting out work on the internet and never getting recognized for it, maybe just having some people copy off of it. And now they're like, wow, you mean I could maybe make like thousands of dollars if like my art strikes a nerve? Like, that is cool. That is something new. That is something that we can like bring to the world and like offer them, like bring more people into being inspired about this vision we have of creating a like more decentralized world, a world in which institutions and platforms and governments control less of our lives. And it's more about like directly appreciating and valuing each other's work. So in conclusion, I think NFTs are real. They are not JPEGs, they're shelling points. They give you real bragging rights. And I think that they're gonna bring a lot more as we continue to iterate and build tools around it. Wow, someone just bought the Queen Bee. Good for you, Queen Bee purchaser. Good for you.
That was me. I bought that Queen Bee.
NFTs pay creators, which I think is like the #1 most awesome thing about this. Like, these people should be getting paid, and now we have a way to build a system that will get them paid. And third, they're really fun. You know, I hope you had fun buying the Queen Bee. I think we should all just go like keep just like enjoying this. You know, I think it's a really awesome movement. I think it's something to be excited about. So yeah, that's my talk. Thanks for listening.
Well, thank you so much, Dandelion. I do really appreciate bees as well. I mean, if we want to talk about critical infrastructure that is overlooked and underappreciated, the bees are a perfect model for that. I mean, they have one queen that kind of leads everything. Aside from that, the rest of the bees are destined to work until they die.
You know, I wouldn't even say, I don't think it's quite accurate to say the Queen Bee leads. Like, that's really us projecting our like kind of political ideology onto bees. Really, they're all working together, and the Queen Bee is playing like just as, you know, a more unique, but just playing another vital role. But I totally agree. They're bees, like, our society runs on bees, actually, right? If bees disappear, we don't eat food. Like, goodbye almonds, goodbye flowering fruits. And they are actually getting like wiped out by our use of pesticides, by climate change. So they are much like open source. Bees are just this underappreciated infrastructure that we need to start finding ways to coordinate, to invest in it, to preserve it, because we depend on it. We depend on them. So yeah, we'll keep dribbling out $100 bees. So if you want a mimetic way to like send half of your speculative money towards a bee-related charity.
So one of the reasons I like the queen bee though is that she makes sure that there's no other queen bees. You know, she sits there and she eats all of the other female bees, which is why I said that she runs things. Because, you know, I mean, not only is she 100% in charge of who lives and dies at the moment, she also lays the bees. Every bee army either is in service to the queen or is in service to the hive. You know, it's a very selfless act. And they literally feed her, you know. So as far as like servitude, you know, it's pretty much, you know, someone in the middle.
Society through a beehive.
I think it really resonates well with like what we heard from the WWF too and the ARC Foundation. You know, I think these are just some of the ways that we can use NFTs to really help give back and empower things that are overlooked and directly fund.
Yeah, and it's a way of raising awareness, I think. So that, you know, just the visual imagery of NFTs catches people's eye, and then they read about it. I think one of the really powerful parts of NFTs are that power to capture attention in unique ways. You know, people can talk about Bitcoin, but every article that you ever see about Bitcoin has a picture of a physical Bitcoin on it, right? So we are visual creatures. And so something that catches our attention, catches our eye, is going to aid in that kind of coordination that you were talking about.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is, one of the things that's been most powerful about the crypto ecosystem, especially around Ethereum, is that it's an ecosystem of interoperable protocols. And NFTs are one more interoperable protocol. And I think we're already starting to see some really interesting innovation on top of that. So there's the NFTX platform that lets you kind of create index funds over NFTs. And so, for example, there's like a CryptoPunk index fund where you can deposit one CryptoPunk and get back one share of the fund, or deposit one share of the fund and get back a CryptoPunk. And that just already opens up a lot of possibilities, because it means that NFTs can be collectibles that have orders of magnitude better liquidity than was ever possible for another collectible. NFTs can also have these embedded royalty metadata, so that you can say, okay, every time there's a resale, the artist will get a share of the resale value. And I think that as we start building more and more sophisticated systems that use this new Lego of the NFT and plug it into the rest of the DeFi and Ethereum space, we're just going to see more and more powerful combinations getting born.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. And if you missed our talk the other day, Dandelion is the lead behind SourceCred. So if we want to talk about creating value, they are one of the main people that are building tools that help us recognize and visualize the contributions that we have and the credit flow. And I remember one of the talks that I jumped in where you were talking about in SourceCred about flow. It's stuck with me as kind of one of my pillars throughout this whole thing. And I've said it before, but it's how to make sure that that we're all thinking about how to give each other $1 so that 100 people get $1 rather than I try and get $100. And measuring that flow that we all share with each other is more important than the spikes.
Absolutely agree that SourceCred is one of the most powerful community coordination mechanisms I've come across in this space, full stop, right? I'm really, really, really impressed with it.
That's really gratifying to hear. Thanks for sharing.
That's it. Thank you very much. Sparrow, I believe we have Jason on here now, right?
Yay!
Hi, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Talk about Wildcards?
Indeed. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
So we just had Decentralion talking about an NFT project that funds bee conservation. So there's a bit of a theme going here with the wildlife and conservancy issues. Really excited to hear more about Wildcards. I know the project. I don't have any myself yet. But the idea that we can harness this digital asset to help do real world good is just such a wonderful story to tell in this space, full stop. So I'll let you take the floor, and I'll come back later when we're at the top of the hour with any questions that we get from Discord.
Perfect. I'm trying to share my screen. Is that working?
It is. It looks, yep.
Cool. There we go.
There you go. Presentation.
There we go. Cool. Just on time. So thank you so much for the lovely introduction, Sparrow. So I'm going to be speaking about Wildcards, which is a project I've been working on for quite a while, and it's really exciting because it's really bringing together a few things that I love and having a real world impact, which is really important to me. So here you can see one of our very first wildcards, Simon, the gorilla, and I'll explain how that's come and evolved over time. So really, what wildcards identified, the team identified, is that there's really a big problem in that our wild world is being destroyed by humans, and we encroaching on wildlife. A shocking statistic is that 60% of, on average, animal populations have decreased by 60% in the last 30 years. Then, I mean, there's plenty of people who want to help and donate or contribute, but the question is where to donate. It's not always very easy. There's, thousands of fragmented organizations, and some of those organizations are less honest than others. And it's really hard for someone at home to know how to have an impact. And the other thing is a lot of the donations are to organizations in different countries in the developing world, and due to that problem, it's quite difficult. The other thing is donations are typically traditionally once off. So people make a donation and then kind of forget about it maybe for years before they come back to it. And at Wildcards, we really believe that to promote change, you need to have a long-term commitment. And then lastly, the whole process is quite unrewarding in that your donation is likely to be forgotten. Once you've sort of sent your money, you're lucky if you get an email or something. But there's no easy place for you to see all of the previous donations you've given and what you've contributed to, and easily display that. So Wildcards solves all of these problems in different ways. And at the core of our solution, we use NFTs and radical economics. So radical economics is a term from Glenn Weil, I hope I'm pronouncing his surname right, who wrote a book in 2018 by the same name, Radical Economics. The book's called Radical Markets. Yeah, sorry, the book's called Radical Markets. And he basically speaks about the mechanism that we decided to adopt for Wildcards. In the book, he actually speaks about it for the property markets. I'll get into that. So Wildcards is connecting quite a lot of different things. So we've got the technology side of it. The team is very heavily involved with Ethereum and deeply technical. Then we've got our conservation partners who are very new to all of this, and their interactions with Wildcards are normally their very first interactions with the blockchain. And then lastly, it's user facing. So we need to have a platform that's fun, that's educational, that's gamified, and rewarding for users. So over here we've got the very first version of the website, which is quite interesting to look back on. We launched this just a week or two after a hackathon that we did in Cape Town. And as you can see, we only had one wildcard that was Vitalik here in the middle, and the website looked very plain. Whereas now we've got many wildcards, and it's turning into quite an ecosystem. So it's always humbling to see where we've come from. So going back to how we use NFTs and how we use radical markets is something called Harburger tax. It's got a few different names. People also refer to it as salsa. Basically, these are NFTs that are always for sale, and always for sale NFTs are a very interesting intersection between an auction mechanism. That's why they're always for sale. So they're always on auction, and a subscription model, because these NFTs are always contributing, in our case, to wildlife conservation. Someone's asking about food in the fridge. I don't know if you guys can hear that.
No, didn't hear anything.
But that's really funny. Wait, I think I've got another audio channel running. That's hilarious. Okay, let's close this. Yeah, let's just close this. Sorry, guys. Someone else was talking in my ear. Here we go. Okay, back on track.
Without missing a beat, you're doing well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we've got unique animals that we represent digitally as NFTs. Each of the animals has a name and a story, and they're provided by our partner organizations. And the art for these wildcards is also sourced by crypto artists. So there can only be one owner of the wildcard, and the wildcard continuously generates funds for the organization using this auction model. So the current owner has to choose the price of the wildcard, and anyone can purchase that wildcard from them for that price. But they also have to pay a fixed fee, which is a percentage of that price. So I won't get too technical. If that didn't make sense, we can maybe go through it at the end if people are more curious about the mechanism. But these are the main components, right? It's non-fungible tokens, so each wildcard can only have one owner. They're always for sale. So it's a marketplace for giving, really. And the Harburger tax is what generates funds for the organizations. So like I was saying, we very, very much inspired by the work of Glenn Weil in his book Radical Markets. And here you can see me presenting wildcards at ETH Zurich a little while ago, which was really exciting. So here's a cute array of some of our original wildcards. So just going through that. And this is what the Wildcards website looks like today. So you can see a whole bunch of wildcards, and we've raised over $90,000, which is super exciting, and that number keeps on ticking up. Let's actually go to the website. So you can see how this number keeps going up because people, own these wildcards. Let's go to a wildcard. So you can see here, this is the owner. They've put Seatler's price at $11, and 20% of that is $2.2. and that continuously goes to the organization Shark Spotters. So that's the basics of the model. Oops. So one of the key things that we really had to think about is, you know, getting the platform to be fun, right? So people tend to stay engaged with something that's fun and lighthearted. So even though Wildcards is tackling a very serious issue, the whole website's very playful and gamified. So you can see we've got leaderboards where you can see who the top guardians are, and you can see how much they've contributed and when they're contributing. So how many days they've held their wildcards in total, etc. And then we've got user profiles. I think this is something very exciting, and I hope to see more profiles for giving pop up, not just in wildcards, because, you know, this is Marvin's Ethereum address. All of this is linked to his address, and you can see exactly how he's interacted with wildcards, which wildcards he's owned previously, and how much he's given. And I think that's really special. I think, you know, it's something, you know, his grandchildren will be able to see, because as I'm sure most of you know, things are immutable on Ethereum. So this will be there forever, which is really exciting, and I think quite groundbreaking. Here you can see an example of some of the features we're busy working on, and that's badges. So there'll be certain challenges and rewards for completing certain things in wildcards. So if you hold the wildcard for more than 20 days, you can get a certain badge. If you contribute a certain amount, you can get another badge. If you own a certain combination of animals or different species, you can get another badge. So this all comes back to the gamification, basically incentivizing people to be active participants in wildcards. Another cool little feature with wildcards is we've got a Twitter bot, which helps notify users when their deposits going to be running low. So if any of you own a wildcard, I would suggest you link your Twitter account. That way you can get notifications when your deposit's running low, and make sure you don't lose your wildcards. Now, another cool little thing that we actually quite proud of is that with wildcards, you continuously earning a loyalty token while you use it. And we've had this feature actually from very early on, before the whole sort of liquidity mining and sort of farming craze kicked off. But it's really simple. Every day that you hold a wildcard, you earn one wildcard's loyalty token. And we're working on, you know, increasing the use cases for this token. But just like most governance tokens and platforms, this token will be used in the system for various things. So it can be for you know, personalized messages, governance. We've got some funds. I can actually find the wildcard for you. Oops. There you go. We've got some wildcards that generate funds for a pool, and we need governance to decide what to do with those funds. So let's quickly find it. Should be somewhere here. I think my computer's taking strain with the video sharing. Oh, okay, that's the second edition wildcards. So here, Glenn the Dragon is obviously a fictional creature, and the funds from this wildcard go into a pool, and we've got various mechanisms to decide what to do with these funds. So that's an exciting use case of the tokens. We've actually turned a lot of those features off at the moment because it's unfeasible to do on mainnet. Then here are some of our partners. We've got about 30 partners at the moment. These partners are all around the world, and what's exciting is they've all been connected and have an Ethereum wallet that they're receiving their funds at. Another very exciting progression of the Wildcards platform is that we've moved to Matic. So all of the new wildcards, the second edition wildcards that I was showing you here, they're on Matic network, which means we've got much cheaper transactions. In fact, all of the transactions are paid for by us, so they're free, and we've got a fiat on ramp, so you can purchase wildcards with a credit card, which is also super exciting. Let's go back to presentation. So this is the voting mechanism that I was telling you about, where you actually vote with your Wildcards loyalty tokens. But like I say, we thought it wasn't feasible to be running this on mainnet, so we're going to be launching this whole system again on Matic sometime soon. So quickly to summarize, what Harburger Tax NFTs, I think, have a lot of really interesting use cases outside of animal conservation. We've done various experiments with Harburger Tax for climate change. We've done some experiments with an art gallery where you can use the NFTs to represent gallery space, digital advertising, digital land. I think there's a lot of stuff that's very unexplored with Harburger Tax, and I encourage some of our listeners here today to look into that, or reach out. There's a lot of open source code. In fact, all of the Wildcards code is open source. So if you've got a project that wants to use some of it, just give me a shout. This is the project we built for carbon credits using Harburger Tax NFTs. Basically, the NFTs represent land that has, in this case, speckworm, which is a very carbon absorbing plant. And those pieces of land generate an ERC20 token, which are carbon credits, all priced using Harburger Tax. And then, of course, Wildcards wouldn't be where it is without its amazing community. So here you can see some really cool stuff that some of our community have created in crypto voxels. Here's the rest of the team. So I think on on the announcement for this talk, it was going to be JonJon talking rather than me. JonJon's at a wedding this weekend, so I'm filling in. But as you can see, we've got a really strong technical team. So us three here are the co-founders. We all have computer science backgrounds. Then we've got Rio Button, who's a conservation biologist, and Luke, who's been helping us refine our business model and work through all of the more related side of building a project and making it. I think I've left plenty of time for questions. Please feel free to send me an email or join our Discord. I don't have a link here, but I can share it in the Meta Factory Discord after this. So yeah, I'd like to open it up for questions. Thanks.
Sure, super. It's always so nice to see people exploring novel solutions to the problem of protecting wildlife, and B, making it compelling to people to do that, to take that action. Yeah, and I think your solution using Harbinger tax does both things, right? It provides that continuous revenue stream, which is so key, but it also makes it compelling for people to stay engaged. And I wonder, so do you have any stats for like how many addresses hold cards and things like that? Do you know?
I actually don't know offhand. My guess, it's not as much as we would like it to be. My guess is it's probably between 50 and 70 addresses, but those aren't all currently active. I think that's sort of over its lifetime. We've probably had, I'd say about 60, 70 users. Mm-hmm. And of course, you can see how much all those users have raised. There's definitely a sort of long tail. Some of our top users, maybe our top 3 or 4 users, have probably given like 80% of the funds. So there's definitely a sort of long tail where the sort of whales are the biggest contributors. Unfortunately, to be honest, we haven't actually seen as much interaction on Matic. I'm not sure if it's just, a new network and people aren't used to it. But yeah, it's definitely been sad that we've had to move away from mainnet Ethereum, where things are much easier for people and people are more familiar with it.
That's actually a really good point that I don't think anybody has made today. But the Ethereum ecosystem as a whole just has so much network effect for projects, particularly. I can't imagine sort of launching on a side chain. How do people discover you? I mean, you're not as visible, I guess. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what happens this year with the layer 2s. But I've heard of so many projects that are going to Matic that I'm sure you're not going to be alone for very long.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's the experience is actually better than Ethereum. It's more, getting your funds from Ethereum to Matic is and sort of another barrier to entry. And then it's the reverse for our partners. So, you know, our partners are in all sorts of countries around the world, in Africa and South America. And, you know, some of those countries just barely have an Ethereum exchange, you know, where you can sell Ether for the local currency. And now we're using Matic, and we have to, you know, teach our organizations how to move the funds first from Matic to Ethereum, and then make an account with an exchange and then convert that. So there's a lot of difficulty, which, I mean, yeah, we in it for the long term, so it'll just get easier. But yeah, those are really quite big challenges, and yeah, for sure we wouldn't move away if it wasn't for the high gas costs.
For sure. So feel free to not answer this because it's not really specific to Wildcards per se. But one thing that I've always wondered, and there's also a question from Discord that I'll get to. But first, one thing I've always wondered about a lot of NFT projects, or a lot of Ethereum projects in general, is the original impetus to bank the unbanked and to serve the underserved. And yet all of the applications that I know of, bar one that is now defunct, always led with, you know, a site that requires a PC or you know, a computer. There are very few mobile first dApps. So I wondered if you considered a mobile version of your application of Wildcards that could potentially reach, you know, so many more people that only access the internet via mobile phones.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think a lot of the challenge is around wallets, really, and most of the wallets are linked to sort of desktops or sort of web-based wallets. We haven't launched, but we've worked on a solution with direct auth, where users can create wallets just using their email, and that, you know, it would be totally possible to run Wildcards in your phone. And I've done various experiments, but never taken it far enough to actually launch on a phone. I guess in a lot of ways I'm waiting for Wildcards to see what they do. Yeah, I probably don't have the resources to lead the charge on the mobile first dApps, but I'm definitely, yeah, if anyone knows of good examples of mobile first dApps that work directly from, I don't know, the Android Play Store, please shout and tell me, because yeah, I'd like to learn how they're doing it and learn from that. Oops.
You're muted, Sparrow.
Yeah, I just took my headphones off.
She might not be able to hear us. You're still muted. That's okay. I will help out a little bit. So one of the things that I noticed with Wildcards is that it was like one of the first bonding curves that I saw that was applied really towards like charitable causes, and I love it. Was like one of the great like early NFT projects for conservation of animals. How did you kind of get out ahead of everything? And was it like too far ahead of us, or are people like now learning about it, or was the traction good back like last year and before that?
Yeah, I think we launched at a perfect time. I think sadly I'm not pushing the project as hard as I was, or I don't have as much time as I did 2 years ago, or maybe it's a year and a half ago when we launched. Maybe if we launched now and I had the amount of time I had back then, Wildcards would have more traction. No one can say. But I think Wildcards is a project that's about building something that's long-term sustainable. And if Wildcards has a track record of 5 years, then 10 years, I think that's where the value comes in. People start to trust Wildcards, and it can really grow as an organization. So that's what I hope for. So yeah, I think I could always wish for more time to push Wildcards forward, but really what I'm going for is something that can stand the test of time. So yeah, I'm not sure if that answers the question or what exactly the question is. But
it goes back to one of the things that we've said a lot. It's all about sustainability and living within our means, and especially for animals or people that don't have the means to make those decisions. It's important to kind of support and make sure that they have a space so that we don't push out kind of critical parts of our world, such as animals. Are there any intentions to make a new season at all, or release new animals?
Yeah, I think there's a few that are going to be going on sale in the next few weeks. So yeah, there'll be new animals, and we onboarding new organizations. We've been thinking about changing parts of the model, but that takes a lot of time to rebuild the smart contract and that sort of stuff. So we're still going with the original model. Yeah, I think one of the sort of strengths and weaknesses, it depends how you look at it, with the current model is it isn't scalable. If let's say Wildcards were to go viral, due to the scarcity of Wildcards, there might not be enough for everyone to participate, which isn't ideal. So we're thinking of actually doing something more with traditional type NFTs in the future, where they aren't always for sale, and then we can have hundreds of thousands of users, or our user base can triple in a few weeks, and it won't totally disrupt things. Whereas at the moment, I don't know, Wildcards are like too scarce in a way. So yeah, there's a lot to think about on the model.
Great, thank you so much.
Perfect. Yeah,
I'm going
been
to
an absolute pleasure.
To MZ, thank you so much for the information about Wildcards. I definitely recommend people check it out. MZ, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Great. So your talk originally had a very long title. I tried to make it more concise. I called it Creating with Code. Is that kind of accurate?
Probably not, but I'll give an intro and we'll wing it.
Okay, sounds great. Then the floor is yours. Please take it away.
Cool. Let me share. Let's see, present, and then sort of come back, find the bit where I share my screen. Of course, I'm not yet. There we go. Screen share. Yep. I want to square application window, Brave tab, MetaFEST presentation 2. Okay, I'm going to hit the present button, and that seems to be working. And then I'm going to try to turn my screen back on. Yep, no, that didn't work like it didn't work last time, so we'll skip over. You don't have to look at my face. All right, so the title, the very long title, was Publication Standards as Social Infrastructure. And much like last time, I dug through the research and put together the slides in the hour beforehand with the help of the ever wonderful Jeff Emmett. And hopefully you will enjoy this. It picks up actually where the previous talk left off, but the focus is a bit more NFT related since it's NFT Day. So the abstract that went along with the really long title, Jeff was kind enough to drop it in here for future reference, but I'll give you the TLDR, which is basically that we cannot reduce the sort of contents of the things that we put in, say, NFTs or in data entirely to that data, that there's real world stuff going on, people, relationships, expertise generated in the process of creating things, and that ultimately we can sort of attempt to capture the essence of the creative economy using these sort of the NFTs and networks of relationships between people and content, but that we have to kind of strike a balance between those things as the value themselves or as representations of that value. And so we're going to kind of poke around this idea in the direction of what eventually rolls up to skill trees. So we're going to start where we ended last time, which was this quest, Cartography of Cyberspace, and we talked about this publication NFT standard. That's a sort of hack in progress, if you will, on this HackMD file, and the discussion on the MetaGame forums at MetaPub's proto specification. The gist of it is that we're trying to get to something very simple that's representative of a creative event, but again, representative of that creative event. It captures the metadata, but not necessarily the data itself. The data itself might be, captured in something, say, stored on IPFS and named via a content ID or CID, but actually even those objects might be themselves representations of something greater. Like if you do a PhD thesis, sure, there's the thesis itself, but even the thesis itself is just a representation of the knowledge that you gained by doing the research that you did over maybe many years. So we're kind of striking this balance of saying, okay, on one hand, there might be an NFT, which is metadata about something you've created. There might be a digital artifact of the thing that you've created, a paper, a book, some code, an image, etc. And then there's the actual act of creating and all of the things that were involved in that. So the quick review from the media networks talk, we talked about people and the act of creating things. Those things have dependencies. They're also consumed by other people. And we basically said that this graph was a little bit structured and really it's messy and it looks like this, and lots of interconnections between people and stuff. And in fact, if we want to think about this in the network form, we might want to look at how things are related. So here in yellow, someone consumes something. But then there's also the dependency on some other thing that was a component or a part of that thing. But then there's also an additional set of dependencies where maybe the people who created the dependency were themselves influenced by consuming something else, and so on. And so this creates this sort of web of interconnectedness between people and the stuff that they create. And I think this is a really important aspect of sort of this social infrastructure, because you can't reduce it to just the red dots. It gets disconnected. And if we start to understand the roles that people played in the creation and consumption of these things, we actually can start to get a better perspective on this idea of expertise, where it's not necessarily that you have expertise because you have a badge or something that says you do, but rather you have actual experience that allows you to create more in the future, or that there's some value that is captured in the relationships between the people and the things that they have created. So, example, because most people are familiar with these sort of dependency trees in the context of Git. So this was from some work way back, actually, maybe 2 years ago, related to source cred. And we were like poking around the contribution graphs and thinking about, what actually comes, what actually has to happen in this case of an open source project to manifest the outputs that people consume. And, one of the interesting observations at that time was that even the code-based representation was pretty insufficient. There was the integration of the Discourse plugin and the Discord plugin and a wide range of other plugins plugins in order to ensure different kinds of work, maybe not explicitly code generation, issue writing, pull requests, etc., but actually like service or support work, community management and project management, and sort of basically all of the other work that's necessary to have a successful project would be adequately represented in this sort of collective production act. And so if you're interested in that, I would definitely just check out the SourceGrid project. It's come a long way since the time that I was hacking on it. But nonetheless, this idea of these dependency graphs that is interconnecting people and the byproduct of their labor is pretty important. And even at the time, the snapshot on the right was the SourceGrid project, and the repo, the main SourceGrid repo, was the purple dot, the massive one in the middle, and the two pink ones were the sort of lead engineers, Dandelion and William. And everybody else is interconnected throughout, and all sorts of cool stuff was being developed. But because we were using the sort of PageRank algorithm for weighting, it's kind of obvious how the scaling worked out. In any case, a lot of really interesting things are happening at the smart contracts level that are sort of allowing us to improve our coordination and collaboration. And we see this sort of dataverse, as it were, and the diagram on the right was created by ZX Zhang at Protocol Labs, and it kind of looks at the layers of data down to the sort of base layer, which is this essentially Web3 unstructured data that we would store in something, basically name according to IPFS, but ultimately it's stored in a distributed way because, like any peer-to-peer network, there's not really any guarantee of availability or persistence. The inclusion of Filecoin, that network for coordinating around persistence, you expect to have some bridge layers to serve as some sorts of oracles, or the verification of the sourced data. It's a wide range of use cases in this layer, but they would ultimately connect to business logic layers, things like smart contracts and DAOs. And in this smart contracts and DAOs layers around data, there's cool stuff like, look at projects like Ocean Protocol working on data markets and a wide range of DAO structures that could provide oversight and govern those data sets. Ultimately, though, we think about it in terms of monetization, governance, and rights management. We can also think about it in the context of metadata. And this sort of flips the coin from the notion of the NFT as the thing and the CID, or the, say, data that you store on IPFS as its metadata. I guess the natural thing, or the thing I see most common, is something like you would associate with CryptoKitties, OG NFT. You have the on-chain asset, and then you have the content describing it. And so then you think of the on-chain asset as the thing and the data as metadata. And I'm going to sort of entreat that you flip this and think of the on-chain asset as metadata. It might be, performative metadata in the sense that who holds it matters. But nonetheless, it is ultimately a piece of metadata about the real world. And so when we say that someone has, say, a proof of attendance protocol token, the token is essentially mapping to their address, and at least implicitly, the address maps to the person. And the idea is that the token makes a sort of claim about the fact that the person was present at the event at the time. So we're kind of teasing at this idea that the smart contracts can be thought of as metadata structures linking dependencies and contributions by tying CIDs to NFTs or token contracts. And this idea basically says that the fact that you're a member of a DAO, or the fact that you participated in an event, or the fact that you created an artifact with some other person is actually metadata about you. And so we can start to think about those media networks as being latent or implicit. They just happen in the world. That's kind of what the world looks like. We co-produce stuff. And that everything that we put in our data sets, whether it's IPFS or whether it's on-chain data in the form of DAO interactions, or again, I'm using the Pope tokens as a reference case, they're effectively metadata about us. And so when we take that frame, we can ask, well, like, how complex is our real life experience? Well, I'm a control theorist, formal training. That's what my PhD is in. I worked on distributed multi-agent dynamical systems, big, messy multi-agent systems. And my experience to get to my level of expertise looks like this. I worked on aerospace materials, and I worked on an Arctic robot, and I worked on some economics, and I worked on some business applied resource allocation problems, and I worked on some other business applied resource allocation problems. And like nuts and bolts of it is, as I traversed the real world problems that I had to solve, I like learned a bunch of stuff. But I mostly learned the stuff I needed to do the thing I was trying to do. And that meant that the path wasn't like this nice laid out course catalog, even though I did take a lot of courses. For the most part, I only kind of learned them when I was taking classes. Everything I know well, I know because I had to apply it to something, and I had to kind of fight through figuring out how to make it work. And so, some points of example, my dissertation was on distributed optimization strategies, and I had some implementation components that I just had to like go around in circles until they worked. Similarly, like I spent a lot of time working on CAD, and it's in many ways a work in progress, but it's a dynamical systems framework, which is very much tied into my expertise around control theory. And on the other hand, I pulled out one other example here, which is the Arctic robot that did eventually get deployed to McMurdo Station. It was my engineering senior design project. And one of the points of this drawing is that there are lots of dots scattered all over this, a lot of things done and learned from, but there's also the blue dots representing the people that I was working with. So like my thesis and what I learned was heavily influenced by my advisors and my committee, and the team that worked on the Arctic robot was a bunch of other students plus some faculty advisors and members of the Cold Regions Research Engineering Lab, which is an Army Corps of Engineers lab, and like block science team at large, and in particular some of the lead engineers on CAD, especially in its early instantiation, were Joshua Jodesty and Marcus Cook. And like the point here is that these expertises and these projects and these people are kind of entangled. And so if we want to understand expertise, we also have to start to untangle, or at least understand the tangling of our experiences in building things and doing things with other people in order to codify it. So this is placed in contrast to the sort of legacy credentialing system where, you've got your professors who, learned from other professors, and you have sort of academic genealogies and publication histories. And, I have my Google Scholar and my advisor and his sort of academic legacy that goes back, advisor over advisor to people like Leibniz and Gauss. It's nuts, but it's very very almost classist in nature. It's like the more, the higher the sort of prestige of your advisor's institution or their advisor's advisor, that pretty much defines the way that people get jobs as professors in universities, at least in the US. And so those people then produce course materials, and they teach other people, and then maybe they get jobs, or you get the idea. It kind of worked, but it kind of didn't, because in practice, most of the things that I would argue that I really learned how to do, I learned by doing projects, at least some of which were in the context of these universities, but not so much all of them. And they certainly didn't set me up so that I had to do that, with maybe the exception of that senior design project on the Arctic robot. So kind of moving forward, we can look at what a legacy distributed credential system works. And actually, I use this example. I did Boy Scouts when I was in high school. Mixed feelings overall, but let's just say that the procedure for providing credentials is pretty scalable. They have a bunch of published, requirements for badges and ranks and such, but basically anybody who already has the badge or rank or is qualified to sign off on any one of these requirements can do it for you. And so people basically build out a massive basis of credentialing by having people who have previously gotten those credentials get them, give them to other people sort of recursively. So there's a very powerful feed-forward effect. It's not quite decentralized, though, because the set of credentials is static, or it's governed very centrally, right? The organization itself decides what the requirements are and what a badge is and what a rank is and what you have to do to get it. A more Web3 oriented way to do this would be something like this example from Open Badges, which was one of the contributions to our ongoing sort of hack MD. One of the team members added this and some links. I recommend checking it out. But in particular, you have an environment now where the issuers are not necessarily unique or centralized, right? You've got somebody who creates these classes of badges, and they basically say, okay, cool, here's a category of things. And you might say, well, my preferred example is token engineering. I want to be an issuer of a token engineering credential. I would just sort of declare the existence of token engineering level 1 and describe all the requirements and maybe store them in some markdown files and maybe content address them and stick them on IPFS and put that in the metadata of the badge class. And then I might go out and say, well, let's take someone I've worked with, maybe someone I've worked with a lot. And I will say, well, I'm going to issue this to you because, well, I created the badge, so I have the authority to issue maybe the initial credentials. And then that person might go, hey, like, I have this credential now. I have the right to issue it to somebody else. And I did this cool project with this other person. And I want to give them this badge too. And so their badge might have as a metadata the fact that they issued it, that that this particular person issued it to them. So the metadata associated with their unique NFT or their unique badge might be, well, it's this badge, which was originally issued by Zargham. And it was, and your particular instance of it, the assertion or credential, was issued by, say, Marcus. And that particular piece of record is not a transferable token, but rather a piece of metadata on their address, which they could further display to someone else when they're hunting for a token engineering job. And you're like, yeah, well, I have a token engineering level 1 badge because I did maybe this project with Marcus, and Marcus has this badge because he did this project with Zargham, and Zargham was the original issuer of the badge. And so you could actually create some of this provenance that reflects the actual metadata of the sequences of events that led to people having these badges. And one of the things that's so interesting about this is that it's highly contextual. So like someone might go, well, I see that you have the badge, but you know what, like, so-and-so gives out 100 of these things. And although I think the TE level 1 badge is great, I'm not sure how I feel about TE1 badges that were allocated by person A, because they just give out too many of them. They don't spend enough time with the people they issue to them to really do projects with them and know that they're skilled. But that doesn't necessarily undermine the badge per se. It might just undermine it a little bit, or maybe a lot if there's too many people like that, to the point that maybe the badge ends up being worthless. But if that's the case, someone could always say, okay, yeah, I get it. That's a problem. Let's make a new one and let's control it more carefully. And then that's a different badge and you can interpret it differently. But ultimately, it's a mixture of what the displayers use it for and whether or not those people end up being able to do stuff. So the header on this slide, credentials not equal to experience, not equal to capability, basically says these things aren't equal automatically. But if we have a good system, we can make them more equal, meaning that the credentials are better representations of experience and experience is a better representation of capability. And that will happen if we have tools that allow us to express things closer to these graphs or things that are closer to these paths. And so the argument here is that we need to build some infrastructure to make this as easy as possible. So this was the example that I was sort of playing out there. I was talking about what would happen. And in this case, my example is maybe I publish skill token engineering level 1, and I would maybe issue it to Jeff as an attestation to his skills. And maybe you're like, hey, I don't know this guy Jeff, but he says he's skilled in token engineering. And maybe he shows you the badge. And my argument is that this could be done with something very similar to a proof of attendance protocol, and that we should be able to keep it very slim and have very minor modifications and actually get this sort of distributed, decentralized, scalable skill offering standard. And the point when I say standard here is that I'm not advocating that we build one platform and say everyone use the platform. What I'm actually advocating for is a sufficiently common pattern in the way the metadata and references are organized that it could be massively reused by people in different platforms. We've had a variety of projects engage in this discussion. And actually, this is the sort of last slide. And this is another screenshot from our HackMD where we're kind of working on standards together. And we've had people in our discussions from a wide range of projects, including 3Box and Ceramic, Pictosis, Raid Guild, LexDAO. DeepWork has some really cool work on skill trees. And so these are all like related works and things that are relevant here. And what we really need is to come up with some basic certification NFT standard, which amounts to capturing only the things that are required, and then you can always have more metadata. So if you want to add, you want to make a special kind of badge that has extra metadata, no one should stop you. But as long as you meet the minimum required fields, sort of in database architecture terms, you could imagine having these things deeply interconnected across a wide range of organizations, a wide range of issuers. And the thing that makes them like skill trees is when they start having stacking rules. Like I would say, well, you can't get token engineering 2 unless you also have token engineering 1. I may not care who issued your token engineering 1, but it's not realistic for you to work with the material in token engineering 2 if you haven't been able to get over the hump of token engineering 1. And another thing that I think this allows for is sort of deeper references to content stored in IPFS or stored named via IPFS, where you might have manuals or course catalogs or materials that you would learn from and say, like, look, until you can sort of understand and work within these 5 or 10 concepts, then maybe you're not ready for this one. But here's the textbook or here's the reference material. So you can build up to it, and then it becomes clear that the issuer is saying, the issuer is saying this person knows these things. And this kind of brings us back to the Boy Scouts example where there's like a manual. And so the person who's signing off isn't just signing off arbitrarily. They're saying, you should give someone token engineering 2 if you can attest to the fact that they understand and can apply these things. Maybe they've done a project that applied those things with you, and then you're giving it to them. And that's what helps create this bind between actual capability and credentials. So that's what I'm hoping for. I think that we're actually technically well along that way, because I do believe it's a relatively minor extension of a proof of attendance protocol token, but the value doesn't necessarily come from implementing the smart contract. The value comes from the adoption of the standard and the ultimate interoperability of the resulting badges and people's using them in good faith, meaning that instead of having a rush to just give them out because you want to have them, you actually, as an expert, sort of respect the value of the expertise that you've created through real work and actually only confer those badges when you feel like people deserve them, or like they can sort of have proven to you through some form of collaboration that they do have those skills. So that is the end of my talk. We'll have about 5 minutes for Q&A, and this is largely a summary of my ongoing sort of research with relation to the metagame community and the some of the HackMDs and the linkages to the forums are in the slides, which I think I can make available. I'll post the links to the slides in the forum, if not somewhere else. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. I've been following the skills trees and the certifications quite intently, because it seems like, well, just what you said, it is a natural progression from the sort of NFTs that we're seeing in the POAP protocol. One interesting thing that struck me was the key of an actual person conferring these credentials. And I wondered if you could talk a bit about why that's important, why it should be a person doing that kind of evaluation rather than, oh, I've taken this online course and passed some test and automatically get the credentials that way.
Yeah. Well, I'll say that there may always be a place for that kind of thing, but you're asserting something very different. So if you have those, they might be the intro courses, because a lot of the times a person teaching you something, like I'll put it this way. It's frustrating for me when someone wants me to help them learn something and they're not willing to go learn the prerequisites, right? Like I really like teaching advanced material. Like I do have a PhD. I've taught graduate level courses at the University of Pennsylvania, and I got this sort of expectation that like by the time someone's in front of me, they will have done the legwork to be ready to learn the thing that you really need to learn from a person. And actually, Danilo, one of the team members at Block Science, who's awesome, he explained to me how he's made courses for Coursera before, and he explained to me this example of beginner versus intermediate versus advanced knowledge. And in his description, the beginner knowledge you should be able to learn in this way that you just go consume the course. And then the intermediate knowledge is going to require some application. And by that point, someone kind of needs to, like, you need to have the beginner knowledge, but you haven't really learned how to use it yet. So someone might have to actually help you. You can be a little bit more programmatic about it. You say, do this, then do that, and you start to learn the procedure. And at that point, it's borderline, like maybe you could give someone assignments and see how they did, but you probably should have a human evaluating it. By the time you get to advanced knowledge, the whole point is there's no script. So like when you get to advanced, you're making creative or subjective decisions about the application of your expertise. And so by that point, there's literally no way to acquire advanced knowledge in a purely programmatic way where we just say, oh, I took the course, check the box. And in fact, since we're interested in creation and like creative stuff, like I don't see how you could possibly kind of get to the top of the skill tree without having these human evaluators and this very, like, you could think of it as a apprentice mentor. In a lot of cases, I think it ends up being co-mentorship. At least the most valuable relationships I've ever had have been like, I know something, the other person knows something, we hack together. Now I know more about what they knew and vice versa. So it doesn't even necessarily have to be hierarchical. It can be if you're going to learn something from the expert in whatever because you want to, but I don't know, I'm sort of rambling. But I think the idea here is that in order to get to advanced, at least, which is what most people want, there definitely is no way around the human interaction, because otherwise it's easy for the capability and the credential to break. You need to be able to say, look, like, we did stuff together. I know that they can do stuff, not because they passed the test, but because we actually made something.
I think that that's actually a key differentiator that might go under the radar because it's not explicitly an aim, right, of having a real thing to show with a team that has worked together. And basically, you can even think that the person who came for mentorship could give the mentor badge for how well they did in teaching the thing to them.
Absolutely. And I think the one thing I will say before I hop off is that I do think that the field of engineering, which is the field I was trained in, does better than this and than a lot of other engineering or a lot of other educational tracks, because it has as its sort of core emphasis creation of things, design and building things. And like the example of the Arctic robot was in here for a reason. That was my engineering senior design project. I could not graduate with my I think it's my second undergraduate degree was a bachelor's in robotics, and the engineering accreditations require practicals, and the practicals are like 6-month plus long engineering projects, and you can't graduate and get an accredited engineering degree without one. So like there's an emphasis on the practicals in those fields, and I don't think that, like, certainly my liberal arts degree didn't have a notion of a practical, but I learned very different and useful stuff during that degree.
So MZ, I hate to cut you off, but I also want to get to Nate Alex, who is one of the key people applying the NFT technology. Cool. So I think if you stick around, you're in for a treat. So thank you so much for your time. Thanks for having me.
I also want to say, Sparrow, first time I think I've seen you on camera here. So I know we've talked previously many, many times here and there, and it's fantastic seeing your face and hearing your voice at the same time.
Same here, definitely. Good to see you.
So today, I gave a shout out to Nate Alex, and I've been trying to get him on, but he is pretty much one of the most busy people that I know right now. Definitely busier than I am, which says a lot. And Leo also extremely busy. So I'm glad that you were able to make it on here, and thank you so much, gentlemen, for finding the time to squeeze us into your day. I think this will be a real treat for everyone.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Nate, if you could kind of tell people a little bit about some of the projects you've done and what you're working on now, I think that'll give people a good idea.
Sure. Yeah, I'm Nate. I go by Nate Alex in the space because a long time ago I predicted there would be a lot of people in this space and I wouldn't be the only Nate. So that's kind of how it started. But yeah, so I've been in the space for about not quite since the beginning, but for over 3 years now. So it's pretty early days, and mostly dabbled as like a collector and just degen, basically doing the same shit that people are doing now and loving to do now. I was loving to do, 3 years ago, except there was only CryptoKitties or Axes to like do it on, and the random other dApps that would pop up. Yeah, so I basically lived in that world for a few years. I just really felt like this space had just enormous potential. I mean, I thought that maybe some of us were a little weird in it, the early people, but I felt like, it was inevitable that more people would come around to this kind of concept of digital ownership. And I started getting into development. So professionally, I worked in like machine automation stuff, and I had a bit of a programming background already. So the transition wasn't as hard for me as it would be for maybe somebody who is entirely green. So I had some project engineering experience. I had some software experience. But anyways, I jumped into this realm and like trying to actually program in Solidity. Actually, I started off trying to build tools with CryptoKitties because I was like the only dApp, and I would like have like these API scrapers, and I was like learning these basic little things to interact with that kind of dApp. And then I tried to build my own first dApp at, I guess it was the end of 2019, and that was that failed. I didn't finish it, but I circled back. I gave up and decided to quit for all of 2 weeks before I circled back and made Chain Faces, which was, if you're not familiar with, it's just like this randomly generated ASCII text face project. So each piece of the face is randomly generated. There's some rarity schemes in there and stuff, but like the whole core magic around it was this idea of the on-chain, like actually storing all the data for this thing on-chain. So like just text, but that's on-chain, and then the color of the face, the text color, the background color, they're stored as integers, which can be easily translated into the hex colors for the background and the text. So it's just simple shit like that. But it was important for me to like do this little experiment and sort of think about things a little bit differently than the way they had been done, where images had been hosted on servers. And Jim was already from Avastars and NFT 42, who I'm working with now. He was already sort of coming down this path on his own, and he was already beating the on-chain drum first. But that's really where it started for me. About January 2020, I guess, was where I kind of said, all right, I'm going to do this space pretty much full time once I quit my other job, kind of thing. But yeah, and then that led into me jumping on with Jim. We talked a little bit about a platform that could have this sort of on-chain metadata, and we talked about better file storage solutions because you can store text faces on chain, but you can't store a 50 megabyte video on chain at the moment on Ethereum. So that led us to the Arweave path, and we decided, without really knowing if Arweave is the future solution, we'll have this sort of dual solution path, IPFS and Arweave as our file storage, and that should give us some redundancy and some robustness. So that led to the infinite. I can't even say it anymore. Infinity. Whatever people want to call it. So we ditched that name because it's impossible to say.
Yes.
But yeah,
good branding move.
And that's where we've come along to this Infinity Tokens concept, which now I believe is being rebranded, and we're throwing some names around. Actually, I'm not sure if I can share them, but I'm actually liking most of the stuff we're coming up with. So hopefully we don't land on one of the few new branding ideas that I hate. But all this stuff will be coming out in the very near future. We're going to be launching a new platform. We're going to have sort of the same mantra with the on-chain metadata stuff, and we're going to have Arweave and IPFS as file storage solutions. But there's going to be quite a lot of new features here. So we're going to have like the multi-file thing. We're trying to think about we're trying to think about NFTs in a way that I think other people are starting to think about them as well, but we're still, I hate to say that we're like leading the pack, because we're just thinking about
are.
maybe some.
It's okay.
You're 100% leading the pack, and I'm trying to catch up. And one of the people that is critical to my path has been you, Nate, and Leo, and Jim. Like this on chain and the contracts you've written have been kind of my models for NFTs. And I had the benefit of last year kind of picking your brain as I went through the Machi X contract, which was the sister to Infinity. And they were kind of made even before like Arweave was ready for people to be doing what we were doing.
Absolutely.
So, like reach out to the Arweave people and be like, hey, how does this work? How do we get this to do what we need it to do? And their answer was, do you want to write it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've so I mean, there are other people who are pioneering in other ways, and this is not throwing shade at any of some of the work that like Nifty Gateway has done with onboarding fiat users. I think is just fucking great. I mean, OpenSea, while I don't love necessarily their token minting model, the marketplace and what they've done there and brought NFTs and put them in front of everybody, and the fact that they built this marketplace that you can interface with as an NFT project has really saved my ass, because I've launched projects that have went through there as their marketplace. So nothing against any of these guys. I mean, I think they're all awesome and they're all doing great work on what they are focusing on and what they're doing. And I think that we're kind of trying to do that where in a space that maybe nobody or not a lot of other people are really thinking or competing about. So like the multi-file stuff, really the idea is that in the future, there'll be all these metaverse experiences. You may need a 3D file here. You may need a PNG there. You may need MP4 there, whatever. Nobody knows what it's going to look like in 5 years. So we're saying we don't know, but we're going to build this model that allows you to put all of those files on the token. And in the future, you just reference the one you need from whatever metaverse experience it is that's using it. So I feel like that's a pretty big innovation. The vending machine type model from, I guess we coined that term with Joy when we were working with him. And that actually, I guess that idea sort of spun out from something he was trying to do. So, and then we sort of iterated on it to get here. I mean, that's similar to like, I guess the open editions where you can self-serve mint. So nothing too like groundbreaking there, but I think it's kind of neat to be natively built into these NFT contracts. But really, I think
actually correct you on that as well, and kind of point to some of the innovations that the Joy Toy contract has that are kind of more groundbreaking than just the vending machine thing. Like the fact that you made it so it's updatable and the royalty splits, and just the level of care that is like, you can have multiple artists that are uploading things that flow royalties correctly to all the different people. It's literally building a lot of the standards on top of, solving the minting problem for artists. Like if I were to mint, say 60 NFTs, as we might have done in this kind of gas, you're going to pay 3 to 6 Ethereum sometimes, and that's a huge barrier to entry for a new artist, or even someone that's got some money to put into it just to kind of make your art before you see anything. So I think the vending machine, as well as the level of control to be able to add new pieces from the contract and have like the contract first approach, is like one of the biggest innovations of this work.
Cool. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Leo.
I was going to say, the work that you've done, Nate, is pretty amazing. And the fact that you guys are so like collaboration and experimental and like community first and get stuff done, that you even, to some people it was like, oh, the Machi X contract was the first one to use the dual systems. Like, yeah, kind of, but it's like they let us front run them like on purpose. It wasn't even like, it's not even like I saw you doing a thing, we stole the thing, and then we launched a thing. Like you're like, oh, how dare you? But it's like, you helped us launch a thing before you launched the thing. And it's like, cool, thanks. And I mean, I think we've all come a long way here. Everybody here, like I know when we first launched the Mattereum Gallery, it was kind of it was first of its kind in that like we weren't like affiliate with one of the stores or anything, and then I think it would have been, to me, very unfathomable to say a year ago, like, hey guys, guess what happens? A16Z is going to invest in this field and lead around for one of these groups. Like, come on, give me a break. Like, you got to be kidding me. Like, that ain't happening. What are you smoking and where can I get some, right? So it's like, but now, last week or this week, OpenSeas has their big round, and it's just like, wow, that's awesome. And it's like, I see all this innovation. And I think the point that you're touching on too, about the Infinite and having your own kind of creation down that path. I know Penguin and I are also talking about how to evolve MachiX. And this is one direction that I think would be something that would be great for us to tag on to. One of the challenges I think about, and I've discussed this with Penguin as well, is as we solve the gas problem across scaling solutions, one of the problems with NFTs, I think, is fundamentally, once you have it, how can you, oh, my son just woke up. Hello. Well, once you have it, how can you make it compatible across all of the platform? So, okay, so if you minted something not on Ethereum, how can you make it show up across like CryptoVoxels, etc.? Because once you bought your art, you want a place to show it, and you don't want to say like, oh, I have this workaround. So I think it'd be super awesome. You guys are probably already planning this, but in addition to optimizing for gas and efficiency of minting, etc., optimizing for displaying across the places where people want to display them would be super as well. I don't know if you guys have done that. And then maybe the last question is when/where apes are.
Yeah, so we're doing some thinking about how this is going to work in the future without really having all the information to really do it properly yet. So so we like with one of the things that we're going to bring in with the new platform, and it's something that didn't exist with like the old stuff, is kind of this idea that if you're a creator and you want to come in and make your own thing, instead of having to compete, say, in the same field with everybody else. So say you go to Rarible, you mint a token. Now there's your token, and that's nice, but you're in a store with a bunch of other people. Like our approach is going to be more, you come, you mint your token, and now you have your own store, and it's your website, and it's got its own vending machine model. It's got all your works there, and you will treat it more like your own individual personal store. And maybe at the bottom, it'll say made by whatever the fuck we're calling ourselves at that point. So we're kind of taking ourselves out of it, even though we want to be sort of the technological backbone here. We're not trying to force our branding on any of the creators or anything. We want them to be the stars of the show, and we just make it easier for them to do that. That's really the direction that this is heading into. And that's going to be sort of really even this first version that gets launched in a month. That I think will be probably closed to some of our launch partners, and then once we feel like everything's worked out, we'll open it up to the public, and anybody will be able to make their own our brand stores, well, their own brands, but on our sort of platform stores.
I have a follow-up question about picking up on the theme of interoperability, right? And you mentioned baking the royalties into the contract. How do you make sure that those royalties get enforced when they're sold on, say, OpenSea or Rarible or another marketplace?
So we've got this sort of, there is actually some standards that have been put into place since we first were kind of looking at this, I guess, about a year ago. Some of the other teams kind of, and maybe they were working on it in parallel as well, so not necessarily 100% our influence here, but we definitely were some of probably the influence here and pushing it in that direction. But it actually is an on-chain royalty. So if somebody buys it through Rarible, then Rarible will see those royalty percentages on the contract, and it will distribute it out from there. OpenSea, I believe they're still working on integrating this, but it's something that they're definitely adding. It's no longer just like something we've said, hey, would you guys like to make this work? It's actually something they're looking to add to. So, you know, you could still trade it or sell it OTC and get around the royalties. And like, I guess we could have enforced them at the contract level, like, but our sort of take on it was that was maybe the wrong approach, and that we should let sort of social integrity or whatever kind of keep you from doing it. I mean, so you still do that, but maybe you get shamed if you sell stuff OTC to get around the royalty, and that's kind of this, you know, good behavior protocol. And then as long as you use these marketplace platforms, then the artists that deserve royalties will get them through a contract.
Yeah, I mean, I really do hope OpenSea does this. We just had some stuff go on with Dada, and I don't know if you know about the Dada tokens. So Dada.art, or artist drawing on the Dada site, they released the first non-computer generated art on the Ethereum blockchain. So they were right after CryptoPunks, before CryptoKitties.
Oh, okay.
They had royalties baked into their contract at that time, right?
Wow.
Back in 2017. And we're still trying to get OpenSea to add that to the.
Oh. So yeah.
So the more pressure, the better, please.
Yeah, I think my take on this is, so like, even with the original Infinity contracts, we had this idea of these secondary royalties, and that never really got integrated. We talked to them about it, and I think it more it kind of comes down to like they need more than just one team or one person kind of going to them, and they have a list of priorities that's 10 million miles long, so they just you know, depending on what the highest demand is. And I think with this sort of royalty standardization that started taking place, and this the structuring that it is, as long as everybody is following that, once OpenSea builds this sort of infrastructure piece, then anybody using that standard, which will be on all of our contracts as well, will automatically have that stuff working. So as far as going back and getting old stuff that maybe predates these kind of standards, it would probably just take the influence of them. So like, let's say CryptoKitties, for example, even though they're an ERC 721, they don't follow the standard exactly, but because of their influence, OpenSea still integrates with them, and it still works, and it by and large feels the same way.
Yeah, so I think to one of the points that Sparrow asked at the beginning of the day, versus like if we need to kind of extract away the blockchain from what we're doing versus, you know, making it so that people are educated. And I think this royalties and the standards go a long way towards making that education and the process a lot more fluid. And, you know, if we don't have like a common ground for royalties, then we don't have enough influence for the marketplaces to respect the contracts. And in a place
is so important.
In a place where like the code is law, you know, we need to make sure that people are following the law.
But I think the opposing view there is, if I took the angle, I mean, I don't actually work there, right? But I think if I took the angle of OpenSeas and I think about the NFT market, and if I ran a marketplace, while I do think that, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but I'm saying the other side of it too is the prioritization that Nate you talked about. And it's like, look, you know, I'm trying to sell virtual real estate, I'm trying to sell virtual whatever else, and then only like what percentage of my business is it worth this kind of code is relevant, and then how much more business am I really realistically going to get because I respect that code versus if I will go work on like a new front end or, you know, integrating that next project. So I think from, especially now you got A16Z stepping on your throat, like you got to start thinking about like, okay, well, you know, how am I going to bring in my growth and how am I going to 10x this thing so that these investors can get their money back like they need to. And I think that's the challenge. But as I was also thinking about it. I'm sorry, what?
I'm just saying that's a really weird incentive. It feels like a really weird incentive for this community, yes, I think. Right?
Yes, it is.
The return to investors and giving them back money, right? Just feels like an antithesis to the early Ethereum ethos of do it yourself, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, accelerating growth, getting more mainstream, grows the market, as opposed to keeping the kind of artist first type of mentality, like enabling and empowering artists. And I do think that some people have asked me, and I'm sure this is this topic plenty discussed lately on Twitter, is just like, oh, is this thing a bubble? Like, kind of, but the thing I think of, well, I mean, most likely is like it's only worth that more value if the next person actually pays for it. And fundamentally, the problem with NFT world is I'm seeing that is I've kind of drifted like full time into DeFi now. I was like, look, liquidity, that's the problem. When you have something like an AMM model where things are fungible, you could sell one, sell the other. You can market sell a big bucket of whatever you want. I can't go and market sell all of my crypto voxels parcels, despite that they're all individually valuable. I think that the solution I will propose here is something like a bonding curve model, where potentially then doesn't require a counterparty on their side to pay. But yeah, anyway, this is kind of some of the things I'm talking about. But if they are in fact individually unique and different, then maybe a bonding curve model would not work. But I've been thinking about how to solve this problem, and ultimately, if it is just a bubble, so be it, because the artist got paid out this time, and that's fine.
So my thoughts on that actually, and I 100% agree with like the sort of the premise that NFTs are inherently illiquid, and this is something I was super passionate about over a year ago even. And I told people, dude, the fucking future is you figure out how to make NFTs liquid. And really, there's been experiments into this, and actually they're going to get better. I hadn't realized this at the time when I was thinking about this, and I did a project, the Wrap Gen Zero project, which is it's just limited to CryptoKitties and Generation Zero CryptoKitties, but you can take any Gen Zero, you wrap it with the contract, and you get a Wrap Gen Zero token back. So all of them are essentially fungible with each other, and this allows you to have it on a liquidity pool, and you can sell 20 Gen Zero tokens or buy 20 Gen Zeros, and you can do it one after another, and it's basically makes those NFTs, which are scarce per their NFT contract, of only 50,000 Gen Zeros max. So you have sort of this kind of tie-in of DeFi and NFTs. So I had done that experiment, and then this year NFTX launched, and they have their whole bucket of NFTs that they've tied in: Punks, Gen Zeros, Avastars, a few other projects that have made it into their thing. And there is actually, we're getting to where, at least at the floor level, and I don't know that anybody has figured out a way to do, okay, well, this is a high-end punk, this is a mid-punk. Like, nobody's really doing that yet, and that will probably take more time.
So NFTX actually have different pools.
There are actually at least two projects that I know of. So I know the Dcoin people have got a solution. It's Kyle Stargarden's team. And there's also Nifty Bank, I believe, has an estimator with punks. But as far as rare punks, I think the best source for that is going to kind of the community and seeing what the market is. Obviously, kind of scarcity and the different characteristics play a large part in that.
Huge.
And so one of the cool projects that I turned, I know Sparrow onto, and maybe a few other people, is the Bastard Punks. Have you seen the Bastard Gan 2 punks?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I bought a I actually, I don't think it's been topped, but I sold, I think I sold the most, probably the highest sale actually, fairly recently. The one that sold for 20 something.
Yeah, they instantly flipped it for 150. I mean, they didn't sell it, but they listed it.
Oh, they listed it for 150. Yeah. I mean, one of ones, that's the nature of them. They tend to go vertical if you can find that sort of momentum and that. Yeah, I mean, so with the liquidity thing, my expectation is in like a few years, it actually won't really be a problem. I think that this trend of sort of this hybrid of DeFi and NFT thing, where that you'll have these liquidity pools that, at least for the floor generic fungible ones. So like, I mean, the problem with like an algorithmic pricing model, it's good for estimating your account or whatever, but it's not good for like a pool and like an automatic, like an AMM type thing, because then one person can manipulate the market. They can buy up a bunch of them, move the floor price up, dump it into the pool, extract that ETH, move it to the next thing. And that's exactly the kind of thing that you would see happening in something that was automated, where let's just say like CryptoKitties founders, for example. If I took 500 Ether and bought the cheapest ones, now I've moved the price up 50%, and now I've essentially printed a bunch of Ether that way. So if there was a pool for me to cycle it through. So that's what I think the biggest challenge, but I really think in a few years NFTs will be liquid, actually, if they're popular NFTs. Shit NFTs are still going to be shit, and there's still nobody's going to care. But NFTs that are popular, that have communities, that have people that actually give a shit about them, I think they're going to be almost like tokens.
I've got one last question about something I was reading on Twitter yesterday, I think, although this week is a bit of a blur. But it was actually pointing out that, all of the platforms that are storing their data on IPFS are are using a service like Pinata or something and hosting the image files themselves. And so the metadata that is stored for these tokens all points to a HTTP gateway URL, right? Now, normally run by that platform. So when those platforms no longer exist in 5 or 10 years, even though your image may be able to be put back on IPFS, your token will never tie up to that image because it's pointing to some URL that no longer exists.
So actually, it depends on so that argument. I actually think I saw the same thing. That actually got quite a lot of traction. And this is one of the reasons why we do care about, like, let's put the metadata on chain. Let's hit both of these storage solutions. But with IPFS, I will actually defend them and say, really, as long as you have the exact same file, if you pin it to any node, you will get the exact same hash back. So even if the service who was hosting it went down, as long as you had the file saved, or as long as anybody had it saved, or it was cached on OpenSea, and you downloaded the file and then repinned it, you would get the exact same hash. So then the hash would still be linking up. The token URI might not necessarily be pointing to the right link, but if the NFT contract was written in a way that you could update the token URI pointer, then it still points to that same hash. You can actually make it whole again.
Yep. I don't think that many of those contracts are, I don't think you can update the token URI.
So you're right. I agree. There are going to be, I 100% agree with the premise that in 10 years, some of these NFTs are going to be just gone, and people are just going to have to learn the hard way, or hopefully we will have made enough of an impact by then that stops happening so much. But generally though, I say with the IPFS, sort of just the defense of the whole thing is there is a good way to tie it back up together. And if they get the whole Filecoin thing working and they get the blockchain storage solution worked out with that, and then the hash, as long as the hash is the same, as long as you have the file and you pin it, you get the same hash back. So I think solution wise, it's pretty good. I definitely hear what you're saying. If it points to mynft.com/hash and then that's down, obviously it's broken. I mean, you would need to be able to update the pointer as well, which I think should be
another standard.
Really, it should be something you have to do in the contract where you can point it somewhere else if you ever had to.
I'm really keen on the Arweave solution, though. I mean, it just seems like the most sensible way of storing all of this data.
Yeah, I have been kind of against like the rent model. I know that So I love that Arweave's like you pay once kind of thing, and then you don't have to worry about it, because I feel like that is, I don't know how at a technical standpoint how economically that works forever, but I just assume that their team is figuring that out the same way the core team is figuring out how they're going to do scaling on Ethereum. I don't really concern myself with how that's going to work, and I just don't have the the expertise to really even comment on how that stuff is going to work. But they're designated people working on this stuff, and if they've got a model that allows you to do a one-time payment, then I think, yeah, that's definitely attractive, especially when one of your core values is this sort of immutability and infinite lasting token.
I think my opinion is that the RPFS model isn't actually, I don't know, seems like it's not really made for this sort of thing. Like I do think that Arweave is a better solution for this. When I think about the IPFS versus Arweave thing, it's my kids like playing with stuff, talking to themselves, kind of funny. But but yeah, so I think what's interesting to point out here is that on a separate thing but related, this week we had a DNS hijack of a Cream.finance front end, and one of the things we're talking to Arweave right now. The Arweave team is, in addition to getting an ethot link front end so that these DNS hijacks, are less possible. We're talking to Arweave as well. It's like, hey, how come you guys aren't one of the standards here? Because it should be redundant and replicated across both places, so you have two backups. So I do think that Arweave is as a network is the better solution. And as a side note, you guys should all just not use GoDaddy for anything with financial information. I don't know. I don't know.
This is financial advice, right?
Yeah, this is technical back-end financial security advice, kind of, not really, but it's like, yeah, it's like it is in fact something that historically my Ether wallet got the DNS switched over on the back end from GoDaddy employees previously. In our conversation with PancakeSwap, all evidence points to that's an inside job, and neither PancakeSwap nor Cream Finance has their DNS with GoDaddy anymore. So just FYI.
I will always recommend that anyone's run as far away from GoDaddy as possible, because I've seen them take over people's domains repeatedly as well. And as soon as, like, if you have one registered and you let it slip, that next day it's available for $7,000. So, it's personal experience, not any kind of speaking to how they do their business.
Yeah.
I guess I want to end, if I think we're just over time, but ending on like a really positive note, because the innovations and the new things that have come into this space in the last 12 months have just been extraordinary, I think. So just as a question to both of you, and probably Penguin as well, I'll put him on the spot. What's the one thing that stood out for you as a highlight in 2020?
One thing.
Yeah, just one.
I think I'll make it real easy. I actually really I can't say enough how impressed I was with this concept when we were thinking about okay, there wasn't any good way to mint things on chain, and then the Infinity contract that helped kick off the MachiX minting. I think that was huge. And I don't think that anything has. What's puzzled me since as well is why has nobody else pushed on this? I know, Nate, once in a while you see me tweet about this stuff. I'm like, hey, well, WTF, have you guys seen the work over here? I find myself doing that several times, and I'm like, why has nobody caught on, and why do nobody care? And then until once in a while, Sparrow, as you mentioned, hey, did you guys notice that this thing can change from underneath you that you paid thousands of dollars for? Oh, I never investigated in the thing. So really the innovation there, and I do think in 2021 we need to keep pushing that.
Yeah.
This isn't my best thing from 2020, but to that point of the data being swapped underneath you, I'm not sure if you saw the rug pool with NFTs, where they literally had the AI generated models, and then after everyone bought them, they switched it to woven rugs.
Yes.
Genius.
Actual rugs. Pulled.
Yeah, I think I mean the number one innovation. I don't know. There just have been so many good things, and it's I would feel guilty pointing at any number of any of the things that maybe I've helped pioneer or focused on. There have been just too many things. I really can't. I mean, the space, like you said, in the last year has been unbelievable. Like it's I noticed new people started to dabble in like the summer, and I remember kind of commenting on it and talking to some friends about it and saying like, dude, this shit is boiling now. Like it's moving. It just so many teams have done so many good things. I mean, there's, you know, the on-chain royalty thing is now at least Rarible is doing it. You know, the on-chain movement has more legs now than it did a year ago. Still not, you know, global. There's still people coming into NFTs that ask those questions and say, well, though, don't you know that everything is hosted, which isn't true. But then to that, a bunch of experts or people who've been in the space a little longer start saying, oh, no, actually, have you heard of Avastars or have you heard of Squiggly? Like, have you heard of? So it's happening. I can see that it's moving in the right direction. You know, there's the gasless minting. There's the fiat NFT onboarding stuff. There's the Top Shot stuff. I think has brought in a ton of new people with just making it easier for people who are way outside of this world to understand what is even going on. I mean, you can use your credit card. You don't even have to know anything about blockchain, and you can buy an NFT and you can get that experience of that global market. And, you know, really what makes NFTs so powerful is, and I think a big part of that is sort of the globally accessible market and the online flexing and all of that shit. And Top Shot really did a good job presenting that to people who are new to the space.
You're rubbing it in. Penguin signed up. He was right there this morning when the stream started.
At 9 a.m.
to get in line.
So the start of today, I live stream opened me waiting in line and the countdown ticking over to 0, jumping in line, and I was 137,000th in line.
I was like 170,000. Yeah, I haven't got a pack in ages. You can't. It's impossible. You know, it's easy to look back now and see what a success Top Shot was going to become. But in the beta, like I was in the beta and I bought packs, and there were packs and the legendary packs sat there, and I could have spent more. I could have, but I at the time that the shit, you couldn't sell the shit. Like it felt like
hindsight.
Man, exactly. And at the time they were $230 packs, but one ETH was only $230. Just spending one ETH on a pack, and then ETH makes a 2x run, and you're just sitting there going, this fucking sucks. Like
that's why you were supposed to use the credit card, man. You got to burn the fiat. Not
I know. You're absolutely right. That's the lesson. That's the takeaway, I think.
So one of mine is a little bit more direct and kind of personal. I think my best thing that I had from 2020 was actually an experience that I created for Sean Chen. So he's a comic book artist, and he was one of the early explorers from mainstream that I saw that stepped into this space and really kind of trusted us with, you know, how we were going to navigate and put everything on chain. And I got to make an experience for his comic book that was, you know, it's like a VR walkthrough of the physical book that he made. So, you know, unlike just like reading the book, which I got, you know, you can literally like walk through it in VR. And, you know, for someone that might not know who Sean Chen is, he's the person that pretty much drew all of Marvel through the 90s. So X-Men, Iron Man, Spider-Man, you know, he's responsible for a lot of kind of the modern understanding of who we think of when we think of these superheroes. Cool. And so when I was a kid, Wolverine was always like one of my heroes just because he was such a badass. You know, he didn't really take anything from anyone. You couldn't kill him. Like he's gonna smoke in this movie theater. I don't know. It was kind of like a Lobo kind of aspect, but also, you know, kind of packaged for children. And so getting the opportunity to not only like mint pieces of Wolverine on Ethereum, but then also like sit down and get a chance to like work with, you know, pretty much one of my heroes that that is still like active in the comic space today. So I think that's one of the big things that we can get from onboarding these mainstream artists and making sure that they have the correct experience, rather than, you know, if you drop this, you can make $1 million in a weekend and people will think, what the hell did I just buy?
Yeah.
That's Crypto Voxel Parcel 2119, folks.
Mhm.
If you guys want to see a Comic X, yeah, I think Penguin did a lot of fantastic work there. I think that was pretty cool. And then having him on the whale community, the walkthrough, that whole thing has been I think it's pretty cool. I think what's interesting too, I think Sparrow, we talked about this a long time ago, is that you have these artists who have a lot of good content who really don't want to touch this stuff. So the more you can, earlier I was supposed to be here talking about this white glove service thing and ended up oversleeping. So as you can see behind me, the sun's coming up over here. But I think that continues to be the trend though, right? Like no matter how easy onboarding you can get, like, okay, look, I've got pictures, go to the store, click on this thing, and then click on that, and then here you upload this file, and then boom, you're done. Like, yeah, no, that looks really scary to me. I'm not going to touch it. So you have a lot of talented artists out there with good art that need to be onboarded easily, quickly, and with some kind of guidance. And, you know, even like, yeah, as easy as the space has made it to some of us who are more technically inclined, it's still super daunting for a lot of artists. So I still think that there remains an opportunity in NFT space to help these people go through, and maybe in like more of an agency model. But the problem with that, then it's like, well, then they're taking a large cut from the artists, like kind of. But if these artists don't have that avenue, nor don't want to, or whatever, it's probably better that they're making, call it 50% on their art rather than like not have this channel. Possibly. I know this is controversial. I'm actually curious.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to get away from those kinds of middlemen, right? We really don't want to bring that model into this space, I don't think.
Yeah, even when I'm talking about doing this for mainstream artists, I still want to kind of treat them as creators, and as this is another paintbrush for them to help do their craft, rather than as a way to kind of get in the middle of their revenue. I do think that, you know, having that royalty that goes back to support the platform is critical. And so something that's more manageable, like 10%, and they still get to keep 90%, is going to be something that's just like unheard of for most of these creator communities, but is also supporting the platform in a way that's meaningful.
I mean, I'll go back to what we started off with, and that is community first and community focused. And it is the onboarding of artists that is one of the core missions of WOCA. So I set up Women of Crypto Art so that there would be a place that traditional artists or people just coming into the space, there's a whole community of people who are there to help onboard you and answer your questions and guide you. I don't think it has to be an agency or one person even. I think if you crowdsource that kind of information on a Discord server or a website where you have the interactions and you can build the connections with new people coming in, you can onboard way more people that way than you ever could, like one-to-one.
I think that's cool. Actually, I was meaning to look up. I keep forgetting her name for some reason, but Daniela Atfield. I think she's a perfect example of the great combination of. I did send a tweet about this. I think when I think about the success of Beeple, right, it's not surprising in the sense that he's always had a great management of his own personal social media, and he's always had fantastic art, and that intersection is really hard to come by. So when I'm not suggesting we push the industry into the agency model, perhaps, but I'm saying for a guy like Sean, for example, he didn't really like Twitter, no way. Like you need a combination like Daniela, like Beeple. You need the combination of the good art and the good personal marketing. And for a lot of people, some of them are just like, look, I see it as zero revenue. It sits in my drawer, sits in my hard drive. I send it to you. I make 50%. You guys deal with it. Great. I'm not advocating that we push for that model, but for those guys, it's like, I'm not a social media person. I'm kind of an inward person. I don't want to do social media. I don't want to do interviews. I don't want to show my face. Can you just sell this thing for me? And in those extreme examples, even if you did have a Woka type model, they don't really want to look at it. But I do think that, the positive pattern there is Daniela, who's like, I wouldn't say that I did a lot of work to spot her early. It was more like I saw her tweeting about 0.1 ETH on her art. And I'm like, you know what? This is really cheap and it's pretty good art. And the biggest differentiator is she's out there selling it. Now, I've never actually flipped any of my crypto art for money. Some part of me says I should, but I think just as illustrative purposes, I think we all seen her art, seen how she's kind of blown up in recent months. And I'm real happy for her. So actually, as a related piece to that, I don't know if you're talking to her, but if she can kind of share with, Woka how people do this, that would be pretty awesome too. Then folks can learn from kind of like her brand of marketing.
Yeah. So it should be the full spectrum of things, right? Not just how to get on board and how to start minting, but what to do to promote your work, what's effective means of networking and communication. It is really the complete package. And as an organization, at least, we can help lend the weight of, at the moment, there's 500 artists in that server, right? So we've got 500 artists that can promote each other's work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and to that point, I think the best support that we've seen are people that have similar values. And nothing supports an artist like another artist that appreciates what you're doing and they see that you're making art for art's sake and you're trying and they see the potential in you in the future. That's usually where we get the real kind of alignment is that someone sees what you're doing and they want you to do more of it. It's not so much what it is, but they want to see the future too.
And it's relatable, right? Because I remember back when I joined the crypto space and how I felt, right? And the artists who were here before me guided me. So it just feels natural to want to give back and have that be the experience of other people joining now. But this isn't supposed to be about me. This is supposed to be about you guys. Come on.
Yeah, we definitely ran a little bit over. So, thank you very much for your guys' time. And I could literally talk about this for the next few days. And I'm sure we will reconnect soon to kind of hash out what's next for Infinity tokens and how, I can help facilitate that and beta test things and get some hacking going on there.
We want to know the name.
I'll let you know as soon as I know it.
Yeah, I also say that as I kind of continue to grow deeper in the DeFi space and being now very I have a lot of folks in the Urine ecosystem I can tap to. If there's anything I can do to kind of help the NFT space within the DeFi space, please do reach out because you guys know that I'm an ally there and I'll help push the agenda we need as an industry on the NFT art side.
Cool. Yeah, nice to hear.
Great, thank you so much, Nate. And I'm a huge fan and really appreciate you coming on kind of last minute. I've been trying to get your attention, but you're so busy. So I really appreciate you finding some time for us today.
Yeah, nice to chat with everybody.
Thank you. I'll see you later.
Right.
That was amazing. So I've got about 8 more minutes before the next one. So I thought I would just pop in and kind of finish my Chieve things a little bit. I did a little bit of, hand waving before about it, but then I've got 5 minutes where I want to actually announce the winners of the community awards and demonstrate that. So that should be pretty quick. And I believe Ben is coming up next. So after I do this, please take me off and hopefully Ben will be here soon. So obviously this is a little bit before his talk, so I'm doing this to...
You've got time, yep.
Yeah. So this is what we saw before. The Achievers are hard at work right now, so we can now, when we go here, we see the first Chievmint Community Awards. So we've created
I don't see your screen. I just see you're not screen sharing.
I am not screen sharing. It looks to me like I'm screen sharing. Let me unshare.
I see your video now.
So let's see.
There you go. Yes.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, so these are the winners of the first community awards. So these were voted on by the members of all the DAOs, and the votes are cast by Chieve tokens. If you participated in Gitcoin Ground Rant Round 8, you were likely airdropped Chieve tokens, as well as if you are participating in many of the Moloch DAOs. So our Season 1 Community Ops winner is Yaler. So Yaler, as you may know or may not know, is one of the great onboarders and kind of innkeepers of the space. He's one of the people that was responsible for helping onboard me into MetaGame and is critical for Raid Guild. We saw him yesterday, and so I just want to kind of show what the award looks like. And this was created by Manu. Manu is in the MetaGame server. He also made the MetaGame rank rewards, which we will distribute on Saturday. So this is, oh, I forgot, I can't share the sound, but this has got sound as well. So you can see that this is an XDAI NFT, and we've got full video, high def video player on the site. So Luxembourg and Deacon worked very hard last night to make sure that we would have videos today. So you can see you can come in here and buy this one for $200, and likely it will flow credit to Mono and Yaler. So we also have Sam Coleman, who is one of the big developers behind Raid Guild and really critical to a lot of the infrastructure that we all use. Pretty unsung hero in a lot of the spheres, but behind the scenes, Sam is literally building the tools, and so we're very thankful to have him as our Season 1 Builder Award. And also, Deacon is our Season 1 Moloch Slayer. And the way Deacon does all the stuff that he does, I have no idea, which is probably how a lot of people feel about a lot of the amazing people in our space. Now, there's no shortage of people that are busting their butt to make sure that we have amazing things like these Chieve Awards. We have recognition for the people in our space, as well as we're making technology jumps. And Deacon has also been really critical in supporting upcoming developers and making sure that they are supported and finding work in our space. So those are the Chieve Community Awards. Thank you to everyone that voted. Thank you to everyone that won. We also have nominee awards. So those were given out to each different community based on their votes. So anyone that got nominated also got a nomination award. So here we have the nominees. So we had 32 different nominees that all are recognized as well. So these are people from your communities, my communities, and our communities that are really making things happen. So a big thank you to Manu and for the team of Chievmint, Lucas, Simano, myself, and Luxembourg, and many others that are part of our wider DAO ecosphere for helping make NFTs as recognition and really connecting us on that social level.
I feel like I should have given a round of applause when you announced those winners. So
I will give them one. I can't thank each one of you enough for helping make our space, but we hope that the NFTs are a symbol of our support of you and for another great year to come. So next up, we have Ben from Charged Particles.
I saw him in the Discord. I told him to give Pete his Twitter so that when they tweeted, he could retweet. So he should be here.
Okay, great. This has been an amazing day.
NFT Day is always the greatest because it's NFTs, right?
Yeah, I suggest everyone hit us up for your Pope. If you want some NFTs, that's one of the many art pieces that we have. So players can request a special badge for showing up. Patrons can request one. A moderator's got one. We've got judge roles for people that want to judge the hackathon, as well as visitors. So if you came and you're watching this video, you too can get an event badge that shows you were here and you absorbed some of this.
So how do I request my participant one?
So right now I have a big list of links that you click to claim them.
Okay.
So not very decentralized, not very automated, but I will happily share that list with my fellow moderators to make sure that we can get some of these NFTs out to people. Also, feel free to shoot me a message and I will shoot you a link. So if you are hearing this and you participated in any way, we want to say thank you and give you an NFT for being part of MetaFest.
That's awesome. It's the power of NFTs.
It's also one of the powers of Layer 2 solutions.
Yes. But the memory of the moment, I think, is just so key. It becomes a snapshot in time, and that's just, again, really compelling use case for NFTs.
Definitely. And I think after this, maybe we'll devolve into using Nifty Inc. for Pictionary or something again. Sounds like a great use of the NFT nighttime.
It should be like a weekly thing, right? So much more interesting than the poker or whatever, right? Because it's creative.
Yeah, definitely. So let's see. Let's see. Ben is in Discord. Ben, we are not in Discord. We are on the stage. Please find the link above. Let me DM it to you.
Yeah, he was in the speaker channel, so I assumed he would get the directions from there.
Yes. So I will say a little bit about what I know about charged particles.
Okay.
I've always thought that they were super cool. Do you know anything about charged particles, Sparrow?
I just very, very high level.
So what I know about charged particles is it's a way to like power up your other NFTs with tokens. Is that right, Ben?
Yeah, I'm actually confused. So I'm not supposed to be in Discord. I'm supposed to be in this link, right? Can you guys hear me now?
You're supposed to be here. You're in the right place.
I was in the testing room and then I was in the Discord. And so this is my third attempt. Okay, I'm here. Hey,
welcome. Thank you very much.
I should have tested this a little bit before, we're doing it live. We're doing it live. Hey, guys.
Well, welcome.
Test in production, always.
Yeah, that's what could go wrong. Awesome. Well, hey, guys, happy to be here. I was going to send some links. I didn't get an agenda, so what would you guys like me to talk about? I'm happy to riff on
Tell us all about charged particles and what use cases you imagine they, for them in the future. What can be done now, what you've seen done with them, and what possibilities there are.
Sure. Is there a channel in Discord that I should share, that I should chat in, or is this strictly on?
That'll be just the main MetaFEST public channel.
Gotcha.
Where everybody will be sitting, and that's where we've been trying to push the links to.
Gotcha. Cool. Well, hi everyone. My name is Ben Lakoff with Charged Particles. So I'll give a brief intro into Charged Particles, and then we can talk about some of the potential use cases. Is that all right?
Cool.
Perfect.
I'm going to go fade into the background and let you take over.
Perfect. am I just talking on these things then?
Yep.
Sorry, I came very woefully underprepared. I knew there was something today and little else. So
you're the
cool.
expert, so you can't be unprepared.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. So I'm going to send some links in the MetaFEST public. So Charge Particles, we are a protocol. We are NFT agnostic, and we allow users to take their NFT and turn it into a basket or a container that's able to hold other assets. So this can be other ERC20 tokens, speculative tokens, yield generating assets such as Compound or Aave. We have integrations with those, as well as other NFTs. So you can put an NFT within an NFT within an NFT and create this Russian doll disaster of a hodgepodge. Some of the interesting things, which is a pun, I know, of having an interest-bearing asset inside of an NFT is it unlocks this new token mechanic that the accumulating interest can trigger something else. So you think of an in-game item like a sword. You deposit $100 into it. It's swapped into a DAI and is accumulating interest, or charge, as we call it. Well, this charge can equate to more power for that in-game item. So it's a more powerful sword, the more accumulated interest that it has. And then you could create these game mechanics of battling for the accumulated interest with this sword that's contained in this sword. So it gives you a lot of flexibility with what you can do with NFTs. So this was an idea by Rob Secord. He's the founder, core dev. He's been thinking about this since late 2019 and tinkering on it on nights and weekends. He was working for Pool Together, launching V3, which, as an aside, you should check out Pool Together. Super awesome. The co-founder and CEO, Leighton, is a advisor and angel investor in Charge Particles, but massive fan, super cool product. But we both went full. So Rob and I met July of last year in the Gitcoin kernel program, which another one, they're launching block 3 here in the next couple months. So if you're interested in building Web3 applications or learning more about it, check out Gitcoin kernel. And sorry, this is a promo for a bunch of other things within the space, but there's so many cool areas within this Web3 ecosystem that we're in. I feel like I have to share. So we launched last month, so February 17th. We had one of the biggest parties the Metaverse has ever seen, with over 2,000 people in our virtual art gallery in CryptoVoxels. We had another one last week, which was also gigantic, and no, it was this week. It's dog years. Which was super awesome. So spanning both Decentraland and CryptoVoxels this time. So I'm going to drop some links in the chat, but we have a lot of new features coming. So we've gone live with any ERC20 token deposited in NFTs. So this could be social tokens. If you're an artist, you can come, you can create an NFT, a piece of art, an NFT, and then you can fill it full of social tokens. You can fill it full of we have integrations with Aave, so fill it full of DAI, it's swapped for a DAI, and then it starts accumulating interest within that NFT. So we're really providing the building blocks to give you a lot of flexibility. The pieces here are an NFT is a basket or container. You can put other things inside of it. All of those things that you put inside of it are programmable. So there's time locks, there's certain attributes of pull out those assets, you have to burn or destroy the NFT. So there's a lot of flexibility there. So I've dropped in our Twitter, that's DeFi NFT. We kind of grabbed that before it was cool in February of 2020. And then I've also dropped a link for our next event. So we do these events every 3 weeks as kind of the spine of our social calendar. So the next one will be bigger than the last, which are great. So we keep adding another metaverse world, which is odd to say metaverses, I know. So we'll continue to add these things and build them up, and they're super fun. So on the topic of Gitcoin, so I mentioned Gitcoin kernel. Highly recommended to check that out. I can drop a link if people are interested. but the Gitcoin grants round 9 is actually live as well. So we actually removed our project from the grant matching nature of this because we have raised funding. So we felt that that funding was better served going to other lesser funded community projects, but highly recommended check out Gitcoin grants. There's a lot going on there. And then I've put 2 asks on here as well. So we are hiring. So if you know anybody who's very interested in building something amazing within the NFT world, we have dev and non-dev positions available. You can DM me on any of the platforms at Ben Lakoff. You can find me everywhere, but preferred to DM me only on Discord, Telegram, or Twitter. And then the last one is NFT Hack is this weekend, so pretty cool. Gary Vee is a judge as well as Rob, the founder, and we've got a bunch of really cool ideas. So I've dropped in a doc as well with some of the ideas. So I can talk a bit about some of the ideas as well. So we are NFT agnostic. So the dApp that we've gone live with is for crypto art. So you create an art piece NFT and fill it full of tokens. This is really cool. There's a lot of iterations with the pieces that we have, like virtual geocaching, where you hide an NFT with interest that has interest-bearing assets inside of it, and whoever finds that gets to pull out the accumulated interest and re-hide it again. So this is live. We're just waiting for somebody to do a fun scavenger hunt or geocaching. All the pieces are there. And as soon as we start to implement layer 2, there's a lot more possibilities within like the gaming realm that you're not worried about paying a $50 transaction fee every time. So there's a lot of really cool card games and kind of fun. We have a lot of crazy ideas. So if you have crazy ideas regarding NFTs and these interest-bearing assets, jump in our Discord, pitch them. We've thought of a lot, but the community comes up with a lot more creative ideas than we could ever dream up on our own. The thing about charged particles is it's NFT agnostic, it's token agnostic. It gives you all of this flexibility, but potentially the killer billion-dollar use case that's hidden at the protocol level is something a lot more financial. So this is something that people are starting to talk about with the potential of NFTs, but the idea of NFTs representing some sort of financial aspect or item. So a simple one would be like an e-gift card as an NFT, for instance, with the balance that's accruing, increasing in value over time. But then you get more complicated of like an NFT representing a bond with the collateral locked inside of it. So there's a lot of really cool ways of financializing this protocol and coming up with something truly amazing. One of the hackathon projects this weekend is a goal-based NFT savings account. So the idea of an NFT that is a hazy picture of a car, and as you put more assets inside of it that are swapped for the yield-bearing equivalent, they start to accumulate more interest. Well, this accumulated interest changes the art piece as the interest increases. So, for instance, you have an NFT that looks like a hazy car. Well, as more interest accumulates, that car gets a little bit more clear as you get closer to your goal of what you're saving for. So these are just some of the possibilities. So I've dropped in the link, some of the hackathon ideas, but we're a protocol. So we want to see other use cases, other dApps spin up on top of it. So we're pretty heads down building out the art dApp and getting together the docs for the protocol. But yeah, always interested to jam on new crazy ideas. We've provided a lot of the building blocks and the tools to go crazy. So that's what I had. I'm not sure how this goes. If we do a Q&A, I feel like I'm over caffeinated and I talked really quickly as well. So hopefully there's hopefully people
We're kind of like the Candyman. If you say our name 3 times, we appear. Except you didn't even have to say our name. You know, we just kind of appear.
Perfect.
So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna jump in and actually say I loved how you included so many other projects, because a theme going through all of today has been interoperability and the synergies that we can see. You know, if we can build NFTs in the same way as people are talking about DeFi logos, you know, Lego blocks that fit together, if we can have NFTs that work in that same way, and then here you are saying, we've got a protocol that'll allow you to use NFTs as Lego blocks.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And one of the crazy things that I've heard recently that I didn't know Charged Particles was part of is NFTs that wrap other NFTs. And I think that's something that we'll see a lot more this year. I know that one of the big things for Charged Particles for me is just how well it fits in with like async art and having like a configurable way that, you know, the art changes over time, and you can like program something that, you know, has a decay rate for tokens on it, or you know, once it reaches a certain level, something opens on it, and just the possibilities are just so much broader when you introduce like tokenomics to the actual NFTs themselves. So I think that's amazing.
Yeah, it's a bit overwhelming, honestly, because the possibilities are so vast. So we're at that phase of the startup where we're just throwing a lot of stuff at the wall, and we're always interested to talk to people with crazy ideas, because like, you never know. And if you just keep generating enough crazy, terrible ideas, like pitch me terrible ideas, I want to hear them, because eventually something will be so terrible and so stupid that it just might work, right?
So I have a question, really, so that I'm starting to think through ideas already, right? Is it just ERC 721s or 1155s also?
Good question. And something I didn't mention. So these charged particles, so a NFT with assets inside of it, is still an ERC 721. It's still a standard non-custodial NFT that you could transfer around. Right now, it is just 721, so not 1155. So we went very wide scope, and like narrowed down like it's somewhat limited, like the UI, what you can do, but like at the contract level, I need to check. I'm pretty sure we'll expand into 1155s, but right now it's 721. Yeah, good question.
What are some of the crazy stories you've heard that have kind of backfired with how people use them? Like one of the things that I always think about is like when you have like the transitive ownerships of wallets, and they're like, well, who owns wallet C? You know, and it's like A owns B, B owns C, C owns A, but none of them really are the ownership of each other.
Yeah, we end up in some crazy circular reference, right? So actually, I'll drop a link to Charged Particle Lepton. So we will do a governance token. We will distribute this governance token via liquidity mining program. So we've been very opaque and haven't released a lot of information about this. But the idea is that you'll do something and liquidity mine within your NFTs. And these leptons are yield multiplier NFTs. So you take this NFT and you deposit it into the NFT that you're liquidity mining in, and you'll get multiplied rewards, which is a pretty interesting, cool use case of these of the tech and of an NFT within an NFT, multiplying the yield that you're farming in this liquidity mining, which is pretty cool. And then with the, we're talking, I'm quite interested with these NFT rental platforms. So the idea of like, hey, I'll just rent this lepton, deposit it into my NFT, yield farm the crap out of it for like a day, put a bunch of money into it, and then return the lepton so I don't even have to own it, and I walk away with like my farmed yield. So I think we're right on the cusp of a lot of really cool stuff within the space. So it's really fun. It's awesome.
Yes, like what you're talking about, like the rentals. That's one of the big things that I think we'll also see this year. So like in the last talk when we had Leo, and he was talking about like how to manage all these parcels and you know, liquidity for parcels. And I think we're getting to a place where the scarcity is going to meet the point where demand is pretty high, and the supply is just not going to meet it. So things like having a rental system that can flow back credit to the actual owner while still allowing spaces to be utilized is going to be critical for how these places fill out. And I think that's a problem that we'll see solved a little bit this year.
Yeah.
And actually, I mean, it is just really amazing that you guys are providing tools that will allow someone like me, right, or anyone to do this for themselves, whereas before it would require really a custom contract and a rather complex custom smart contract. So the fact that the tools, which again is a theme throughout this day and all this week, really, these building blocks of the tools that are being developed in this space are just growing exponentially, and we have to hit release velocity very soon.
Yeah. So I mean, the tools are starting to show up. So I mean, another thing I always like to mention is, like, I mean, we're recruiting devs. Everybody's recruiting devs. I don't know what kind of the mix of your listeners are, but if you're interested in contributing to a project, please reach out. Like, we'd love to chat. But I think it's also important to note, like, for the non-devs out there, that projects always need passionate, intelligent people that can come in and just help. Like, you know, maybe you don't have a job description that really like fits that person or what exactly you're doing, but like, if you're a smart person who's a little organized, who's willing to work hard, like, you can probably find a role within a team that can add value. So I don't want to like single out the non-devs. Like, get involved, jump in these Discords, try to be helpful, chat with people. Like, yeah, it's a cool space, and you can probably find a spot. You can find a spot on my team.
Yeah, I think we've heard a lot about squads as well, and that really kind of speaks to the interdisciplinary nature of a team. And every single team is going to need that skill set that they don't have. So, you know, if you put 100 developers in a room, we can't make like the prettiest thing. You know what I mean? We'll make it works, but to really get, who knows if what we made is what was won in the first place.
Now, so I'll stand up and say that the last thing that you do to a project, to a software development project that's behind, is add more developers, because it's even further behind.
The mythical man hour, right?
Yeah, it's just adding more developers does not equal, you know, more being done.
Yeah. Three more developers means 3 times the speed, right? Isn't that how that works?
Yeah, I'll take one extra passionate developer over 20.
For sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So one of the things that I want to kind of bring up is a different project, because it uses a lot of crazy tokenomics as the NFT back that I'm not sure if you've heard of or not, and it's one of my friends. So Ghost Agent, iMine, he's got a project called Power NFT. Have you heard of Power NFT?
Mm-mm.
So it's a proof of work NFT. So the only way to get it is to go and mine for it.
Cool.
So, and it's based off of like chemical atoms. So like the actual elements from the periodic table.
Well, that's right up our alley. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's very much a physics theme with a lot of these things.
Yeah, so I mean, definitely check it out. You're gonna love it, because not like I know that sounds crazy, but chemistry was always one of my first loves. And even though I did like computer science as my undergraduate, I had the opportunity to do bioinformatics. So, I got to really combine two of my passions and follow it through. And then at the end of it, I was like, well, I want to take my OChem lab. And like, oh, you don't get to take OChem lab. I was like, well, what do you mean? Like, I want to take it. Most of these people are like dreading it. You hear it. Like, oh, I don't want to take chemistry. And like, here I was, I'm a computer guy. I'm like sitting there fighting to get into the lab. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like, they're like, you don't need this to graduate. We don't want to let you take that. It's like, well, if you don't let me take that, I'm going to miss a lot of the fun. And so to like see an NFT project that not only it's not just the elements, it goes into like the ionization levels. And when you see them, it's like one of the best visualizations of how electrons work in an atom, especially when they're like charged or ionized. So I definitely recommend checking it out, not only for the art and the concept, but just the way that they've done that as like generating charged particles is really unique. And because each NFT is a proof of work, it also is generating income. So the longer you have the NFT, the longer it is working, and the longer people try to mine that NFT, the more it generates.
Interesting. Will you send me a link to that? Actually, I'll check it out. I'll scope my current project,
So I was thinking, you can combine them to build up into, chemical compounds.
Into a sparticle, which is a super particle, which is a real thing. A sparticle. Isn't that hilarious? I mean, I'm learning more about physics than I've ever known in my entire life. If you notice, like, all of the leptons have muons, neutrinos, like they're all keep the phase. They're all keep the theme. So a NFT created on the charged particle platform is a proton. Like it's I'm learning a lot.
It's all just so cool. I'm really glad that you made it, and you weren't unprepared at all. It was really informative. Everything that you said was just spot on, and I'll go back to just the natural flow of the interactions between the different communities and how all of that fits together. I think I couldn't think of a better way to wind up this week of talks where we've been talking about DAOs and NFTs and DeFi and, everything that makes this space work is there because it all works together.
I will also draw another crazy parallel that if you've been watching all week, you might have caught. All week, basically, we're split up into days that were a little bit siloed in their information. So we had an NFT day, we had a meta day, we had a DeFi day, we had a DAO day. But each one of those days, even though we had a track that was very selective in kind of its slice of the Web3, there were parallels to each one of those communities that drew on something outside of theirs. So DeFi was huge on the community. NFTs, we've heard, is big on funding things. You know what I mean? And for the community, it was DeFi. So these crossovers are what we're going to be seeing over this next year. And the problems that we all have are similar problems that we're tackling at different ends. So I think at some point, these are just going to all come together and we're going to have super tools.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm biased, but we're aspects of NFTs, DeFi, and we definitely want to be a DAO at some point. So definitely convergence here.
So you got two of the three. It's time to get the trifecta going. And
what was
the tools are here.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Ben. Thank you so much, Sparrow, and all of our speakers. Thank you, Leo and Nate Alex. Thank you to Bruce for stopping by. Thank you to Brizzle. It's just been such an amazing day, and each day is better than the last. Vinay, I just mind blown. Thank you so much for this opportunity to help represent NFTs and Metagame and everyone for stopping in all week. So with that, I think we should call it a day. It's been
I'm
a
going
long
to say
day.
DM your CV to this guy. Is it?
Definitely
Awesome, guys.
get charged
Thank you so
particles. What's up? So thank you so much, Ben.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Hi, Jelly. Then I think that's your cue to take us down if you were still there.
I think we're done.
Did you put the border around me, Jelly? Do I get the border? Charge me up.
Okay.
Yeah. Superpowers. Goodbye. Thanks,
Everybody,
everyone.
be here tomorrow. Big party.
Yeah, party day. And then next week is going to be a whole bunch of workshops. So definitely stick around. Come for the awards tomorrow. Come for the NFTs. And yeah, show's going to be the host on the back half. So make sure you're here.